let's talk about how this course will look like for you. Each section has some sort of actionable steps that you are able to follow, such as building websites and sample projects. And everything we use in this course is a tool that companies use in real life. They're the best of the best. So let's look at the course outline. The first part will be an introduction, some basic concepts to get us familiar with the web and how it works. We will start off with how the internet works. What is the history of these technologies? We're going to talk about the history of the web browsers, and I'll actually have you understand the underlying concepts of the internet and how the technologies we have now have come to be where they are. And then we're going to learn HTML5, finally building our first website. We'll also get into some advanced HTML where we're going to build some complex forms and get you really, really good at this technology. We will then move into CSS, which allows us to style our websites and make them beautiful. Afterwards, we'll get into advanced CSS and using CSS3 features like transitions and gradients. In the advanced CSS section, we'll create a background generator project that is going to be a lot of fun. Once we've mastered how to work with websites using HTML and CSS, we'll then start learning about Bootstrap templates and building your own startup landing page that accepts emails and will actually store the emails of users as people who are interested in your startup. A very useful skill that you'll definitely need in your career, or if you have a business idea that you want to pursue. We will also dive into newer features of CSS like Flexbox and my favorite, CSS Grid, and get really, really good at doing responsive layouts with CSS. Finally, we finish off part 1 with career of a developer. What does a career of a developer actually entail? What are the salaries? What are the differences between a software developer, mobile developer, software engineer, full stack developer? We're going to cover all of that, and we're also going to talk about the future trends and what skills do you need in the future. From part 1, we move to our next section. In here, we'll start to introduce JavaScript and learn concepts that allow us to learn a real programming language, and the most popular programming language, which is JavaScript. We then move to DOM manipulation, where we'll actually use JavaScript to create actions and behaviors to our websites so they're interactive. And then finally, we're going to learn some advanced JavaScript concepts so that we can use JavaScript to control the machines around us. Now, just knowing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is not good enough, and you won't be able to grow in your role and command a higher salary just with those 3 skills. I'm going to be teaching you these things coming up because these are the things you should know so that you are miles ahead of the rest. So after the JavaScript section, we're going to start getting into the command line and working with the terminal. We then learn about developer environments, and I'll actually show you what my developer environment on my computer looks like when I'm working. We'll be setting up our own computers with all the tools necessary of a real-life developer, so you can use the same setup when you go and work for somebody or for yourself. We will then learn about Git and GitHub, probably the most important tools of a developer. And I'll show you how teams work with these technologies to create collaborative software. We then get into a fun section, which is a day in the life of a developer. I'll show you what a day-to-day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., what it looks like and what tools you'll use. I will take you through a sample day at a tech company, just so that on your first day at the job, you won't be surprised. We will then jump to NPM and NPM Scripts, a way for developers to share their code, and it's going to open up a whole world of possibilities. In this section, we are also going to create our own customizable portfolio project. So moving forward, you can add the projects from this course to your website and have it as your online resume. Finally, we finish off part 2 with React.js. You'll learn the library that companies like Netflix, Facebook, and Instagram use to build fast, scalable applications. This is one of the highest in-demand skills in the industry. It's so much fun, and I'm really, really excited about that section. From part 2, we'll move on to the world outside of just the front end. We're going to learn about HTTP, JSON, and AJAX, something that will open up a world of possibilities. We'll learn about the backend basics and what backend developers do. And then finally, I'll introduce you to some APIs, what APIs are, and definitely some really interesting APIs that are out there. This section is really going to open up your world from just being a front-end developer that is really good at building websites to somebody that can create really dynamic applications, and it will set us up for part 4. This is where it gets really, really fun. We're going to start working on our final project called SmartBrain. And we're going to start off by working on the front end. That is using CSS, JavaScript, HTML, and React. We're going to build an image recognition app that's going to be really, really fun. You submit a URL, and using a machine learning API, we're going to detect to see if in that photo there's a face, and then detect where that face is with the square box. We're going to create a sign-in form, a registration form, and it's going to be really, really impressive. Something that you're going to be able to use in your portfolio and impress future employers or clients. We then take a break from the SmartBrain project to introduce you to Node.js and Express. This is where I show you how to build a server, how to create a RESTful API, so that when we get into the next section, the SmartBrain server section, we build our own server, so that we're actually able to communicate with the server over HTTP and sign into our app, sign out, have profiles, and do all sorts of really interesting things. From there, we again take a break and learn about databases, a really complex topic, but I'm going to make it simple for you to understand how they work. And in the next section, we're actually going to create our own database using Postgres and connect it to our server, so that at the end, you'll have a fully working app that has a front-end client website, a back-end server, and a server that's working with a database. Pretty much a full-fledged application. And finally, we're going to deploy and launch that application so you know exactly how to put a real-life app that is secure and won't get hacked on the web. And don't worry, I'm going to provide all files for you throughout the sections so that you can just add them to your portfolio, or you can work along the videos as well. Depending on what your learning style is, you can follow along whichever way works best for you. And at the end of the course, I'm also going to have a quick little section of some of my favorite resources to get hired, some of my own advice on finding a job of your dreams. By the end of this course, you're going to learn the skills that will allow you to apply for jobs in the following roles: web developer, software developer, front-end developer, JavaScript developer, or a full-stack developer. You're going to learn the technologies that are actually being used behind tech companies. You're going to be able to build your own websites and applications. But most importantly, you're going to master fundamental concepts in web development so that it sets you up for a bright, long career. I also want to make this course interactive. I'll be making videos of student projects and what others have built in this course like you. I'll also have Q&A videos where, based on the most popular questions or the most popular topics, I'm going to create new videos as they are suggested. We have a lot to cover, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get started. Hey there, this is Andre. You're about to dive into the course. But here's the truth. Most people won't finish this course. Why? It's because doing a course from the comfort of your home is going to take something away that is one of the most critical parts of doing anything challenging and worthwhile. Accountability. It's a lot harder to stop going to elementary school than to stop watching an online course, right? But here's the thing. There is a way to guarantee right now that you will finish the course and you will get through the ZTM courses no matter how hard they get. And trust me, it's going to get hard because we want to teach you really valuable skills, and they are valuable because they're hard to acquire. And this is why you're here. If you don't finish the course, it's a waste of your money. But if you finish the course, we truly believe it will get you the skills that you want. So this is what you're going to do that might put you outside your comfort zone, but it will be extremely effective in increasing your chances of success. Ready for it? You're going to come join our online classroom. In the next lecture, I'll provide a private link only for ZTM students. In there are 3 things I will ask you to do. 1 is to introduce yourself to the community. You can share as little or as much as you want about yourself. I'm going to finish X course by this date, and put that date in your calendar too. Number 2, go to Accountability Buddy's channel. Oh, that's a mouthful. And find someone who is starting a ZTM course right now at the same time. It doesn't have to be the same course, and you can have multiple partners. You're going to make sure that you each finish the course and the goals you set out to do. Finally, number 3, hang out in the general chat and talk about anything that you want. You will also have course-specific channels that you can chat in. You want to be surrounded by other learners like you to stay motivated and being part of a class. Now in here, we're also going to have virtual hangout sessions with myself, other ZTM instructors, and students. I recommend having the Discord server open as you go through the course and as you are learning. Now, I'm not saying this to sell you something. This is simply a fact of learning. When you learn in a group, when you surround yourself with other learners, when you have accountability, you are more likely to succeed. It's a fact. Finally, throughout the course, as you encounter problems or challenges, don't give up. Come back to our Discord server and ask questions and get help. But most importantly, as you start to learn and grow your skills, come here and help out other students. Teaching and helping others is one of the best ways to retain the information you just learned. If you create this routine around your learning, opening up Discord, start watching the lessons, surround yourself with others that have similar goals to you, you will have the accountability and the support system to finish the course. I promise you. Oh, and another fun bit, when you finish the course, you post your certificate in the alumni channel to become an alumni. And then who knows, the people that really are stars of the community become star mentors. Ooh. Now, this all may sound silly. You may say that you don't need anybody. But trust me, we've been doing this for many years, and there is this consistent trend of those that finish the course, get hired, and find success in their careers. You have to do the things that are uncomfortable sometimes to succeed. So that's it. See you in the next lecture and see you in our community. Hey everybody, welcome to your ZTM course. Now, as part of being a ZTM student, you get to have a couple of nice freebies, a little bonus, a little extras that all the students that are part of ZTM get. Let me show you some of the extra things you get as part of this course. First off, we already talked about it, but we have a pretty big community of tech enthusiasts, learners. So we have a ton of coding challenges. If you go to our website and go to the community tab, we have coding challenges that you can practice some skills with. We have open source projects that are open to anybody, that anybody can participate that's part of ZTM. We have our Discord server. We have campus events, which is like a live virtual classroom that you get to meet other students and talk to them. And we also have events like Advent of Code or Hacktoberfest throughout the year. We also have cheat sheets. Now, these are all free. None of this requires any sign up. You can just open up a cheat sheet that is related to your course that you want to check out. Let's say we want to check out the JavaScript one. Well, you can actually go through the cheat sheet here and follow along with the course and maybe take notes along the way. These cheat sheets, we add every month a new cheat sheet. So you can just keep an eye on this tab and check out different cheat sheets based on your interests. We also have our blog where we post 2 to 3 blog posts a week, so quite a lot. And we have different topics for beginners, for people that are already working in the industry, different instructor posts. We also have posts about how to get hired, so on and so forth. So you can check out our blog, and we have different tabs here. Obviously, beginner, start here, advance your career. But the most important one is right here. We have monthly industry newsletters. So every month, myself and other ZTM instructors write a recap of what happened that month in the industry. You know how you're always overwhelmed with blog posts, what to read, how to stay up to date with the industry? Well, we try to make it easy for you so that you don't have to read 100 blog posts, watch 100 YouTube videos every month just to stay up to date. Instead, we recap what happened in the industry. So we have a Web Developer Monthly that recaps what happened in the industry that month, what are the best resources to read, what is the big takeaway, all digested into one blog post like this one. But we also have one for Python, one for machine learning, and a blockchain developer. Now we're going to add a few more throughout the year, but these should cover a lot of the interests that students have. Now, finally, you can also check out our career paths. So this, if you're looking for a certain career, will give you advice on what path to follow, when to apply for jobs, what sort of skill levels are required for each of these careers. So again, this website you can use for free, doesn't require any sign up, and you can find different sort of information based on your needs. Now, two last things. One is that we have a LinkedIn group for all our students. So this is great if you want to have a LinkedIn profile and you want to endorse each other's skills, get advice, career advice from people. So there's lots of things happening in our group, and people are always sharing job openings, tips and advice on career, and also endorsing each other's skill. So if you want to boost your LinkedIn profile, this is a great place to start. And then finally, we also have a YouTube channel that we recently started, and we're posting about 3 to 4 videos a week, different topics that are free that you can kind of check out. And as you see, we already have a ton here. We're going to have a lot more coming up throughout the year, but you can check out our YouTube channel, Zero to Mastery, as well. All of these you get for free as being part of the ZTM student. So enjoy, good luck, use these resources to your advantage, and welcome to ZTM. Hello! That was a little bit excessive, but I'm very, very excited to start the course. So in this section, we're going to be talking about browsing the web. It's the first part in the How the Internet Works section. And some of you are thinking right now, whoa, Andre, like, come on. I know how the internet works. Let's get to the heavy, technical stuff. But this is something that actually took me quite a few years to learn. And I see a lot of people just skimming the surface of this stuff without fully understanding how everything works together. Without having those foundations, it's actually very, very difficult to think about performance, optimizing your site, and so on and so on. So we're going to start off very, very basic, and we're going to learn something that it took me many years to learn. And once I figured this out, everything clicked. So just hang in there. Trust me. I promise you, you'll learn something new in this section. And we're going to be talking about browsing the web. We have over here a laptop, and we have our web browser, let's say Google Chrome. And we typically like to say, go to Google, and we're going to visit Google. So we type in google.com, and well, what happens technically when we do that? When we enter google.com, we press enter on our keyboard. We ask a question. Who's this google.com fellow? And that question gets asked all the way down to our ISP. ISP is Internet Service Provider, and I put a $sign up here, just so you know those are the people that you pay so you can have internet. So if you're in the States, that's Cogeco, Verizon. If you're in Canada, that would be Bell or Rogers. Or, depending on your country, you have your big companies that make a lot of money from internet usage. So they get that request and they send that off to something called the DNS server, so domain name servers. And we'll get into that later on in the course. So don't worry too much about it, but essentially it's a phone book that has the list of all these URLs like google.com, and it has the addresses of them. So exactly like a phone book, they know where google.com is. So they say, hey, I don't know Mr. Google.com personally, but I do know his address. So you should go check him out. So they send off that request back through the ISP, and the website or the web browser, Google Chrome in this case, gets 172.217.723. All right, cool, but nothing's showing up yet. There's no google.com. I can't do any searches yet. Okay, we received what we call an IP address. So think of this as something that every single computer has one. Anything that's connected to the internet has its own address. So the laptop that I'm working on right now has an IP address. Your laptop or computer has an IP address. So this IP address allows the internet to work essentially. It knows our location, our address. So what we do now with google.com, we know this IP address, the browser sends off another request to the Google servers. And it knows where the Google servers are because we have this address. So we go seek it out. And you can think of servers as computers, essentially. My laptop could be a server. Your computer could be a server. Servers are essentially computers that are sometimes in basements or in huge server farms. And they have a piece of software running that, just like at a restaurant where a server brings you food, it knows how to send you files when you request for them. So we send this off. And the Google servers say, oh, yeah, no problem. Let me give you my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And we'll get into what those are later on in the course. But think of them as just text files. They're text files that Google is going to send to the browser so we can have Google working. So let me just minimize this and show you what it's doing. So we're copying these files. And Google server is saying, yeah, no problem. Thanks for asking for Google, here it is. And the web browser receives the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if we go to the next section, boom, we have google.com and everything's working. Now, that sounded like a whole bunch of stuff that happened in between. And when we're on the internet, everything is quite fast. But yeah, underneath the hood, all of that is happening. And it's crazy to think how fast everything works. Don't take my word for it. Let's just check this process that I'm not just making stuff up for you. If what we learned was correct, technically, we can skip this process, right? I mean, if we know the address of Google, can we just, go into this directly and just, instead of putting in google.com, just put in this in our search bar and it automatically goes to the Google servers? Well, let's try it out. Let's open up Google here. And ooh, what a pretty picture. All right, so we go to google.com. Nothing crazy here. And that's great. But what if instead of that, I put in the IP address? So 172, there's no way I could remember this address. So I've done this before. And I press enter. Look at that, google.com. So as you can see, I'm not lying. That's what's happening. The IP address gets sent to the Google servers. Google servers send us a few files so that we can finally load google.com. In the next section, we're going to do something fun. We're going to break a bit of Google and toy around with the website again to show you how cool all of this technology is. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In the last section, we talked about how we have google.com, and if we enter an IP address, we essentially get all these files from Google. So if we look back at the diagram that we had, we see here that the Google servers just send us a couple of files, which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Again, something that we'll cover later on. But for now, based on that knowledge, we should be able to break Google. So let's play with something. If you open up Google Chrome and you go into View, then Developer, then Developer Tools, you're going to have a screen over here that pops up. You might want to move it up and down just so you can see better. Let me just scroll this down a bit so you can see. You'll see over here that there's a little icon on the left with a pointer and a window. If you click on that and now go to the website, you'll see it selects a bunch of different things. So it's just an element selector. So let's just click on this. So when I click on this, it takes me to the part of the HTML file that essentially tells Google to put in Google search here. So based on that, we can do something fun. We can get the value over here of Google search and let's change it to Andre search. Press enter. Look at that. We now just changed Google to have Andre search over here. That's very, very cool. I want you to play around with that and see what you can do. For example, if I now select this and I'm just like, I don't want this, I'm going to press the delete key and just delete it. Look at that. I can delete that. Okay, I don't like that either. I'm going to press delete on that as well. And let's see. You know what? I want the entire website. I want this entire body thing gone. Delete. Look at that. We just completely deleted Google. Now, you must be freaking out. What happened? Am I going to get sent to jail? I just deleted Google. Well, no, not really. Press enter and Google is back. Now, why is that? Well, if we go back to our diagram, we have Google servers and we were playing around with one of these files and we just modified it. We essentially just said delete, delete. So Google was gone. But when I made that request again, Google servers, no problem. We have these files. They send these files all over again back to the server. Hopefully that made sense to you. We see that the browser essentially is a tool, a piece of software that can receive files from servers, and it knows how to read them so that, look at that, we get pretty Google and we can type in all the searches that we want in the world. All right, let's get to the next section where we talk about the internet backbone. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, welcome back. All right, if you thought so far everything's been really, really cool, well, things are going to get a lot cooler. We're going to be talking about the internet backbone. So we recognize this because I've been talking about it for the last couple of lessons. But some of you may have had a question that is, what do the arrows mean? I mean, it's kind of like magic, right? I just told you that we send off the IP address to the servers. The server responds with some files, but this is just magic. Like, what do these arrows mean? So we're going to talk about that in this lesson. And we're going to do that with this really, really fuzzy diagram that I found online from this website. It's not the clearest picture, but it actually has some really important things. So I want to use that to demonstrate to you what the internet backbone is. So some of you know the way we connect in our homes, at a coffee shop, or at work is we usually have Wi-Fi, or maybe sometimes we still have people that are using Ethernet cables and connecting through those. But for now, let's just focus on the fact that we have a home and we have Wi-Fi, and this Wi-Fi essentially gives us internet from the router. You can see this little person over here working hard with a router next to him. And this router is connected all the way to something called a modem. And this is something that if you ever signed up for internet or changed providers, you most likely had somebody come to your house and install something. And that's this box over here that essentially allows the ISP, the internet service provider, this big building over here, we remember that, to connect to it. So this modem has these signal towers that transmit signals of, google.com, and it receives these messages. And then this is why I picked this image, just because I think it's incredible. You see this wire that is connected all the way to the ISP, and then the internet service provider, the ISP, is connected to this magical blue cable that is the internet backbone. And something that's really important in this image is the fact that there's Wi-Fi, which is over the air, but at the end of the day, everything is kind of connected through cables. So some of you, or many of you, or all of you might be wondering, what the hell is this internet backbone thing? Sounds cool, but this kind of vague. So I found a really, really cool thing that we can do together. I'll post this website in the notes after this lesson, but if you go over here, you actually see the internet backbone. So let's say we're in Brazil and we wanted to search google.com. Well, from Brazil, from our home, through Wi-Fi, it connects to our router, to our modem, and then all the way to our internet service provider. Let's say it's internet service providers over here. And then through cables, it connects all the way to, let's say, this point over here. And let's say for now that the Google servers are located somewhere in Portugal over here. Well, that signal of me looking for that IP address of Google and looking for those Google files is going to go through this submarine cable. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a physical cable that goes at the bottom of the seafloor from Brazil all the way to Portugal, where the Google servers are. And then the Google server says, yep, I got those files. Here they are. And sends it all the way back through the ISP, all the way back to our house. Like, isn't that cool that there's physical cables that are connecting and creating this internet? So, there are times where somebody destroys or something happens where these cable connections are cut off and you sometimes lose internet connection that way. But yeah, the internet backbone is literally just this network all over the world of connected cables so that we can transfer these files all over the world. And just to show you how insane this is, somebody from the Opti project over here, I got this off of Wikipedia, mapped out in, I believe this was in 2015, just 30% of the network. And you can see over here that each one of these dots is an IP address. So a computer that is connected to another computer that is connected to another computer. And that's the internet. The internet is just all these connected computers that are just transferring files between each other. And as web developers, and this is the coolest thing, and that's why I just think everybody should be a web developer, because it's so cool. You're allowing this to happen. You're allowing this transferring of files from one computer to another, transferring knowledge from Brazil to Portugal and all over the world. And you get to be part of it. You get to be part of this network and you get to evolve. When this picture of the internet came to me, I knew that this was the career for me. So hopefully that gets you excited. In the next section, I'm going to show you something really cool, traceroute, before we finish up the lesson and we get into the next sections. So hope that was cool. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back. We mentioned in the last lesson that we're going to be talking about traceroute. What is that? Well, I just wanted to finally get the entire picture of the internet across, and I think this is the best way to do it. Now, if you're on a Mac, you're going to press Command Space and look for a program that comes with your Mac called Terminal, and you're going to press Enter and you're going to get this. So it's an application that all Macs have. If you're on a Windows machine, it's called Command Prompt, and in the exercise right after this lesson, I will show you instructions on how to access that as well. We're going to talk about traceroute. And if you remember, we spoke about this image of all these connected things happening and going to the internet backbone, and then Google.com finally sends us the files back to our house, and you can actually monitor how that's going to work using traceroute. So if we type in traceroute, and on Windows machine, it's actually traceRT, but for now, we'll just go traceroute, and you can request for whatever website you want. So let's go with Google.com. I press Enter, and yep, look at that. It gave me a whole bunch of hops that it did. So you can see 1 through 9 here. So it did 9 hops. So that means 9 stops to this address at 172.168.1.14. So again, that looks like the IP address. So again, let's always test our experiments here. If I put that in and press Enter, we should get google.com. Let's see. Look at that, google.com. So that's a fun little way of you to see where your requests go, and you can monitor. You can see all these IP addresses are different computers that are trying to locate the Google service. So go ahead in the next section. There's a little exercise. You can play around with this and just see where all your requests go all over the world. I think it's very, very cool. We're going to finish up in the next section with some fundamentals and what we can do with this knowledge that we have to actually become really good web developers. So see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Good job, you've made it this far. And you're probably asking yourself, Andre, this has been really good, really informative, but where's the coding? I want to start building some websites. And I know, we'll get there, don't worry. But without even realizing it, you just learned some really, really important fundamental skills and something that will take you very, very far in the career of a web developer, because now you know how to improve website performance without a single line of code. And just so you know, we're going to get a little silly here. We're actually going to make sure that you remember these fundamental skills every time throughout these lessons. There's going to be chunks of very important lessons. And to symbolize how important they are, I'm going to get Jean-Claude Van Damme's help. So Again, this is an important lesson. This is an important fundamental web developer concept. So Jean-Claude Van Damme, how important is it? All right, so as you can see, very important concept. And what is it? Well, like I said, without writing a single line of code, you now know how to improve a website's performance. So let's think about this. There's 3 things. We send google.com, we talk to Google servers, and we get these files back. So just looking at this and looking at what you've learned so far, what's one thing that would make sure that this process would be fast? Let's look at the first one. I'm going to give you a second to think. Hopefully you get it. The first one is location of the server. We saw how big the internet backbone is. So if the servers are really, really close to you, let's say you're in the States and the servers are just a couple of kilometers away, that hop is going to be really, really fast versus if it's all the way across the globe. So location of the server is important. And we'll talk about these and how big companies use these to their advantage later on. So that makes sense. Let's look at the next one. So the next one is how many trips. So hopefully, ideally, we just have one trip to the Google servers and Google servers send us all the files that we need back. But as we know, there's new pages, there's searches. So this communication with Google is back and forth, back and forth. And the less trips we have, the faster that we'll be able to get the files. So how many trips? And then finally, size of files. Again, if this HTML file or CSS file or JavaScript file is massive and it's 100 megabytes, well, that's going to be a lot slower to transfer over the internet than it is if it was just a couple of kilobytes. So there it is. These 3 things are something that you'll take with you, and you'll realize that every time you're building an application, a website, you're going to be thinking about these things. And these are going to help you make sure that you have a performant, fast website. And we're going to take these with us as we go on throughout the course. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this final video, I want to show you what this course is all about, what we're learning in this course, and what we're going to be able to do at the end. You may have heard the term full stack developer, front-end developer, back-end developer. And looking at this diagram, you're starting to recognize that HTML, CSS, JavaScript, you see React in there. We'll get to that. Don't worry about it. But that's what a front-end developer does. The front-end developer is the person who makes sure that when we open up the browser and go to google.com, that we see Google. We see it nice and pretty, laid out beautifully, has a search bar, and essentially anything that a user sees, the front-end developer does. And that is using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and a few other tools. The backend developer, that's the person that works with the server, makes sure that when a browser speaks to it, it serves up those files, and it uses technology such as Node.js, Express.js, which we're going to get into. And then that server is going to talk also to a database. Again, we haven't really discussed that too much, but don't worry, there's going to be a section on it, and that's going to use PostgreSQL, and we're actually going to be learning that as well. So we want to build you up as a full stack developer to be able to work with all these technologies so that everything revolving around a web application you're able to build. So get excited. You're going to learn all of this. It looks overwhelming, but trust me, just like this, how the internet works section, it's all going to make sense. So I'll see you at the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome back to another video. We actually have a couple of great videos coming up about the history of the web. And you might be asking again, come on, let's get to coding. But this is really important because we need to understand what problems we had in the past and how we found solutions to those problems and where we are at now. We need to understand what this whole thing of being a web developer means and what problems we're solving and what we did in the past and what we do today. So today we're going to talk about Tim Berners-Lee, the person who invented the World Wide Web in 1989. And I have a picture of him right here. And we're going to talk about him because he's the first web developer. And in order to explain that concept, we need to make a distinction between the internet and the World Wide Web. I have this website that I'll share in the links below. It's really, really good if you kind of want to get a history lesson. But essentially, the internet started off with the ARPANET in 1969, basically a military project, and it was more of a test. It connected a few universities such as Utah, UCLA, and throughout the 70s, the 80s, it kept growing. But there was one problem that they had, and that was essentially for the academics. They needed a way to share documents. And up until the World Wide Web existed, the internet was there, but it was really, really hard for computers to communicate with each other, to share academic papers between each other. Most of the time, each computer had their own way of doing things. You can think of this as languages. So it's kind of like communicating with people from different countries and a language that you don't know. Yeah, sure, you can make it work, but it's very, very difficult. So that was the problem. And Tim Berners-Lee, what he did, and he was working at CERN at the time, he actually created the World Wide Web. And what the World Wide Web is, it's the www that we see whenever we type in google.com over here, is essentially a common language that computers can speak, with the World Wide Web saying, hey, from now on, everybody, if we want to communicate together, if we want to share images, or if you want to share files, let's just have this agreed upon language, agreed upon protocol in order to share these documents together. So that's what it is. The servers, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the browsers all work on top of the World Wide Web. So you can think of it as the internet is your phone and the World Wide Web is Instagram that runs on your phone. So it's essentially a decentralized application. Now, how is Tim Berners-Lee the first web developer? He actually created the first browser and the first server. And later on, we're actually going to talk about what he did with the files over here as well. But he created the very, very first server and web browser, but also the first website. And they actually still have a copy of it. This is the very first website ever. And it's from 1991, and this is what it looked like. He created this ability for people to communicate and link to other documents so that we have this growing knowledge base of the world. In the next lesson, we're going to be talking about the history of these files, what they mean, what problem they solved, and how they came to be. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the last section, we talked about the World Wide Web and the internet and what the differences were. And then I promised you that we'll finally talk about some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I've been vaguely referencing these files and just told you that they're simple text files for now, but what are they specifically? Well, initially, if you remember, we had Tim Berners-Lee who created the very first website. And this website uses HTML. And HTML, that's the first file over here, is a way for us to just write text on website. And these texts on websites can also have these things called hyperlinks that can link to other parts of the website. So that's what happened in 1991. 1991, we had a way for us to share documents. And this can link to another website, another file, another research paper. But as you can see, it wasn't the prettiest. So in 1995, 1996, two technologies came into being. One was CSS and one is JavaScript. Now, what did they allow you to do? Well, CSS solved the problem of, well, this is nice and all, but it wouldn't be nice if we had some visual aspects. We can toy around with this website and make it look pretty. And then JavaScript said, well, ideally we'll be able to have something like this website where, I can click over here, I can shop now, I can put in my credit card and get these fancy slippers, and I can do all this interactive things with my website. So let's play around with this and try and incorporate from this basic HTML file to add some CSS and JavaScript to this page. The way we're going to do that is we're going to go into View, Developer, and Developer Tools. So you might remember this from our previous lessons. So once you click on that, you'll get this pop up at the bottom of the screen. For some of you, it might be on the right side, but it doesn't matter. You'll get both things. And we've seen this before. And if you look at the top over here, it says HTML. And that's it. HTML is this. It's this file that has this weird syntax that describes how this web page should look in text. So you can see over here it says the World Wide Web. These are just text. On the right side over here, you'll see something called styles. So styles will actually let you add styles to the website, as the name suggests. And that's what CSS is. If we click on HTML here, and actually let's click on body. Without knowing any CSS or anything, if we define something like color, semicolon, and then let's go blue, it changes the text color to blue. Chrome lets you play around with websites and actually injects some CSS into this HTML. Without knowing any CSS, we can kind of play around, type in a letter, and it will have a drop down. So let's see over here if we can do background color. Let's make it, I'm going to press tab, I'm going to do red. Make the website really, really, well, frankly, pretty ugly. But that's CSS right here. We've just added some CSS to this basic website. Let's turn this red color off because it is not pretty. Okay, so HTML, text and links, CSS, pretty colors. Now, how can we add some JavaScript? So remember, we have 3 files over here. JavaScript came along and said, these are great. You know, we have these beautiful text websites that link to other pages, and we have CSS that can make websites really, really pretty. But would it be nice to have some interactivity, to have drop-down menus to make websites like they are now, interactive? We can actually do this, again, with the developer tools. If you click on console over here, without knowing any bit of JavaScript, for now we're just going to show you a simple JavaScript line. And we're going to type in alert, and let's say, hi there, exclamation marks. And I press enter. And look at that. We just made the very first website ever made interactive with JavaScript. Now, obviously, this doesn't do anything, but hopefully this shows you where we were before in 1991 to where we are now. Websites that are interactive, full of JavaScript, CSS, and of course, HTML. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the second web developer fundamental. Another very important aspect of being a web developer, and that is the fact that we have multiple web browsers. Now, if you remember, Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, created it because we needed a standard way to share documents amongst each other. And through HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we're able to read these files and actually have beautiful websites. Now, when we send these files over, each of these browsers read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and lay out the web page for us. But as you can see, each one of them is owned by a company and is a different browser. So that means they all have to agree on how they're going to read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because if they don't all agree, then, well, we need to create different files specific for each browser because each one of them has a different idea of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is. And you know what? When the World Wide Web got started, we had something called the browser wars, where each browser was kind of doing its own thing, implemented different things, and we still have that to this day to some extent. There is a governing body which kind of creates these standards now, but it is still a pain point for developers where we need to figure out that whenever we send our files to the web browser, it all looks the same. And that is one of the biggest problems we have as developers, and you'll see tools later on in this course that try to solve that issue. But you'll always encounter this problem where we want to make sure that wherever your browser gets rendered, anybody can see your website. And not only that, we also have mobile phones now that access the internet. We have iPads. So now, not only do we have to worry about different browsers and whether they agree on what code works in each of these files, we also have to make sure that our websites look good on small screens, on big screens, on all sorts of different screens. And that is a very important concept, something that when you get to become a web developer, you'll encounter this problem where you have to test on each device, each browser to make sure everything works. And we'll use some tools that have developed over the years to solve these problems so that it's not as much as a pain point as it is or as it was. All right, one more lesson to go, and then we're going to get coding. See you on the other side. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the final lesson from the history of the web. I wanted to finish things off with this diagram that we've seen before in previous lessons with a few minor differences. And that is, I wanted to show you how web applications were built in the early 2000s. So they were built with technologies that we've come to familiarize ourselves with. We have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but we also had jQuery. And jQuery was a library that allowed JavaScript to be written in a simple, clean way that allowed us not to worry too much about working in one browser, then the other. It created this environment for JavaScript to flourish. But it is an outdated technology and there's better ways of doing things. So it is not used very often and you'll see it less and less in job postings. And then on the back end, we have the LAMP stack. And that stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And in those days, backend developers used PHP to write files that allowed us to have logic on the servers. And then we had Apache. So if you ever use something like HostGator and you had to log into cPanel or any of those very common hosting platforms, most likely they're running Apache server. And what it is, it's a software that really efficiently serves up files. And PHP is a language that it's still being used today, and Facebook actually uses it, but that's because their website was built in the early 2000s. It is now a very unpopular, let's say, language in terms of growth and job opportunities. Then we also had MySQL, which it's still being used, but again, if you're looking to get hired, you want to look for skills that are highly employable, people are looking for them, and there are still very few developers that know it really well. Well, that's what we're learning in this course. In this course, we're going to learn HTML5, CSS3. We're going to learn JavaScript. We're going to learn React, probably the biggest library for JavaScript. And we're going to learn about node servers, Node.js Express.js. We're going to learn about PostgreSQL and also MongoDB. So we're learning all these things in order for us to build clean, fast, and bug-free web applications so that we can stand on shoulders of giants and create wonderful applications that we're proud of. So get excited. All the theory stuff we're done with. We're going to start coding. We're going to start off with HTML, then get into CSS, and then finally JavaScript and React. And don't worry, we'll get to the back end as well. So I'll see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome back to a very exciting section. Why is it exciting? Well, we finally get to code, and we're going to start off by learning HTML and then finally building our very first website. In order for us to get started, we need to set up our environment. And we do that by, let's open up Google Chrome, and we're going to search for Sublime Text. This is a text editor that a lot of developers use. I myself have used it for years, absolutely love it. In your day-to-day job, you'll use something like this. I highly recommend Sublime Text. If you have a Mac, the version over here. If you have a PC running Windows, you'll have the download link for Windows. So for me, I'm going to download for the Mac. And you can see here it's downloaded, and I can drag it to my applications folder if I want. And we can double click. And if this is your first time downloading Sublime Text, you'll get something like this to give it permission to load. And there you go. We have Sublime Text. Now, what is a text editor? A text editor is a program that allows us to write code. You can see over here on the right-hand side of Sublime Text that it just says plain text. So I can type anything that I want, and there's nothing much different than if you wrote this in Word or a text file. But the power with a text editor, especially with something like Sublime that's geared towards coding, if you click on plain text here, you'll have a whole bunch of options of what type of code you're writing. So in our case, we're doing HTML. So if I click on HTML, nothing changes except for the bottom part over here. But now, if I type something, well, everything looks the same. But if I start typing HTML, it'll actually recognize it and help with syntax. So here now, if I write HTML, look at that. We get a nice little color completion. So for us, for now, we're going to be writing HTML. You can see over here that there's different options. There's CSS, JavaScript, which we'll learn later. So we're going to be using Sublime Text for this. For now, click on HTML, and let's write our very first web page. In order for us to have a web page, we write HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So bear with me here. This is going to be new, but keep in mind that this is exactly what every single HTML page has. These are the set of rules that all HTML files must follow. And it goes like this. We define a doc type, and don't worry, I'll get into what that means in the next video. Then we have HTML, and we close these tags, HTML. The second part, we have a head and a closing head. You can see over here some patterns forming. Don't worry, I'll get back to these tags and explaining what they do in a bit. And then we also have body and then closing tags. And finally, here in the head, we have something called a title tag. Okay, so this over here is the rule that every single HTML file must follow. Just looking at this right now without knowing any HTML, you can get an idea of what everything means. So HTML, we're defining that this is an HTML. We're saying that this is the head of the HTML with the title. And we're saying that this is the body of the HTML. So let's try something here. Let's save this file. And we're going to save it. Let's do desktop. And we're going to call it index.html. You can see that it's already completed the HTML syntax for us. Save. And we have an index.html file here. Let's drag this all the way down to our Google Chrome and open it up. And well, nothing happens. But let's add a bit of text to it. So in the title, I'm going to say my first website, exclamation mark. And then in the body, I'm just going to put hello there. Okay, so if I save this, and just to show you from now on, I'm going to be doing Command S to save, just because it'll be faster. And now, if I refresh this page, I have hello there. And you can see the power over here of what we just did. We have hello there as the text, which is in the body. And then we also have my first website as the title. And you can see over here in the file that we're referencing index.html on my desktop. So we can see here that we have HTML, we have the head, which we haven't really talked about yet, but we see that the title is in the head, kind of like a header. And then we have the body, which by looking at this, we can assume that it's whatever shows up onto the web page. Before we expand on this and make it a little bit, well, prettier, because now it's just simple text, I want to reiterate the fact that what we've just done is very similar to what a server does. If we go back to our mockups here, you remember that when we enter google.com, the servers send us an HTML file back. When we move the index.html file all the way down to Google Chrome, that's what we just did. We mimicked a server and we gave it to the browser to load up the HTML file. And because browsers are built to know what HTML files are, it can read the syntax and say, okay, yeah, this is an HTML. Okay, you want my title to be my first website, and you want my body to say hello there. That's perfect. These are the default HTML rules that you'll see all the time. It is a little bit confusing at first, but this is it. You just have to remember that there is a tag, so an HTML tag, a head tag, a title tag, a body tag. And these tags usually have an opening and a closing. There's some exception to this rule, and we'll get into that a little bit later on in the videos. But just remember this for now. So I want you to try creating your very first website and seeing how it works. And once you're done with that, I want to show you that Sublime Text actually has a nice shortcut, so you don't have to keep writing those tags over and over. So the way you do that is you type in HTML and then press the tab key. And it loads all this up for you. Okay, so now that we've done this, I want you to go off and create your very first website. I know it's very, very simple. You can put whatever you want in the title, and you can put whatever you want in the body. And in the next video, we're going to start expanding on our first website. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous video, we went over the basic rules that all HTML files must follow. And I kind of glossed over this doc type HTML tag. And I did that on purpose because I want you to develop another developer fundamental concept. And that is the fact that most of the time, as developers, there's so much information out there, there's no way that you can keep all of that in your head. And as developers, we must get really, really good at problem solving. So for the doc type, let's say if I was working and somebody gives me this file and I say, okay, I got this, that's good, but I'm not sure what doc type is. Well, again, we want to get really good at Googling here. And I know it sounds silly, but trust me, as a developer, you're going to be Googling a lot and going to get really, really good at looking for answers and understanding meanings behind code. So if I go into doc type HTML and we Google that, one of the first things we get is the EE3 School, and this is a resource that I highly, highly recommend. It will actually explain what the doc type is and even show you a demo of what it does. You can read into this and get more familiar with it, but the general rule and the concept behind doc type is that doc type says to the browser, hey, just a heads up, this file is going to use HTML5. And we'll get into what HTML5 is, but right now HTML has evolved from back in the day when Tim Berners-Lee invented it to where it is now. And it has developed and evolved so that it has a few more tags, it has a few more features. And this is the way for us to say, hey, browser, we're going to be using HTML5, so please make sure that you load the website properly. And we'll get into what those new tags are and some of the new syntax is. But again, most likely in your day-to-day job, you're going to be writing this at the top because we're writing in HTML5. If that ever changes and something new comes along, we might change this, but doc type, that's what it is. But the key concept here is that I really want you to start Googling. And anytime you see in my videos something that you don't fully understand or you want to dig a little bit deeper, you really want to grow those roots of your foundation so that you really understand how the landscape works. Okay, so I just wanted to get that concept across that as a developer, you really want to understand how things work and what they mean. And you'll come across in your day-to-day many things that it's very easy to just on the surface copy and paste or just look at an example and do it without fully understanding what it does. But the developers that get really, really good salaries, really good jobs, and are considered senior developers are the ones that fully understand all the meaning behind the things that they do. We're going to be taking that throughout the course and making sure that we develop those fundamentals. But anytime, like I said, you have any questions or you don't understand something fully, I do encourage you to Google and get the answers because There's a ton of free resources out there for you to get fully comfortable with a topic. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to expand on our knowledge and introduce you to a few more HTML tags and make this website look a little bit prettier than just hello there. To get started, I'm just going to move the screens around so you can see better. All right, so we have the left and right. And again, just to make sure everything works, if I change anything here to boo, and then I click save, and then I refresh the page, I have everything updating. Perfect. Now, these aren't the only HTML tags that you'll encounter. There's actually a ton of them. And if you go back to the w3schools.com, you'll see over here all the HTML tags that exist. There's a lot of them. We're only going to be going through, I would say maybe 10 or 15 or so, because those are the only ones that, well, technically that I've used in many years of development. There's a few things on here that I've never even heard of, I've never used. You can always look these up and learn them yourself, but I'll say that there's about 10 or 15 tags that are used 99% of the time, and those are the ones that you'll encounter. So we'll go through some of those most popular ones. And HTML doesn't really get any harder than this. This is the syntax. As long as you get used to these little signs and structure, you're pretty much a HTML developer. So the first tag that I want to introduce you to is the h1 tag. So the way that I have it here is actually not right. You want to make sure that everything is surrounded by a tag. So a web browser right now can see boo and just print out boo. But if you want to do it right, you'd want to put something like an h1. And an h1 tag, if I save this and I refresh, we get what we call a header. So that is a header and then 1. What does 1 mean? Well, it actually goes all the way up to 6. So if I change this to 2, and I'm not going to do every single one. Let's just do another one. H6, boo, H6. And if I save this and refresh the page, you can see that there's different sizes in the text. So that's the header tag. And again, if I scroll through the W3 schools and I go to the H, you see over here that there's the header tags explained here. And this website is really cool because you can actually click on try it yourself and you can play around with different things. Click run and it changes it for you. So again, this is a really good website for you to get familiar with all the tags. But again, we're going to stick to our website for now. Another thing that I want to introduce you to is something called a p tag or a paragraph tag. A paragraph tag lets you have paragraphs. So now if I refresh, well, there's not much different from what we had before, which was no tags and just saving it. Refresh. But you can see the difference when I copy and paste this and have a few paragraphs versus this. Let's see what happens. So I save this. You'll see over here that with Sublime Text, after, I don't know, I want to say about maybe like 20 saves, it'll ask you to make a purchase because technically this is an unregistered one. You can ignore it for now, just click cancel. Again, it's just one annoying thing that will pop up every now and then. I actually have a registered Sublime Text. I just wanted to show you this error so you're not surprised when you see it. Use Sublime Text for as long as you need it for free. When you start getting into the developer role and working full-time with it, I do recommend that you make a purchase. It's a great program and you still get everything through the unregistered. You just have this pop-up that shows up after a few saves. But anyway, from now on, I'm going to be using a registered Sublime account. I just wanted to show you that error. If I refresh the page here, you'll see that I have the paragraphs show up nicely, but these unstructured pieces of text, well, everything's kind of in line, and HTML doesn't really know what to do with it, so it puts everything on one line. I also want to show you one other quick trick in Sublime Text. So writing this gibberish is not very exciting and kind of takes a bit of time, and developers are lazy. We want to make sure that everything is done fast and efficient. So if you actually put lorem here and then press tab, you'll get lorem ipsum paragraphs. So let's do that. I'm going to delete that, lorem, tab, and then one more, lorem, tab. Perfect. Let's save that and refresh, and we have nice paragraphs. As you can see, we have some tags and what we call nested tags. So you can see that the body is the parent, and Sublime Text actually lets you close and open these. So you have the body tag, you have the header tags, which are children of the body tag, and then we have p tags. A lot of people get confused in the naming. I've mentioned these as tags, so essentially anything that has this syntax is a tag, but this is called an H1 element. So that's when it's an entire block of functionality with content inside it. So again, tags, and then this is an H1 element. Again, it's just naming, but you'll hear tags and elements kind of used interchangeably, but those are the specific differences. All right, let's get into some of the more exciting things. Let's say, for example, I really want to emphasize lorem ipsum here. Well, I can use another tag, b tag, and then we close it at lorem ipsum. And let's make the screen here a little bit bigger just so you can see. There you go. So we have the b tags over here, and if I click save, I refresh. Oops. No, we don't want to translate this page. We see that this is now bolded. Again, let's make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Now, this syntax is actually not used anymore, or it's not recommended. Obviously, it still works. But there was a problem that HTML was initially used for websites that ran on computers, on PCs, on Macs. And now we have things such as mobile phones and iPads. Although the bolded text, and we actually have another one, which was the italicized I. Although we had this, for most phones, some of them didn't have ability to bold the text and didn't have the ability to italicize. Or some screen readers, which people who are visually impaired use, didn't really understand the meaning behind italicize and bold. So now we use something called strong for bolded, and refresh. And then for italicized, we use EM for emphasis. And there you go. Now, the reason this change was made was a move towards something called semantic HTML, and we'll get into that into a later lesson. But just know that there's some tags that have evolved over the years, and it's part of why HTML5 exists. We'll get into that a little bit more, but just wanted to give you a quick note on that. All right, I think that's enough for now. We're going to get into more tags in the next video. For now, play around, and I'll see you in the next one. And welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about a few of the common tags that HTML uses. And we're going to expand on that knowledge and learn a few more. So I'm going to delete these. And I'm going to teach you about something called a ordered list. So an OL tag. And within this tag, we have list items. Banana. And another list item. Do apple. And lastly, let's do orange. So if I save this, again, I refresh, and we have banana, apple, orange. So you can see here, this is how you make lists. And this is an ordered list. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3. If we want to make it without the numbers, we use something called an unordered list. And again, I save that and refresh, and we have these. Now there's also subfields that you can use. So again, this is all about nesting and having parent tags and children tags. So let's say within apples, we wanted to have, let me structure that a little bit cleaner. There you go. Within apples, we also want to emphasize that there is the Fuji apple and there is Honeycrisp. Well, I can't think of a third type of apple, so I'm just going to delete that. If I save this and refresh, well, we have a nested list. There you have it. You have your list items. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to learn about putting images into our website and self-closing tags. See you in the next one. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to be learning about self-closing tags. Up until this point, we've used HTML tags that have the opening and then the closing, which has this slash in it. Now, there are a few elements that don't have this syntax, but they have something called self-closing tags. So let's say here between Fuji and Honeycrisp, I want to have a bit of a line break. I can use something like BR here, break. And if I save this and I refresh, we have a little line break. There's also HR, which is horizontal. So you get a horizontal line, if I refresh, right through here. HR, break, just have one single element self-closing. You might also see something like this, and that is something from the old version of HTML, which uses XHTML. You can read up more about it on your own, but just keep in mind that with HTML5, we're just going to be using this. So obviously on web pages, there's going to be images. So would it be nice if there was a picture of a Fuji apple here? Let's see how we can do it. So with an image tag, and let's think about this critically. If I didn't know what an image tag is and I wanted to add an image to my HTML file, well, if I Google image HTML tag, again, one of the first websites that pops up is the W3 Schools. And I'll show you exactly how an image tag works. If I click try yourself, you can see it in action. You can play around with it. But you can see here that an image tag is a self-closing tag. There's no closing image tag, just one single tag. And if I do image, and we have something called source here. And this is something called an attribute. Some HTML tags can have something called attributes, which add special properties to the specific tag. So an attribute always has a value attached to it. And the image source, that's what SRC stands for, tells us where the image is coming from. So let's find an image of Fuji apple. Let's go images. Oh, I like this one. Let's do view image, and it'll give us the link of where this image is. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it in here. Let's go back to our example here. We can see here that there's a few more attributes that we can add to an image tag. But for now, we can just leave it here. Close the tag. You can see that Sublime text adds the nice highlighting for us. And if I save this, go back to our website, and I click refresh, I get this massive Fuji apple. And obviously that's too big. Ideally, we can make it a little bit smaller. Again, if we go back into the example, you'll see that it has width and height. So we can actually just copy that and add it to the attributes so that we specify the width, and this is in pixels. So I save that, I refresh, and look at that, we have the Fuji apple. It looks very, very pretty. Let's add the picture for Honeycrisp as well. I'm going to do this fast. You should be able to just copy this image. And again, we want to make it the same size as the previous one. So I'm going to leave the width and height the same. And let's find an image of a Honeycrisp apple. So Honeycrisp apple images. Well, it looks quite similar, doesn't it? And view image. Let's copy the source from here. I'm going to save that. go back to our website and let's refresh. And look at that. We have our apples. So image tags are very, very useful. You might be asking yourself, what is the alt attribute mean? And this is something that you can actually read up on. So if you scroll down, if you look over here, you can see that alt specifies an alternate text for an image. So again, this is something that can be used by screen readers, and you can define what the image is of. So in here, the alt is smiley face. So that when a screen reader reads it, says, oh, in this part of the website, there is a smiley face. Just to recap, we learned about self-closing tags, which don't require two of them. So an opening and a closing tag, just a single one. So we used BR for line break. We used HR for a horizontal line. And then we have the image tag that also has to have some attributes. So it has a source, which tells us where to grab the image from. It has a width attribute, a height attribute, with a value of 42 pixels and 42. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous videos, we talked about some of the most common HTML tags and how the HTML document is read by the browser. However, we've missed one critical feature of HTML. And if we go back to our diagram here that we should remember from the first section, the HTML file gets sent to us, but the power of HTML is in its ability to link to other documents. So if I go back here to our website, it's a simple one-page website, but I can't really click on Fuji or Apple or banana. It doesn't link to anything. There must be an HTML tag that we can use for that, right? Well, yes, there is. It's called an anchor tag. So an anchor tag is very easy, just an A. And this anchor tag has something called an href, which is an attribute, and it's the hypertext reference. So in this href, you'll be able to link to something. So let's close this A tag. It has an opening and a closing tag. And if I save this and refresh the page, well, nothing happens because you need something in the anchor tag. So let's do new page. I save that, I refresh, and we have new page here. Now, if I click this, nothing happens. So you can see that it has the link and the mouse changes images, so it's clickable, but nothing happens. Well, that's because we need to specify where we want the link to go. Now let's think about this. If we want to link to a new page, we don't really have another new page. If you remember, we only have index.html. Wouldn't it be great if there was another file that we can link to? Well, let's create another file. Let's open up Sublime Text actually. I'm going to say File, New File. I'm going to save this as a new page, and we're going to save it to desktop. And see over here how when I went to Sublime Text, it's now a plain text. I need to make sure that this is an HTML file, so I can just do .html, save, and Sublime Text automatically adjusts to the HTML. So again, I can type in that short command, HTML and tab that comes with Sublime Text. And let's do the title, new page, and the body, we can just do a header that says, this is the new page. If I save this, great. We have a new page. And if I go to my desktop here, you see that I have new page and index.html. So how do we link these two together? Well, it's very simple. We open up Sublime again, and within index.html, the href can now say we're linking to new page.html. Let's save that and let's give it a try. Refresh the page, click, and this is a new page. Awesome, but to go back, we have to press the back symbol. So let's link back to the original file. Again, we can do this by p tag, which is for paragraph. I'm going to say go back. Close that tag. But hold on a minute. I need an anchor tag, right? If I just save this and refresh the page, I say go back. But what if you really, really want this to be a paragraph? Or let's say you want this to be an H2, but you also want it to be an anchor tag. Well, that's very simple. You just wrap it in an anchor tag. And just so it's nice and clear, we're going to have the nice spacing here. And again, an anchor tag must have an href, which tells us where to go. And we want to go to index.html. So index.html, save, and refresh. Let's go back. Let's go to the next one and back. So this is the power that comes with HTML, this ability to link to other pages. And yeah, we can have text, we can have lists, we can have images, but the true power is in this linking ability. In the next episode, we're going to expand on this. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome to the student Q&A section. So as students take this course, usually I get a bunch of questions. Some of them are really, really good. Some of them I get often. And we're going to use these Q&A sections for me to make a reply video to answer some of those really, really good questions. And the first one we're going to tackle for this video is index.html. If we go back to our example that we had, you've noticed that I've always used index.html as the first page, and then we created a new page.html. Now you might be asking yourself, why index.html? Why not home.html or apples.html? And you could actually do that, but I can explain this really well by looking at this diagram. Most of the time, there are more than a few HTML files. You saw that with our example, we had our index.html and also new page.html. But when we make that request to, let's say, google.com, how does the server know which HTML to return first for the homepage? And you could go into the server and configure it and tell it, you know what, I want about.html to be the first page. But by default, most servers just say, I'll return index.html. If I see index.html in the servers, I'll just return that. So this is just a common practice that you'll see in a lot of the projects at a lot of the websites that you'll work with, is that index.html is usually, you can think of it as the home page, the first HTML file that the server returns. And if anybody in the index.html clicks on a link, then it will return whichever link they return. So that would be, let's say they click on about anchor tag, then they'll get about.html. So that's it. That is your answer to your question. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And we got another Q&A video for you. And this one is going to be talking about something that you may have seen yourself while following along these videos. And that is the fact that this file over here is different than, let's say, if you go to a website and you see HTTPS. What does that mean? If you go into our example, you also saw here that we have an anchor tag that references new page.html. It has nothing like file or HTTP in front of it. And then you also saw that the images here are referencing some sort of a website that links to a picture. So what's the difference here? The difference here is that the first is using the file protocol. And that means that this web page, I can't really access it outside of my computer. This is using something called a relative path. If I go into my index.html, I am saying to link to new page.html relative to where index.html is. So if we go to our desktop, you see that index.html lives in the same directory, which is the desktop, as new page. So I can reference it through here. If I created a new folder, let's say test, I would have to reference it this way. So let's check here. If I save this and go into the web page, refresh and click new page, I'll get your file was not found. But now if I go into my desktop and create test, and I put the new page in here, and let's bring back everything, refresh, and click on new page, this is now working. And you can see over here that I'm accessing it through desktop test new page.html. So that's called a relative path. So relative to where index.html page is, I am saying index.html, I want you to access from test new page HTML. If you look at the images, you'll see that we have something different. We're accessing the image through HTTP, which we'll get into later videos when we talk about servers, but this is how we access files over the internet. If I wanted this anchor tag, this new page, to actually link to something, maybe another website, maybe to this hilarious GIF, well, I can copy this link, open up my Sublime Text, and now I can just copy this with the HTTPS protocol. And now this is an absolute link. No matter where I reference this, if I put it into newpage.html or index.html, no matter what, this link will get me to this GIF. So let's test that out. I save this, I refresh, and I click on new page, and look at that. We have the GIF. All right. Hopefully that answers your question. We'll get into HTTP and HTTPS later on in the course. But for now, keep that in mind that there's absolute path and then there is relative path. I'm going to fix that so we have it back for the next video. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We're going to get into some more advanced tags. And probably the most important tag that you'll use, other than the ones that we've covered so far, are tags that we need to create forms. As you know, when you go to websites, usually there's some sort of a login or registration form. So we're going to build that out today. To get started, let's just create a new file here. We'll save it and call it register.html on our desktop. Perfect. And we know that we want an HTML, so we use our little shortcut and we'll title it register, save that. And now in the index.html file, let's add another link that references register.html, and it'll just say here register. All right, we'll save both of these files and let's refresh. We have register, click register. Well, we have nothing yet, but it looks like it's working. Let's add this on a new line just because it looks prettier that way. So to do that, if you remember, we're going to add a break tag. So let's refresh. There you go. We have new page and register. Okay, so let's build out this form. If we go into register.html, the way we write forms in HTML, well, conveniently, there's a form tag. Okay, but this form tag itself, it needs to have the actual form inside of it. So what kind of form elements do we have? Well, again, if we remember our good old friend W3C, let's type in forms. And we can see over here that we have HTML forms. And refresh, we'll make that full screen, and you can see over here that there's a ton of information on it, but you can look that up yourself. For now, I'm going to introduce you to the most common ones, probably the ones that you'll use 90% of the time. The first one, as we do with any form, and let's go to that page for now, is, well, we want to enter our name. So how do we do that? We have a input tag that has a type of text because, well, our name will be in text form. And we can close that off. And it's actually a self-closing tag. So now, if I save and refresh, okay, we have a little box here. Hopefully you can see that. But well, we should probably title it because we won't know what to enter that way. So we're going to put in here, we're going to say first name, semicolon, and save. Let's refresh. We have first name. And now, let's make this a little bit bigger. There you go. Now you can enter your name in here. Awesome. Let's add another one for last name. And again, we'll have our input type. So that's an attribute and a value of text. And if we refresh, we have last name. Okay, but it kind of looks ugly. Remember that HTML just reads line by line and doesn't really know that we want a space here. So again, we can add a break tag here and refresh. And we have first name and last name. Okay, that's fairly self-explanatory. Now, what else do we have in a form? We have email. So let's add another field, which is email. And we'll do input, again, type equals text. We'll add another break here because we're going to need that spacing. And let's save, refresh. Awesome. Okay, so we have our general registration form. And obviously with any form, we need some sort of buttons, right? Like we need to submit this somewhere so we can register. Well, again, there's a nice input type for that. So we do input. Instead of a text type, there is a submit type. So this, if we add another break in here, and I save this, I refresh, it has a submit button now. Now, where did this submit come from? Well, when you put in input type submit, it automatically creates a button. And if you don't specify what to say, it'll just have this text. But we can change that. So we can put value and we'll put register. Save that, refresh. We now have a register button. Okay, but what if we make mistakes in this field? We write stuff and we want to reset this form. Again, there's another input for that. And the type of that input, as you can imagine, is reset. So now, if we close this, add another break in here. Actually, we can keep that on the same line. We'll save, refresh, and we have reset. So now, if I type in anything in here, and let's say I don't like this, I need to reset the form, I can just click reset, and it clears everything for us. Okay, you may be asking yourself, what happens when we click register? Before we get into that, I want to just go through the common input types, and then we'll click register to see what happens. With the email, we ideally want, first of all, for it to be required so that when you click register, if you haven't provided an email, it won't let you register. And there's an attribute that we can use for that, and that is required. And here, we don't actually have to specify a value because automatically it's assumed that required equals to true, which means that this form field is required. So if I save that, I refresh, and I leave it blank and I click register, we'll say, please fill out this field. Now, we also want to make sure that it's an appropriate email field. So if I type something like this, we still want to make sure that, this is an incorrect email. We don't want to register. So the input type of text that I told you for email is actually wrong. There's a specific one that we can use, which is, as you can imagine, email. So now, if I refresh and type in something that's not an email, and I click register, I'll say, please include an @ in the email address. Very nice. It's kind of like magic. It does this for you, which is very, very nice. Let's expand on our knowledge of inputs and add a few more fields that we'll most likely need. We usually want to know somebody's birthday. So let's add birthday here. And for this input type, let's do type date. So if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have a nice little date picker. So I can pick anything in here. All right, what else do we need? We also need gender. So we'll do input type. And for gender, well, there's no specific input type for gender, but there is something called radio. And radio is, as the name suggests, radio buttons. So now I click refresh and, well, I have one radio button, but we ideally want to have options, right? So how do we do that? So for the radio, we also need to say whether it's male or female. Let's have, within the gender, we're going to have a break over here in the line. And we'll say input type radio, and we'll say male. And we also want female, and we also want other. And when we refresh this, we have male, female, and other. But you see a problem here. I just click the radio buttons and I can't deselect them. And ideally, you should only be able to select one. And right now, the way the radio buttons are, they don't know of each other's existence. We want to make sure that they know that they're connected. They're family and only one of them can be picked. So how do we do that? The way we do that is through the name attribute. So for the name, we'll say gender. And this name attribute needs to match on all the radio buttons so that they know they are together. They're part of the gender input field. So if I save here and refresh, now you can see that I can only select one. All right, perfect. What else should we have? Well, let's say I really want to know if you have pets. So with pets, we're going to have input type. Well, you can have multiple pets, so it won't be radio buttons. We want checkbox. So checkbox, we want it to have cats, or let's just put cat. And we want to have, can't type today, checkbox, and we want to have dogs. So let's save that, let's refresh, and look at that. We have pets, but this time it's checkboxes, which means I can select multiple. I want to introduce you to one last form element, and it's actually not an input with a type. As we've described before, it's a little bit different, but the idea is still the same. So let's add cars here, and we want this to be a drop-down menu. Again, something that we see very often in form fields. However, unlike an input tag, we have to do a select tag, closing select tag as well. And within here, we can put in our options. So the option will be, we'll have a value of Volvo, and we'll say Volvo because we want that actually printed to the screen. And again, we have to close that tag. We'll add Audi, and we'll close that tag as well. And we can keep adding them, but for now, just 2 is fine. If I save this and I refresh, we have cars. Let's add a break here, just so it looks nicer. There you go. And here, now we have a drop-down menu. Let's say you want to extend this, or you want to see what kind of properties you can put with select. The way you go about it, as you know, we've done this before. We type in HTML select tag. And actually, Google gives you a nice little info page over here with attributes. So you can see over here, we can use multiple, which specifies that multiple options can be selected at once. So let's do that. Let's minimize this. Perfect. And within select, we'll put multiple. We refresh, and we can actually select multiple elements. But that doesn't look that pretty, so I'm going to take that out and refresh. I actually realized that we forgot one important input type, so I'm going to throw it in there as a bonus. And as you know, with any registration form, we want a password. So let's add that right after the email. We'll do input type, and yes, there's a password type that we can add. And this password type will have another attribute that's kind of cool, and that is min, which is the minimum characters that a password needs. Okay, so let's save that, refresh, and let's add a break here so it looks pretty. Refresh. And now the password field, look at that. It acts like a password field. All right, let's submit this form and see what happens. Okay, Andre, can we finally submit this form? All right, in this video, we'll finally see what happens when we submit this form. But there is one last thing that we need to include, and that is the name attributes. And then I'll explain towards the end of this video why we need those. So we want to add in each one of our fields a name attribute. So this one will be first name, and I'm just going to copy and paste here just so it'll be a little bit faster. We have last name, email, password, birthday. We already have these for the radio buttons, which is good. And we need here cat, dog, Volvo. Okay, and we don't need it for the buttons because, well, there's no user information there. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to make this full screen so you can see. I'm going to refresh the page, and let's enter some fake data and see what happens. So I'm going to say fake, man, email address is fake, password would be 123, birthday will be male with a cat and has an Audi. I'm going to click register now, but keep an eye out up over here to see what happens when I click. Did you catch that? Let's copy this because when I clicked register, this got attached. I'm going to minimize this and print this out here so we can see it for ourselves. First, we have a question mark, then first name, fake. That's exactly what we entered. We have last name, man. Email is fake something something gmail.com. Password 123. Oh, they know our password. Birthday, gender, and cat on. We didn't select Volvo. Not sure why. I'll take a look at that later. But you can see over here that the values that we entered into our form were just attached to this link. And this is actually called query strings. And what it is, it's one way for us to send our information to the backend or the servers, because we have to store this form information somewhere so that when we come back onto this page, the website remembers us. This was automatically generated in HTML5 with a form, but form was using an attribute called get. And this get, if I left it as this, will do the exact same thing. It will attach the form information to the URL and send it to the server. There is another option where you can do post, and you can try it on your own here, but you wouldn't see any query parameters. So this wouldn't change. The bar at the top won't change. And that is because it will be attached to the body of the request, which we'll get into when we get to that section. I don't want to confuse you too much, but you can see the difference here of why we might want to use post instead of get, because, well, what if somebody was over my shoulder and they can see my password right there in the bar? I just wanted you to get comfortable with the idea that we are sending this information to the backend, The way we handle that, we'll get into later on in the course. Right now, we're just focusing on the front end. The last thing I want to show you was that form also has a action attribute, which used to get used a lot. If you saw old PHP-based websites, they'll have some sort of a action.php, which said, submit this form, and when you submit this form to the backend, to the server, run this script, this file that's on the server. But there are better ways of doing this now, so I'll show that later on in the course. Let's take a look at this. So we have a question mark, and this is the standard. Anytime there's a query string, so we're adding a piece of data to our URL, it starts off with a question mark, which states, hey, coming up, we're going to have a bunch of data for you. The first one is first name, which again corresponds with the name that we have in our form. And that was equal to fake. So that's property and value. So you can think of name as property and the value as man. So last name, first name. You can see here that there's an and sign. So that's again saying first name equals to fake and last name equals to man and email equals to fake, some gibberish, gmail.com. This is because of something called URL encoding. And because the URL has special meaning for some characters, such as this and the question mark, it encodes the @ sign with something that it understands, but it won't affect its encoding. We have password 123, birthday, gender on, and cat on. And I've actually realized why the Volvo and Audi information didn't register. And that is because for the query string to work, as you can see, it needs to have a name associated with a value. So we have first name and fake. If we look at the radio buttons, we have a name, which is gender, and we have on. So you see over here how we didn't send any value. We know that the gender, some button was clicked in the gender, so it's on, but we don't know which value. And that is because we should have included a value for the male, so that if that's the one that's selected, a value will be sent. And finally, value. And now same with the select. We should have had our name of the select field be cars, so that now the name can be associated with the value. So let's give that a try one more time. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to save the changes that we just made. I'm going to make this full screen. Let's refresh and enter some new information. Fake, new, email is newfake@gmail.com. Password is 1234 this time. Birthday, let's do female, dog, and Audi. I'm going to click register. And let's see what we have here. We have first name fake, last name is new, email newfake@gmail.com, password 1234, birthday, gender is female, good. Dog is on. Okay, so we've selected dog. That's great. And then cars is Audi. There you go. And that's as complicated as forms are going to get. You'll encounter this a lot, and there's definitely in most websites that you build, whether it's a landing page, a website that requires registration, this is something that you'll see a lot. Once you understand this, once it makes sense, you can call yourself an HTML developer. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome back. I'm excited to show you a few more tags before we get into some fun things that we can do with HTML now, and we can finish up the course. You may be wondering, hey, what if maybe I'm working with a team and we're all working on the same HTML file and I want to maybe have a comment in there to let them know that maybe here use get, not post. Let's capitalize that. If we just do this the way it is, it's going to show up on the website. We just want it as a comment so that people who look at the code can see it without affecting the website. Well, HTML has a way to comment, and the way you do that is like this. Greater than sign, exclamation mark, dash dash. And then same on the other side without the exclamation mark. Now, that's kind of tedious to write. In Sublime Text, you can do that by holding Command/. So Command/, and you can do it that way. And if you have a Windows-based laptop or computer, that is the Windows key and /. So that's how we write comments. And if I save this and refresh, nothing shows up. Perfect. And then the last two tags that I'm going to show you are the div tags for division and the span tags. These tags are, how can I say this, useless right now. And it's because they're used to divide content. So div, you're going to see in a lot of web pages, are used like this to, let's say, wrap the form. So by doing this, let's see if it does anything. Nope, everything looks the exact same. But this is very powerful when we get into CSS, because what this allows us to do is to divide up our content. Imagine if we had a registration form here, maybe another piece of content, maybe an image up here. Div allows us to add styles and divide up the content into each different section so that each section of our website can have its own little box. So you're going to see this a lot in the CSS section, but for now, just keep that in mind so there's no surprises. Span is the same thing, except span is an inline element. So an inline element is different from a block element because with span, we can just add it to a specific line. So we can do span and span. And again, this won't do anything. If I refresh, nothing happens. But now, in line, we can add some styles only to the first name, and we can emphasize it. So these are just tags that we can use as tools when we want to have a container, an invisible container around a piece of element in our HTML that perhaps we want to add some style to or have some specific functionality to. So again, we're not going to worry about adding these to our current website, but I wanted to show you that those do exist, and we're going to encounter those in the CSS chapter. That's it for now. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Wow, good job for still hanging in there. It only gets more and more exciting from here. We're just scratching the surface with the power that comes with being a web developer. But I want to quickly talk about HTML versus HTML5. I've mentioned this topic a few times, but just kind of brushed it off and told you, yeah, this is HTML, yeah, this is HTML5. But I wanted to just take a break and quickly go over the basic concept of what HTML5 is. If you remember in our diagram, HTML, when it first got started in 1989 to 1991, it wasn't as elaborate. It didn't have as many features as it has now. We want to make sure that all these browsers play nicely and understand our HTML rules. So if you remember, our friend Tim, our first web developer, the guy who created the World Wide Web, has a governing body that establishes what HTML should look like so that these individual browsers can know how to code their browsers so that it reads HTML properly. And obviously the web that we had in the 90s is very different than the one that we have now. So there's a lot of new things that we need to update. And some of those things are phones. And we have tablets. And just overall, we need more power from HTML. So HTML5 was the evolution, and there were many, many evolutions of HTML. HTML5 is the latest one, where we try to add on features so that we can improve the user experience. Now, what are some of those features? Let's take a quick look at our good old friend W3 Schools. One of the things that HTML5 wants to do is we want to make sure that it doesn't affect any old website. If you remember our very first website from Tim, maybe in 1991, well, that still works to this day. We visited it in the previous videos. You can still visit websites from the 90s because we want to make sure that everything is backwards compatible. That's a fancy way of saying older versions are not obsolete. But we also want to tack on these features. And you can read on the website all the information of HTML5 and what it does and some of the things that it supports. And it does get a little technical and we don't need to get into it too much. But the one thing that I want to emphasize that it introduced this idea of semantic elements. And what that means is they wanted to make websites more descriptive. Search engines such as Google go on websites and they use these things called crawlers to look through your website, these machines that are reading your HTML to understand what your website is, what the topic about it is, so that they could rank it in search engines. And HTML5 semantic elements tries to add a little bit more meaning for these robots so that when they encounter something, it makes a little bit more sense. So this is an example of some of these new tags that HTML5 introduced. And let's show you a few of them. So for example, if we wanted to comment this out, we know how to do that already. And a semantic element would maybe look like header, where we have the title H1, which is register. And we close the header so that now the crawler knows that this is our header. And maybe we have some navigation links. So now we can have A tags with our href, and we'll just say that it links to Google. And then we close the nav. We only have one navigation link for now, but I just want to demonstrate quickly. And finally, we have a footer. So within the footer, we can add something like website made with love. And you can see over here that this, even to a machine, if it understands what header means and nav means and footer means, gives a lot more meaning to the web page, and it'll have a better idea of how the website is structured and where it should rank in their Google search results. You can take your time and read through some of these tags, and I do recommend that you visit this website and go through some of the HTML intro. You'll even see that if we click on input types, so something that we visited already, and we scroll to some of the attributes, you'll see that there's some new HTML5. They have these little icon over here that have been introduced. So we're constantly expanding to make HTML better and better functionality. You can see here min, for example, we use that for password, if you remember, specifies the minimum value for an input field. So if I set a min over here, then it makes sure that I enter the minimum amount of value. But again, you can take a look at it yourself. The issue with semantic web is that it's still fairly new. So you won't see as much of this. You will on some websites, but it's very hard to prove that it actually has good SEO performance because it's still fairly early. But just so you don't get surprised and you're aware of what's happening, it is something that you might encounter. But overall, HTML5 tries to improve the performance of the web because we're constantly evolving. And just like websites need to go from simple HTML text-based websites to massive websites like Twitter that you can post and talk to millions of people around the world where we need our web technologies to evolve with us. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Good afternoon to you, not just Andre. This is a fun little video. I like to throw some of these every once in a while because I know it can get very exhausting when you have a lot of information thrown at you. So I want us to copy a website really, really fast. Let's look at how we can do that. One of my favorite websites is Wait But Why. Ooh, all caps. I don't know why I did that, but it should still work. If you haven't checked out this website, I highly recommend it. Some great articles on here. But let's say I look at this website and I'm like, this is really, really cool. I wish I could play around with it. Well, before I showed you View, Developer, and Developer Tools, and we had a nice little pop-up at the bottom of the screen. This time I want to show you View Source. When you click on that, oh boy, you get a whole bunch of stuff. But if you look at the top over here, you see that it's doctype HTML. It's just simple HTML. And this might look really, really overwhelming. Don't worry, this will make sense to you at the end. But you can see over here that they're commenting this out. There's the HTML tag. And if you scroll down, there's a whole lot of stuff. But simply by copying all this, so I can just select all and copy this. And if I open up Sublime, there you go. And let's just open up a new file over here and paste this. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. I'm going to save. Let's save as, and we'll call it Wait But Why HTML. All right, save it. And now if I go to my desktop and I have Wait But Why HTML, if I drag it into my Google Chrome, look at that. I have Wait But Why all to myself. And I can play around with it and break it and do whatever I want. I can even see what they use to create these little post thingadingies, but a really, really fun way to play around with websites. Hope that was interesting. See you at the next one. Bye-bye. Phew. Can you believe you've made it this far? I mean, at the beginning of this, you probably had no idea what any of this means. And now, look at you. You know what every single line means. And you know what? This is pretty much it for HTML. It's not very hard. You just have to remember a few tags, and it's very easy to test around and play. So call yourself an HTML developer. I have a fun little game for you. As you can see over here, we've created a simple web page where I can link to another page, I can go back, I can even click on register and submit a form. I want you to try your hand at building your own little website here. And once you're done, I'll provide the link to my email in the description below. Send me your first website, and I'll showcase some of my favorite ones in an upcoming video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. It's time to flaunt your inner designer because we're about to learn some CSS. To start off, I want to show you this website. If you look at it, well, it's quite pretty. Look at that. That's really nice. Now, hopefully, in the future, we can create something like this. But I want to show you what this website will look like without CSS. Here it is. Pretty impressive, right? With just CSS, you'll be able to create something like this. So let's get started, shall we? I've created here for us a simple website. Nothing that we haven't seen before. You can see that I have created semantic tags with header, nav, an unordered list that has some links, a P2 and a P tag that's wrapped in another semantic tag called section. Okay, so again, nothing crazy. If I go to the About page, it's the exact same thing except for the About LI doesn't have an anchor tag. And then same with login. Okay, so let's talk about CSS. The way that we would add CSS to something like this is, well, we create a CSS file. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new file that I'm going to save. Let's call it style.css. If I save that, you'll see at the bottom over here that Sublime Text now has CSS as the file type. The rules with CSS are very simple. We essentially have a selector, and then we have these squiggly brackets, and within it, we put our property, semicolon, and then value. And then we have this special character as well at the end. And that is pretty much CSS. You know this, you can write CSS. Just like HTML, just a couple of syntactic rules, and once you get used to it, it's very, very simple. But obviously, this doesn't really mean anything, so let's write actual code here. I'm going to comment that out by, again, doing command/ in Sublime Text. You can see that the commenting is different than in HTML. And let's say that we want to make this home text red. The way we would do it is we want to select what's called the selector. So here we want to say that the H2, we want that to be red. So all I would say is H2, curly brackets, and then within here I want to say the property. I want to change the color to the value that is red. So if I save that and refresh, well, nothing happens, and that's obvious, right? Because how does this file know that this file exists? We have to link it somehow. And we do that in the head. And we haven't talked too much about the head tag element in the HTML section, but by now you can probably tell that head just contains information about what the page needs. Maybe not the stuff that we see on a web page other than the title, but meta tags and information that we need for the website. Okay, so in here we can actually link to this style sheet that we call style.css with a link tag. And this link tag allows us to link this HTML file to something else. And again, Sublime Text has something very useful here. If I hit tab, look at that. It autofills it for me. These are the standard attributes that you'll see to link to CSS. So you just have to get used to it and eventually it'll become second nature. So we have rel here, which is the added attribute for relation. It just specifies what relationship this link will have. And we have the default style sheet. And then for the type, this is the media type. We want to say that it's a text CSS file. We're essentially telling HTML, hey, just a heads up, we're linking to a CSS file here. And in the href, this should be familiar, we're going to link to style.css. So if I type in style.css and save, let's refresh, turns red. And just to let you know that index.html is in the same folder as style.css. We can check it over here. If I click on exercise, you see that, yep, I have style.css with index.html. Perfect. Okay, now what if we also want to make the paragraph over here the separate color as well? Well, again, we would do the selector, and then we'll do color, and let's do pink. I save, refresh, and it's pink. Hopefully you can see that. You also see here that Sublime Text does some really nice coloring for us. So if I, for example, I put a property that doesn't exist, like a misspelled color, well, you see that it doesn't highlight it properly with the blue color, and you know that you've made a mistake. Again, another great feature of Sublime Text. So CSS, what does it actually stand for? Well, it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And style sheets, that makes sense that, we're creating style sheets, but what does cascading mean? Cascading means that it always takes the selector that is at the end. And that's simplified terms, but I want to demonstrate for you what that means. So let's say at the bottom over here, I do this again. Paragraph, I want color to be green. Well, if I save this, what do you think will happen? Let's refresh and see. It turns green. And why is that? Well, because it's cascading. It's saying, okay, I'll set H2 to red. Okay, I'll set paragraph to pink. And then it says, okay, I'll set P to green. So you can see here, as it trickles down and cascades, it takes the last input that it receives for a specific selector. We'll get more into the cascading effects of CSS in a later video, but I want you to understand the basic concept around it. Okay, I also wanted to show you something cool that you can do with Chrome. And we did this in the first couple of video series, but now you'll actually understand what it means. So again, View, Developer Tools. And from now on, I'll be using this shortcut to open it, and you'll be able to do it as well. And if you remember, we have our Style tab. And if we click on the Style tab, we have the HTML on the left, styles over here, and nothing for the styles. But if I now go into my home and I click on that, it'll show you color red. So Google Chrome allows us to see our CSS styles. So I can even add stuff here, and I could say background color, and let's do black. Look at that. So this is a really good way to play with your website and add colors. You can check and uncheck here. And also, if you see something on a website that you really, really like, you can go to that element. Let's try it off here. Let's go to waitbutwhy.com. And let's say that we really, really want to know how this was made. We can right-click, do inspect. It'll take us exactly to that element, and then we can see here some of the properties, the CSS properties that they've used. And same here, you can see that the background color is this, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's close that for now. The last thing I want to leave you with is, let's close this. What if I also want the About page to have styles? And same with the login page. As you can see, there's no style for these ones, but we want the same thing for the About and login page. Well, as you can imagine, we copy the link tag and we go to About, we link it onto here, and then login. We can again link it here. I save both of these files. And now if I refresh and go to About, look at that. We have our styles. And you may be wondering, well, what if I want different styles for maybe for the login? I want this to be blue instead. Well, we can actually create multiple style sheets. So I can say, for example, let's create a new file and we'll call it style2.css. I save that, and this time I'm going to say that I want my H2 to have color blue. I save that. I go into my login HTML, and now I'll make login reference the second style sheet instead of the first one. So now if I refresh, login is referencing our style2 CSS, but all the other ones are still referencing the old one. Okay, I lied. There is one last thing that I want to add, and that is that this is the common way of adding styles. But there's actually two other ways that you won't see as often, especially when you're starting off, but I wanted to show it to you so that you're not surprised. The first way of doing it is something called inline styles. And this was the original way that we incorporated styles into our HTML. And that is by specifying within the element, let's go with header over here. We want to say style, so it has a style attribute. And then within here, we can do background color. Let's do green. And refresh, and we're at the About page right now. We changed that for index.html, so let's go over here. And look at that. We have the green background. And if you want to add more, again, we do color red. Let's save and refresh. And look at that. The header has the color red. And you'll see here that these ones are still purple. Well, because they are link tags and they have the default linking. Okay, so that's one way. And third and last way is in the head, you can actually create style tags. And then within these style tags, you can enter CSS. So if you just refresh here, so we have a fresh, clean slate, I can now say, let's do li this time. So all the lists, I want the lists to have background color of purple. So if I now save this and refresh, everything is purple, and that looks pretty yucky. We can keep adding stuff on here, and I can say color white, save, refresh, and it changed the color to white. Now you may be wondering, why don't we just do it like this? This seems a lot simpler than linking to another CSS file. Well, the reason is that for this website, everything is fairly small. It's just a couple lines of CSS, but you can imagine with websites, as they get bigger and bigger, you'll have hundreds and hundreds of lines of CSS, and having one massive file will be very, very challenging to maintain. You can also think of it as if you were working on an HTML and you also had a team of designers that were working on a CSS file. You want to have a separation where you have some team members working on the CSS and then some team members working on the HTML. And that is a concept called separation of concerns. And it's a fancy way of saying that everybody just worry about what they're good at. So HTML, just worry about text, and CSS, just worry about styles. This phrase, separation of concerns, is something that we'll encounter throughout later videos when we get into JavaScript and React. And it's a very, very important concept in web development and computer science in general. So we will get back to that. It'll be a phrase that will keep coming up. So for now, let's delete this. Let's keep things the way that we have it. Let's refresh. And in the next video, I'm going to show you a couple of CSS properties that are more exciting than just color and background. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Let's make this website a little bit prettier than it is now. And I'm going to introduce you to some CSS properties. Properties are, as the name suggests, properties that we want to change within a web page. And you might be asking yourself, how many properties are there? And as we did with the HTML section, I have a recommended resource for you, and that is CSS Tricks. This website, anytime you Google any questions about CSS, most likely some of the top 10 answers are going to include something from this website. So I highly, highly recommend it, especially if you go to the menu and Almanac, because within this Almanac, we have all the CSS properties listed on here. So anytime you have a question and you want to say, what is justified content? Well, you can click on it and it will actually give you examples. You can play around with it and learn about the specific property. Just like with the HTML tags, although there are way more properties, you don't need to know all of them and memorize them because that's not realistic. That's not the best use of your time. We're going to focus on the ones that you'll encounter most often. And anytime you see new ones pop up while you're working, you can always look them up and learn about them because they're very, very simple to read into. So let's try a few of these. I'm going to start off with our style.css over here. And let's change a few things. We want to have our home be in the center of the web page. So let's start off with text align. And if I type in center and I save, my text is now centered. Okay, we also want to add a border to this image. Border, and this is a little bit unique. You can do something like this. You can do 5 pixels, which is the size of the border, what style of border you want. So you can do dashed, and then the color of the border will do purple. So I save, refresh, and we have a border. You can also do solid, and if it's solid, it's a solid border. Okay, what else can we do? It'll be nice to have an image, maybe an entire image for the website. So how do we do that? Well, the tag that we would want to apply it to is probably body. So if I go into body, and you might notice something here. As I'm creating these selectors, I'm going from top to bottom. The body, which is the parent of almost everything, is at the top. And as we get more and more specific, we trickle down to smaller elements. Again, we'll get into that in a later video, but just keep that in mind. Okay, so for body, it would be awesome to have a cool image on our website. So we can do background, and you can see that Sublime Text actually autofills or has some suggestions for us. And we can look through this and pick the one that we want, but based on the name, looks like we want background image. With background image, we want to specify a URL. In our case, I actually have on my desktop saved a nice little picture. And let's title it something simple like background image. And I got this from a website called Unsplash. If you haven't checked it out, they have a ton of high quality free images that you can use. So again, here we are referencing our, let's put this actually in here. So it's in our project folder. And then within our project folder, we can say that it is background image.jpg. So I save this, I refresh, and look at that. We have this image, but you can see that it's a big image and it doesn't fit the screen. So how can we do that? We can do background size cover. So if we do that and refresh, look at that. We have a beautiful background on our website. Okay, and let's say we want to remove these little dots next to our links. We can do that by going into, well, we want to change our LI elements. So we go into style and we can put in here LI, and we'll do something called list style, and we'll go none and refresh. And look at that. Those little pesky dots are gone. For about, whenever I select about, I want the cursor to not be this. I want to change the cursor to maybe have this little hand gesture. I like to call them Mickey Mouse hands. Okay, so we go into our H2 and we could do something called cursor. And let's say you don't really know what properties cursor has, or you don't even know the property. You can go into CSS tricks and again go to C, look at cursor, and you can kind of guess by the name what it does. And it tells you all the information you need to know, but you can see over here that they even have a demo of what you can do with cursors. So we want the pointer, so we can just put pointer here, save. Let's go back to our website, refresh, and look at that. We now have a pointer when we hover over about. Okay, and maybe the last change we want to do is that we want to make sure that our home, about, and login are on one line. This is a little awkward when they're stacked on top of each other. And we can do that by selecting, let's look over here. We want to select our LIs, and we can use something called display. And display has a few properties that you can use. One is block. And by default, this is actually already a block. But there is also something called inline block. And if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have everything in line. Now, we want to change a few things here. We want to make sure that our colors are better than just purple and green and pink. And what if we want some specific color and we have a certain design that we want for our website? Well, colors are very, very interesting in CSS because there's a few ways that you can do them. And I want to show you one of my favorite websites for picking colors. What this website does, it actually gives you the colors that you can use along with a nice addition of what it will complement that color. So you can play around with this and change a bunch of criterias. You can click over here and see what color combinations work. But let's say we wanted to use something like this. And if you hover over and click, you'll see over here that I get a couple of numbers that we can use. So the first one is a hex number. So hex number has a hash and then the number associated with it. So I just copied it from the website. You see the numbers a little bit different, but essentially they can use anything from 0 to 9 and then all the way to F, so A to F. And this represents a specific color. So if I copy this and let's make our color, let's make it the color of our header, and save this and refresh, you'll see that our color changes. Okay, we also want the border, again, to complement the color. Let's do this border color. We also have something called RGB. And RGB, again, you see over here that there's a hex color and an RGB color. These are both the same color, so you can pick whichever one you want. In the case of an RGB color, you can do something like, say we want for our border to have RGB color of these values. So that is the value of red, green, and blue. So that's what RGB stands for, and we just wrap it like so. So now if I save this and refresh, look at that. I have a nice little outline. Just to show you of what exactly I mean by red, green, and blue, if I set all of these to 0, so that means that red is in full force and green and blue are non-existent. If I save and refresh, that is red. If I change this to green, then that's in green effect. And you can imagine here that if I change the blue to 255 and everything else is 0, this will be blue. There you go. So let's go back here to what we had before because I like the other colors way better. So let's refresh. Perfect. Now RGB lets you do one other cool thing, and that is called RGBA, and that stands for alpha. You can actually set the opacity. So with the fourth number, you can actually do something between 0 and 1, and 1 being, well, opaque and you can still see everything, to 0 where it's completely transparent. So let's do 0.5 here, and you can see that there's a bit of a fade now in our color. Perfect. So using a tool like this, you can really pick what colors you want your website to have and choose the one that complement each other well. I use this website a lot when creating new websites and thinking of color templates to use. It's a really, really good resource. And you can use hex and RGB, whichever one you want. Just it's good to have some consistency. If you want to add some opacity, so the alpha, this last number, then definitely use RGBA. Okay, so going back here, our website is starting to look somewhat okay. But in the next section, I want to talk a little bit about selectors and more things that we can do with them. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk all about selectors. Let's go back to our homepage here. We can look at our styles. So far, we've only been selecting elements. But most likely, we need something more than this. So let's go back to our example and look at what sort of selectors we can have. Let's say, for example, that we want the style that we have for the big home header to also apply to our p tag. How can we do that? Well, we can do something like this. I save, refresh. Awesome. So that's a way of doing a selector. And there's actually a whole bunch of things that we can do with selectors. And I created for you a nice little cheat sheet here that I'll attach after this lesson. And it references two really good resources that I recommend. One is the CSS tricks that I've already mentioned. And you can see over here all the selectors that they have. They're not as many as they had with properties. And it's actually not as overwhelming as you think. Probably about 30% of these are the ones that are used most of the time. And we also have our good friend W3 Schools that lists a bunch of the selectors here. So let's go over a few things and understand the main selectors that we have. So I've listed them off for you over here, but I want to point your attention to this line. Cascading style sheets at the most basic level, it indicates, there you go, typo. It indicates that the order of CSS rules matter. And that's something that we've already discussed before. You remember the p tags. So the order matters because we know that the CSS will read the last line and make sure that the color is green. So that's the most basic level. But there's a few other things that we can do. So let's look at the selectors. The first one is class. The class will do something like this. So let's say we want to add a few more p tags here and refresh. Okay, perfect. We love the way everything looks, but ideally for the paragraphs, we want the border to be a slightly different color. So what we can do is we can add something called class. So the class property, we can give it any value we want, whatever we want to call it. So let's call it web text. So now we can copy and paste this class attribute to all the p tags. And if I go back to my style, let's make this, put it up a bit. I can now add period web text. And then from here, you can see that it's highlighted green. And we want the border to be 5 pixels dashed green. Save and refresh. And look at that. So class is a good way to select a group of elements and make sure that they all have the same styles. And we can add multiple ones. So this one can be active. And this adds a second class, which we can say has the text color red. So if we save that, save this as well and refresh, you can see over here that now this is red. So class is very, very useful. Let's look at the next one. The next one is ID. ID is similar to class, except for you can use same ID only once. So let's say that we want to group these p tags by wrapping them in a div. And you might remember this from the HTML section where we talked about this tag that is very, very useful for CSS. For occasions like this where we want to wrap something, so I can do ID equals div1. And if I save this, I can now go back here. And for an ID, you want to do a hash sign, div1. And let's do background blue. Save and refresh. All right, that looks absolutely hideous. You know what? I think this will look really, really good if it had a bit of opacity. So again, we remember RGBA, and if we wanted blue, if you remember, is red, green, and blue, so 255, and then we'll add opacity of, let's say, 0.2. We save that, refresh. All right, that looks a lot better. But now, let's say we copy this, and we want to add a second section. Now, we would have to call this div2. Again, we want to make sure that the IDs are different. Otherwise, we break the rule. Now, if I save this, we'll have something new, but no styles in this one. We want to add a different style for div2. So again, the selector of div2 will have, let's say this one, instead of blue, has the background red with opacity of 0.2. Let's refresh and look at that. That looks, say, a lot better than it used to. Okay, let's go back to a couple other ones. So this is a star. So the star, it's not used very often, but it symbolizes all elements. So if I do, and usually you'll see stars at the top, but if I do something like this, I can say that we wanted to align everything. Let's say text align, and we want to do right. If I save that and refresh, now we see that this moved to the right, but these didn't. And the reason is because, again, something called specificity. We're saying that, yep, I want everything to be right. But then as we go down the CSS, you'll see that we are saying H2 and P, we want text align to be center. So these elements, instead of coming to the right, get to the center. So just to prove to you that that's correct, if I comment this out, I save and refresh, you see everything moves to the right. Okay, and let's refresh. Perfect. The next one is the element, and this is something that we've already seen. You can see over here we're selecting the element, and then we're putting the property and values. The next one is the element, comma, element, and that is just like we've done here before. We want both H2 and P to have these properties. The next one, and this is a little bit tricky, is element space element. And this is a little bit different than the top one because element space element, what it does, I'll show you over here. I save this and I refresh, and what just happened here? You'll see that now the text line of center does not apply to these paragraphs anymore. And that's because this syntax of writing a selector means I want you to select all P's that are inside H2. So now even the H2 isn't styled anymore because this says we only want the P's that are inside H2, and you'll see that we have nothing inside H2 other than the text. So if I do something like this, home gnome, I like that, okay. Perfect, I save that and I refresh. You'll see that home gnome is added with these styles. Let's look at the next one. The next one is element greater than element. So this one is a little tricky. So if I go like this and I refresh, nothing's changed, but this says that I want you to select all P's, all paragraphs that have parent of H2. So to show you exactly what that means, let's add this on a new line so you can see better. If now within this P, if we do something like this where we wrap this in a div, like so, and I refresh this, the style didn't get applied because it only wants P's, so paragraphs that are parents of H2, and this P is his parent or her parent is the div, Mr. and Mrs. div. If we put this back to the way it was and refresh, you'll see that this time it works because it's saying all P's inside of H2, which is the case. Hopefully you're still with me. This is as hard as selectors get. So once you know these ones, honestly, you've covered 90% and nothing else will scare you. Okay, let's look at one more, element plus element. So this one, if I go element plus element and refresh, what just happened? This says select any P element that is exactly after an H2 element. So what does that mean? Well, we need to make it so that the P element is right after the H2. So if I go like this, save and refresh, you'll see that now we have our styles applied. Let's look at a few more, and like I said, these ones are probably the hardest. These last ones are kind of fun. Okay, so we have hover. So hover, what that means is if I go over here and I put hover at the end, this means that when I refresh, nothing happens, but when I hover my mouse, look at that. It changes the style to what we just wrote down over here. This one's a pretty cool one, especially for buttons. The next one, if we look over here, is last child and first child. And you might guess what that means. So a good way to demonstrate this is we want to use web text. So web text, as if you remember, is all these little lorem ipsums. I can say in here, last child, refresh, and only the last child of each web text, and you'll see here that there's two of them because it is selecting the last child, this one and this one. And then there's also first child, which, as you can imagine, if I refresh, it selects the first items. And then finally, I wanted to show you one last thing that I don't recommend, but you might see it in some code bases, so I don't want you to be surprised when you come across it. and that is this. So I can add something like exclamation mark important here. And you'll see again, we get that nice highlighting. And important means, let's see what happens here. I refresh and everything just turned pink. Even though this P over here says I want the color green, important overrides any of the cascading style sheet rules and says, hey, I don't care what anybody else says, the P is pink. And you can see here why I don't recommend using this. Because although you know for sure that the P tags will be pink, if somebody else comes and starts working on your style sheet, and maybe this is hundreds of lines, and they don't know that the important tag is there, they can be confused as to, hey, how come nothing's turning green? I can play all around with the color here and nothing's happening. And again, it breaks the rules of cascading style sheets. So you don't really want to use it, but again, if you see it out in the wild, you won't be surprised this way. The last thing I want to leave you with is the idea of specificity. If this is your first time running into it, it might get a little confusing and you do need a bit of time to get used to it, but trust me, you'll get there. It's just one of these things that everybody goes through and eventually you'll have an aha moment. When selectors win out in the cascade, it depends on three things. So the first thing is specificity, and I have a resource here that really explains it well. A simple way to think about this is how specific is your selector. So this has a specificity score here. This has a little bit higher because it's more detailed, it's more nested, and this one is higher. This one is even higher, and you can see that it keeps going higher and higher. So the more specific something is, the more likely it will win out and make sure that that is the style. And there's actually a really fun specificity calculator. It's really hard to say that word. So if you click over here, you can type in whatever you want. So let's say A, for example, is just 1 point. But if I do LI, that's 2. And if I do LI, that's even higher. And if I do A, it's even higher, but then I add an ID of food. You can see that IDs are even higher. And then if I add another class, let's do blue, you'll see that the specificity increases. And you'll see over here that inline styles is actually the highest. So if you remember, that is putting a style directly into a section, that will always win out over others. So you can play around with this, and I will link to some of the resources that I have in the next section. But again, this is something that will be very specific once you get to a certain problem. You can figure it out, but I hope that makes sense. Let's go back over here to the last two things. So the other thing was the importance. Importance is, as I mentioned, this exclamation mark important. So that always depends on what kind of styles the cascade gets. And then finally, it is the source order. And that is, let's go back to our index file. If we had another style sheet here, let's say we're importing another style sheet. And if you remember, we have style 2 here that makes the H2 color blue. If I put this in, save, and let's go back to our website and refresh, this turns blue because our browser reads this style sheet and then reads this one. And because this one happens after this, the later style gets added. So if I switch this over here, and let's make sure that the H2 has its own style. So let's do H2 color red, refresh. You'll see that this style wins out. Okay. I'm going to leave this out for you. In the next section, you can play around with CSS and some of the selectors, but this is the hardest it's going to get. And once you remember these rules, you're all set. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be talking about text and font. Let's go back to the About page. It looks quite lonely and empty right now. I'm going to turn off the hover effect because It can get kind of annoying after a bit. Let's remove that here and refresh. All right, perfect. In the About HTML, let's try and make this text a little bit prettier. So I'm going to do our little short command with Sublime Text. So lorem and then tab. There you go. Make sure I close off this p tag. All right. So I'm going to show you a few text properties that we can add. Going back to style. And the first one I'm going to show you is called text decoration. And very simply, this one you can do underline, refresh, you get a nice underline. You can also do line through, refresh, and there you go. Nice line through. The next one is text transform. And this one, you can do something like uppercase. And you can transform the entire text into uppercase. You can do lowercase with this as well, but you can try that out on your own. The next one is line height. So in line height, you can put the pixels. So we want 20 pixels of space. There's a line height. If we do 200 pixels, you can see that that's a lot of spacing. So let's keep it at 20 just because that looks nicer. Refresh. Perfect. Next one is, I kind of like this, so I'm going to keep this. I'm going to add it to the bottom. The next one is font style. You can set something like italic, save, refresh, nice italic lettering. The next one, let's do font weight. And here you can actually do a number between 100 and 900, or you can do just simply something like bold. And obviously that changes the weight of the font. We also have something like font size. Obviously we want to change the size of the text, and you can do something like percentage. So 100%, if you do that, nothing changes. But if you do 150%, well, that gets 150% bigger. If you do 80, you'll get 80% of the original. And then finally, I also want to show you font family. So this is where you get to pick what kind of font you want. So if you want something like Georgia, I save, refresh, we got that nice little font. If you have something that is multiple words, you'll have to use quotation marks. So if you have something like Times New Roman, you'll have to write it like that. And a special quality of font family is that you'll see a lot of this. This means that on whosever laptop the website opens on, if that computer doesn't have Times New Roman, then print the text in Georgia. And you can have multiple of these separated by comma. And that might sound surprising to you, but fonts are simply pieces of information that each computer has, but it's not equally distributed amongst everybody. So some computers might have certain kinds of font like Times New Roman and others might not. And you can check online which fonts are available in Windows and Macs, but keep that in mind that you want to think about fonts and how your website's going to display, because a user might not have that specific font on their laptop. Now, two questions might pop in your head right now. One is, Andre, what if I have this super awesome custom font and I want to use that? And the second one is, how do we make sure that a user always sees the same font on a website, even if they don't have it on their computer? So how can you do this? One way is to actually include a font file that you have on your computer with all your website files. But I'm going to show you an easy way that a lot of developers use, and it's free. And that is Google Fonts. Google Fonts actually has these free fonts that you can use, and there's a ton of them. Anything that you find here is more than enough. And I've used this many times when building websites. It's a great resource. I really like this one. So let's pick this one, Poiret 1. And you can see over here that you can play around and see what it looks like. You can also see the size difference. And if you click the plus sign over here, you'll see at the bottom that I have a selected item. And if I click on it, it shows me how I can add it to my website. So first thing we want to do is we want to copy this, and this might look familiar. And this link tag, which is a style sheet, has a reference to fonts.googleapis.com. We're saying, hey, grab the fonts before you load up this HTML file on my web page. Load it up with the fonts that are found at this website. So yes, if this website is down, and let's say there's no internet access, they won't be able to load those fonts. But it's Google, we can trust them. Most likely, they're going to be online. And the second one, you can see over here what we can add to our CSS file. So we just copy that, go to our style sheet, and let's change this to our new Google font. I save that. Let's go to our page and refresh. Look at that. That is nice and pretty. Let's make that bigger just so we can see it. Whoa, we obviously need some line spacing here. So we can do line height, 50 pixels. There you go. There's our beautiful novel right here. So that's how you want to add fonts to customize your website. One thing you might think about, and this is something that we'll get into in the advanced CSS section, is that by loading this, we're actually making our website a tiny bit slower, because now, in order for this website to load, we need to grab the style sheet that we've created, plus go to this link and grab our font. Again, something that we don't want to worry about yet, but things to keep in mind. And in the advanced section, we'll cover that a little bit further. But there you have it. There are your general text-based, font-based properties. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. I want to show you a property that is commonly used with images. So I have a really funny picture here of an alpaca. So we're going to copy that. Actually, we're going to use the link for this, and we're going to add an image to our website. Let's just make our font size a little bit smaller. Perfect. And I'm going to try and add a picture to the left over here. So if we go to our About page, and in our section over here, we can try and add a picture. So let's do an image tag. And if you remember, we have a source, and that source, I just copy and pasted the link. And if I save this and refresh, ooh, that's a big picture. So as you may remember, we have to do width. Let's do 50 pixels and height 50 pixels. Let's save and refresh. And you can see that we broke. Let's make that a little bit bigger, actually. Let's do 200 and 200. Perfect. You can see here that we actually broke a bit of our CSS, and that is because if you look over here, we have used this selector which says immediate neighbor of H2. We can just do this for now. Refresh, and there you have it. But I kind of want the text to be on the right side over here. How do we do that? Well, we can select the image and use a property called float. And float, you can do right or left. So if we do left and refresh, it floats the image to the left. And you see that the text wraps around. And this property was created specifically for these reasons, to have images floating to either left or right and be able to have text wrapped around them. You'll see instances where float is being used for positioning elements, and that's not the best practice because it has some funny properties. For now, just use it with images if you can. And just to show you that I can do it on the right as well, if I go like this and refresh, it flows to the right. I kind of like this better, so we'll keep that there. So after the image, we want to have a footer. And in this footer, it'll say website made with love. Close that and save. And we also want to make this actually a lot smaller. So I'm going to do 5 pixels because I want to show you something. So you see over here, I've made this line height very, very small, but I wanted to demonstrate for you because this is floated to the right. Everything just kind of tacks on to the left side over here. And if we wanted to make sure that our footer is at the bottom of the website, we would have to use a property that almost always comes with float. And it's usually put in the property after the float is being used. So in our case, footer. And we have to specify clear both. So if I save and refresh, we have that at the bottom. And let's align it to the center here. And let's do center, save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have website made with love with a whole bunch of gibberish. But I wanted to show you that property float for images and make sure that we clear so that any property that you don't want a part of the float is cleared so it can start on its own past the image. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the box model in CSS. It's a very important concept and it's something that you might have been kind of curious in the back of your head about. And that is this image right here. In CSS, we have this idea of the box model, which has the content, it has the padding, the border, which we've seen before, and then the margin. So we're going to talk about that in this video. So we have our not so pretty website right now, but I've left intentionally our login page still kind of blank. And you see that there's no styles applied to it because if we go to the login page, I'm going to drag it over here. It's referencing style 2, which doesn't have much styles happening yet. To really emphasize this point, I wanted to just, instead of the lorem ipsum, I'm going to create a div. If I give this a class of box model, I can go into my style 2, which I'm going to drag over here, and I can say box model border 5 pixels solid red. I save this and refresh. Okay, so we have our box model. Let's add something into this div. We have A. And right now it's covering the entire space, but if we add 3 more divs, we'll call this one B, the next one C. I save and refresh. Okay, we have these, and if we wanted them all in one line, then you might remember that that was display inline block, and I save, refresh, and there we have it. Okay, let's talk about the box model here. Let's say we wanted more space inside of these for the letters. Well, in that case, we can use something like padding. So padding, I can put 20 pixels, save and refresh, and there's our padding. But let's say we wanted different padding so that the sides are wider than the top. In that case, we can do something like 5 pixels at the top, 20 pixels on the right side, 5 pixels at the bottom, and 20 pixels to the left. I refresh, and look at that. And that's just a standard that you'll have to get used to. It's top, right, bottom, left. You can also actually do padding, as you can see in the dropdown, bottom, left, top, right to specify, but this is a quicker way of doing it. And if we remember, there was one more, and that was margin. So margin allows us to create space outside of the border. So if I go 20 pixels here and I save, refresh, you can see that we created 20 pixels on the left side and right side, but also the top and the bottom. Let's say we only want spaces between the boxes, but not at the top and bottom. Well, same principle again. We can do 0 pixels, 20 pixels, 0 pixels, and 20 pixels. So top, right, bottom, left. Save and refresh. There you go. Now, this might get tedious. There is one other shorthand way, and that is you can remove this. So this means top and bottom. This means left and right. I save this and refresh. Nothing should change, and it doesn't. And we can do the same at the top here as well. Perfect. One last thing I want to show you is that if we open up our developer tools, so again, we do inspect, you'll see in our styles that we have our box model. So if you see over here, we have our content, we have our padding, and it says 20 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels. We have our border, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and then our margin, 0 with 20 on the side. So again, Chrome allows you to browse around and make sure that all these are properly done. The last thing you might ask is, what about this content? How can I change this? And that's very simple. You can do something like width. Let's do 33 pixels. Save and refresh. And also do height. Do 55 pixels. Save and refresh. And you'll see over here that in our box model, we now have the content with 33 pixels by 55 pixels. All right, that's it for now. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Before we finish off this section, I wanted to show you one last thing. And that is, up until this point, we've used pixels quite a lot. But there's two other options that we can actually use. So let's remove our box models for now. And instead, let's create some paragraphs. So using our lorem shorthand, and let's close this off. Perfect. Let's say that we also wanted to have another paragraph that says introduction. Save and refresh. And there you go. We have our paragraph. Now, if we wanted to add some class to this paragraph, we can just go in here, and we don't need the box model, so we can delete that. We can do something like P, and let's do font size. And for font size, I've shown you that we can do percentages, but you can also do pixels. So let's do 20 pixels, save and refresh, and we have pixels. Okay, so let's say I want lorem ipsum to be a little bit bigger. So we can use span. Again, that's kind of like the div tag that you've seen before. It's just good for inline. So again, this way we can add styles. So I save that, go to styles, and now we can select span, and we can do something like this. We can do font size 5 EM. I refresh. So what it's saying is we want the font size to be equal to 5 times the containing element, which is 20 pixels, because if you remember, we're inside of a p tag. Just to show you that that is right, if I do 100 pixels and save and refresh, it's the same. So EM is kind of nice, because if I do something like 2 EM and refresh, well, if I change this to 10 pixels and I refresh, this always stays relative to the P. One other one I want to show you is REM, and that is the size in relation to the size of the root element. What is the root element? Well, it's the HTML. So whatever the document is, it's always going to be twice as big. So if I do 5 and refresh, that's great. But if I change the font size over here to 5, that won't be affected at all. Good job getting this far in the course. I know I've thrown a lot of properties and selectors at you, but I promise in the next section, we're going to start building some real websites and have fun with all this knowledge. Can't wait. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to be talking about some advanced topics in CSS, and I'm going to start off with the critical render path. What is that? Well, we always should know how things work underneath the hood so we can make our websites as fast and reliable as possible. So based on what we've built in the previous section, let's look at what's happening underneath the hood. We are going to our website, and ideally our website will be on a server, and I'll show you how to do that later on in the course. For now, it's just our computer, but let's pretend we have a server where our files are hosted. When we go to our website, we'll call it coolwebsite.com, we request the HTML file, and the browser now sees our HTML file. Reads through this document, and as it's looking through, it notices that, oh, I need a CSS file here. So it goes back, makes another request, and says, hey, can you please give me a CSS file as well? The server says, yep, no problem. Let me grab that for you. Grabs the CSS file. And now it starts looking at both the HTML and the CSS file to try and figure out how the web page should look. But then it also notices that, hold on a second, I need some fonts as well. So it goes to this address and looks for a font. Again, the website now asks the website that the fonts are hosted at. In our case, it's the Google API, and it grabs the font file. Now here's the thing. While it's grabbing the font file, it could render the page, and rendering means displaying. So it could display the website if it only has the HTML and CSS, but it might not show up the text because the text is looking for the font file. So when we talk about the critical render path, we like to mention that CSS is a render blocking file. So you won't be able to render a web page until you receive your CSS. And sometimes if you have font files, you'll also have to wait for the text to render on the page. So keep that in mind when you build your websites. But what are things that we can consider when doing this so that our websites load up faster? One is maybe to have our own font files. Another one might be that you don't want to make your CSS too big. If we had hundreds and hundreds of lines of code of CSS, well, the file gets bigger and bigger, and it's more and more that you have to transfer over the wire. One method that people have used, and you'll see often, is something called minifying your CSS. And if we open up a browser here, you can do something called CSS minify. And CSS minify, what it does is you can enter your CSS here. You can see an example over here. So you enter this and you click minify. And what minify does, it removes all the white space. So everything is on one line, just really tiny together. So even though it's the same CSS, it technically makes the file a little bit smaller so that the number of bytes that you're sending over the internet is a lot less. And you'll see that technique used in JavaScript as well, and we'll talk about that in that section. But that is the critical render path, a path that a website takes to display something to the user. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello! Let's build a fun image portfolio site. One of the biggest problems that people have, and the hardest problem with CSS, it's always making sure that we have our items displayed in the location that we want. That is a really, really difficult problem. And there are many, many solutions to this problem, but one of the new ways, and now it's probably the most popular way, is called Flexbox. And we're going to be using that to create a beautiful image website. Let's get started. So I have an index.html file here and a style.css file in the same directory on my desktop. So let's get started with our typical HTML file. We're going to title it CSS. And in the body, we're going to have a header of life in the wild. And refresh. Perfect. And in here, we're going to have a div with a class of container. We'll close that off. And in here, let's add some images. Now, if you remember with images, I can type in this and then tab with Sublime Text. And we don't have any pictures yet. So for now, let's just copy and paste and add 6 images. Save and refresh. Okay. Let's start adding some of these images, and I actually have a file full of these images for you, and I'll attach it to the next lesson so you can also build it yourself. So I'm just going to copy these quickly. Phew, that was a lot of copy and pasting. Let's save that and refresh. All right, we have our images and they're massive. So let's make this a little bit smaller. We can now go to our style sheet and we can select the images, and let's just do width 450 pixels and height 300 pixels. And you might be asking yourself, how come we don't do it here on the individual images? Remember, we can add attributes, but that means if we needed to ever change anything, we have to individually go into each image and change it versus just changing in one location. So for now, we're going to stick to the CSS size. Let's save that and refresh. And obviously we need to link the file. So let's add a link here and it will reference our style.css. Save that and refresh. There you go. We have our images. Look at that. Some beautiful animals here. Now, Flexbox has a great resource, obviously from CSS Tricks, and this is pretty much all you need. It shows you all the things that Flexbox can do, and as you can see, it allows you to play around with content and shift it around in a very nice way. I'm going to attach this link for you at the end of this video, and you can take a look for yourself. For now, let's learn a few Flexbox properties. We want to define that everything inside of this div is part of Flexbox. It's called container, so let's do container. And within this container, we will say that display will be flex. So that's how we activate Flexbox. Refresh. Okay, we have a few changes, which is nice, but I don't want to scroll through this. Ideally, I can see everything without scrolling. So one thing we want to do, and again, we can look down over here at the suggestion, we see that flex wrap might be something that we want to add. So let's do flex wrap and do wrap, save and refresh. Okay, that's perfect. So if I make this bigger, you see that everything is wrapping around. Okay, but I think the content should be centered. It kind of looks weird to having everything to the left over here. So again, we can do something called justify content, and then we can do center. And refresh. Perfect. And if we look on the guide over here, justify content should be right over here. You can see all the properties that it has. That looks pretty good, and we did that pretty fast. Made a nice little portfolio website already. What else can we add now that we have this flexible container around our website? Let's make the header a little bit prettier than it is now. So that's the H1. We can add an H1 here, and we'll say that the font family is, I like this one, Fantasy. Save and refresh. Ooh, I like that one. Font size, let's make it a little bit bigger. We'll do 3 EM. So if you don't remember what EM is, make sure you check out that video. Okay, so that looks better. Maybe it'll be nice to have a bit of a border as well. So we can do border bottom because we only want a border on the bottom. And we'll do 2 pixels solid pink. And refresh. Okay, perfect. That looks good, but ideally I want a border just around this. I don't want the entire section, so we can actually just say that for H1, we want the width to be 400 pixels. I save and refresh. All right, perfect. That looks good. And ideally, this is centered so that the line underneath it is, well, on the left side and right side is equally distributed. So we can do something like text align center. And you'll notice here that it's aligned in the center, but not the web page center. It's aligned in the center of the width of 400 pixels. But that looks good. It'll be actually nice to have a border around here as well. So let's add border right 2 pixels solid pink. Save and refresh. All right, that looks very nice. And then the final thing I want to add is I want to have some spacing between these images. So I'm going to add a margin of 10 pixels here. And refresh. All right, let's take a look at our website right now. That looks very, very nice. As you can see, Flexbox is a very easy thing to implement, and it makes your websites look really, really nice, and you can position your content very easily, especially if you have these container-like structures. I want to show you one last resource for Flexbox. Again, this is a tool that you'll see more and more of, and ideally you'll build websites using Flexbox instead of some of the older ways. One way to get really, really good at Flexbox is to play this game, and it's called Flexbox Froggy, I believe. Let's see. And here you're trying to get the frog onto the leaf. It's a little home. So you can do something like justify content flex end. And look at that. You get the frog onto the leaf and you move on to the next round. I'll leave this for you. It's a really, really good way to learn Flexbox. I think this is probably the best way to do layout in CSS. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about CSS 3. Now, just like with HTML and HTML5, CSS is a standard that constantly evolves to adapt to new demands of websites. So CSS 3 is the latest evolution of CSS, where we've added new properties and new features so that we can make our design even better. So if you remember in our diagram over here, all of these browsers have different developers, different teams that work on implementing their features. Now, in an ideal world, everybody agrees on what CSS does, and when new features and new properties are added, everybody implements them at the same time. But that's simply not the case. Some browsers might work with some property, some might not, because they haven't gotten around to making it work. So let's go back to our website. Now let's play with one of my favorite CSS3 properties. How cool would it be if when we hover over these pictures, the picture moves? Well, with CSS3, they've introduced something called transition. And if I do all 1 second, and I'll explain what that does in, well, 1 second. Image hover, so this should be familiar, where when we hover, we want the image to transform. This is a new property as well, and we'll say scale 1.1. So let's see what happens. I refresh. Look at that. My images are now moving on hover. Isn't that cool? What these properties do is say that I want the image to transition when an action is taken upon it, and I want all the properties to transition over 1 second. And what's that transition going to be? Well, when I hover, I want it to transform by a scale of 1.1. So it's essentially growing. If I change this to 4 seconds and I refresh, well, now it takes 4 seconds for the image to scale. You can see over here, I'm going to change this back to 1 second, just because it looks better that way. If I make this website full screen, you see that we now have a beautiful effect for our image gallery. There's also another property called animation, which you can look at on your own. But again, CSS3 has brought in a lot of these new properties to make websites even more dynamic than they are now. But there is a little caveat to using such properties. And that is, you want to make sure that each browser has implemented a new feature. So if I go to one of our favorite websites, W3 Schools, they have a CSS browser support reference. And here you can look at all the CSS to make sure that browsers support whatever property you want to use. So if we go to transition, we see that it is supported by all latest browsers. But you also see that if we go to something like user select, they have this MS, Moz, WebKit line over it. And if we scroll all the way down, it'll show you that it is supported by Internet Explorer with prefix MS. What does that mean? Well, these are browser prefixes, and you'll see them every once in a while. What it is these are new features of CSS that haven't fully been implemented by the browsers, and you want to use a prefix to make sure that they work as an experimental feature in the browser. Let me explain what that means. If I wanted to add let's say a box shadow, so that means kind of making this look 3D and having a shadow underneath the edge over here, previously I had to do something like this, where I put box shadow, and you can read into the property to see what I'm about to do, but I'm going to do 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 5 pixels, and then the color, which is a bit of a gray. So if I do this and refresh, well, that looks nice, and my browser is the new Chrome, so it has this feature. But a few years ago, when box shadow was first introduced, you had to do something like this. Box shadow. And then copy and paste this. And this makes sure that it works on the Mozilla browser. And then you also had MS, which made sure that it works on Internet Explorer. You had WebKit, which made sure that it works on Safari and Chrome. And then finally, you also had O, which made it work on the Opera browser. And then you also had to still mention the box shadow without the prefixes at the bottom. So now, if any of these browsers don't support box shadow, well, they have these prefixes so that it should work. And box shadow has been some time now, so you don't need to do this anymore. But there is one great way of seeing if a certain property still needs browser prefixes, and that is using something like this reference, which I will leave for you so you can check it out. Another thing I wanted to show you is Can I Use? So caniuse.com is a great resource to see anything that you might want to try out. So if I type in here CSS transition, you'll see CSS3 transitions are supported in all these browsers, except we have one, Opera Mini, and it says it's 2.63% of the global usage. So if you use CSS3 transitions, 2.63% of the population might not be able to see it. Now, whether that is your user base or not, you can kind of decide what the trade-offs are. But this is a great thing to use. And if we use something like Flexbox, well, we see that Flexbox has all support. It shouldn't be a problem for you to use it. Okay, let's go back to this and just finish off this website to make it look nice. So I don't like that there's space here. Ideally, this is all the way to the left, but if I do margin 0 pixels and I refresh, that actually doesn't change much because sometimes browsers have their own default margins. So the way to get around it is to do margin 0 for the body. So margin 0 pixels, let's save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have this all the way to the left. Okay, but we do want a bit of a buffer at the top. So I'm going to add margin top, and we'll do 10 pixels. Save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have a beautiful website. And it didn't really take us much. We just wrote a few lines of CSS, a few lines of HTML, and look what we have. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Whenever you have a request from an employer to build a website or a web app, one of the first things that they will ask for is to make sure that your website is responsive. So what is responsive UI? Well, I can show you by opening up the developer tools, which we should know by now. And you'll see over here that there is a little phone icon. If we click on this, it will show you what your website will look like on, let's say, an iPhone. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So let's do 100% of the size. Perfect. You'll see that your website on an iPhone looks like this. And if we do an iPad, well, it looks like this. And if it rotates, it looks good. So responsive means that your website, no matter what, whether it's on the big screen or something like an iPad, it is responsive. That means there's no cutoffs. Everything looks good no matter what size the screen is. So if we go back to our website and close the developer tabs, I can actually play around with this, open and close, and see that it's responsive. The website looks good no matter what the size, and users can enjoy the experience and not be turned off because whether they're accessing it through their iPad at home on their couch, it still looks good. So keep that in mind. Responsive UI should be a priority when building websites. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello. This is your new robot friend, and I have a fun little challenge for you. I've created this robot that is actually pretty cool. So as you hover, his head grows big, and he can also dance. Now, here's the challenge. I've created majority of this robot, but you first need to assemble it so it looks like this. I've left a few files for you, an index file and a CSS file. The only problem is that these parts are all over the page, and I need you to assemble them so that you can have a robot friend as well. In the following section, after the exercise, I'll have the solution that you can use, but give it a try, and hopefully you'll have a new robot friend too. Hello, everyone. So I want to take a break here and talk about something that, well, I think it's really exciting and should get you excited. That is that technology is evolving. What does that mean? It means that what you're learning is going to change over the years because everything in tech is fast, is moving fast, is changing fast. But the good news for you is that you're learning the latest and greatest right now. So if the best developer in the world stopped learning 3 years ago, they're going to be behind. Your advantage of just getting started to code is that technology is moving so fast that for you to catch up to somebody, well, you can do that in a really fast time. As a matter of fact, if really good coders aren't always keeping up to date with the latest trends, they fall behind. This is a good thing for you because text editors, dependencies, APIs, libraries, best practices, even programming languages are constantly evolving and changes. Some of these words on the screen may not even mean anything to you. Maybe you don't even know what they are. Don't worry. We're going to learn in the course all about these. But you see, the reason I created this course, and I created this course back in 2018. That's a long time ago. Since then, every year I update the course because technology is evolving. I want this course to be up to date. I want this course to teach the latest trends so that you finish the course and you can go off on your own and get hired. That's the goal. But you see, every year as I was updating the course, I realized that the old videos are actually extremely valuable. Because all the courses out there, all the other courses out there, teach you just that, a snapshot of what the current development practices are. But what I can do with my course, since it has been around for such a long time, is provide a historical snapshot. I can take you from the very beginning of a popular library like React and show you how it evolved, how the best practices evolved. And this way, the way you learn with this course isn't that you just learn all these new things. You also get to learn the old things and then how to update them. It's as if you were working for years as a developer. You have these battle stories to tell of the old ways of doing it and how we do it in a newer way. So as you'll see in all of our projects, as we learn new technologies, new APIs, new best practices, I'm going to start off with how we used to do it and then show you how to update, for example, libraries, how to update projects to the latest version. This way, you actually experience what a developer does. A developer is maintaining software, maintaining programs. When you finish coding a project, it's never done. It's constantly evolving. New things are being discovered in the world. New technology is being created. Even small little libraries are being improved upon. So your job as a developer is not just to write code, but to also maintain it, to constantly improve it, to make sure that it's running years and years from now. So as you go through this course, I want you to see every video that I show you how to update something. Every video where I show you how we want to maybe change a version of a library, or how an API, such as in the final project, our Clarify API, changes over time, and we have to fix things in order for our projects to work. That's the life of a developer. You're a problem solver. You are constantly, fluidly changing, evolving with the technology. And if you're able to do that, then you're a great developer. And I'm really excited about this course because I've kept these old videos and then shown the updated videos right after that video to show you how you would have experienced it a few years ago and how you experience it now. And I think that's a great way to learn. I think that's an exciting way to learn, to give you experience without necessarily having that actual experience. All right, I'm talking too much. Let's get back to coding. Bye-bye. Hello! In this video, I'm going to introduce you to something called Bootstrap. If you haven't heard before, Bootstrap is one of the most popular projects ever for developers. And what it is just a CSS file and JavaScript file. But why would that be one of the most popular projects? Well, one thing you might have noticed is that writing CSS from scratch is a bit of a pain. Wouldn't it be nice if you can use something that has already been created by somebody so that not every single developer has to keep reinventing the wheel and keep writing everything from scratch? And that is the idea behind Bootstrap. Bootstrap was created to solve this problem so that we can create websites really, really fast by using somebody else's CSS and building on top of it. There's also another project called Foundation that does the same thing, and they have their own styles. But again, Bootstrap is the more popular of the two, so we'll focus on that. If we click on Get Started here, it'll have a quick setup instruction, and in the next video, we'll actually build something with Bootstrap. But I wanted to show you, if you go down to Components, what the big sell of Bootstrap is. And that is, it has all of these things pre-built for you. So if I wanted to, let's say, have a navigation bar, well, that's already built for me with drop-downs and links. And all I have to do is copy and paste this code. And you'll see over here that they already have classes attached to them. And these classes will be associated with the CSS file that I will download from Bootstrap. So anytime I use something like navbar, it will use the default Bootstrap styles. And there's many things that you can do. As you can see, all I need to do is copy and paste this code and I have myself a card. You can imagine how fast making websites is with this. Now, the one thing I do want to point out is you might be asking, why do I need to also download JavaScript? We haven't really learned that topic yet in this course. And there are some things in Bootstrap, such as drop-down menus. You can see how they're adding behavior, some actions to our website. If I go to, let's say, modals, for example, and I click on Launch Demo Modal, well, this uses JavaScript because there's some action within our website. We won't worry too much about that, and that's something we'll get into when we get to the JavaScript section. But you can see here that with Bootstrap, by just downloading a CSS file and a JavaScript file, we have all these tools at our disposal. Now, you might be asking yourself one other thing, and that is, well, if everybody uses these, won't we all have the same looking websites? And no. The beauty of Bootstrap is that these are just building blocks. You have all these classes that you can use, but then you can add your own custom CSS styles on top of these to make it different. So if I go to buttons, for example, well, by using these classes, I have all these beautiful buttons, but if I wanted to change the behavior of button primary, which is this one, I could create my own CSS file and just put it right after the Bootstrap file and change the primary color to, let's say, orange. And just to show you, if you go to the Expo tab here, Bootstrap actually has a whole bunch of websites that have been built with Bootstrap. And you can see that they all look very, very different. So in the next video, we're going to build ourselves a Bootstrap website. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Let's start using Bootstrap. And there are two ways we can use this toolkit. One is to download. And you can just click on the first link. It says compiled CSS and JavaScript. Well, let's just see what gets downloaded. So if I open this, you'll see here that I have a CSS file and JavaScript file. You see there's a bunch of them. You don't have to worry too much about it. It's just different CSS files that are used together based on if you're using the Bootstrap Grid or the Bootstrap CSS. And you'll see some of them have the bootstrap.min.css, and that means that they are minified. So if I open this, you'll see that everything is on one line and minified. Right now, all we would need to do is just add this to our project, but I want to show you a better way of doing it, especially when we're getting started. And that is, we can use something called a CDN. So what is a CDN? A CDN is a content delivery network. Bootstrap has this link, and they're hosting the Bootstrap CSS files for us. So we don't even need to include it in our project. All we need to do is add this line into our HTML, and you'll see here that the link tag, which refers to a style sheet, has an href that links us to the Bootstrap minified CSS. And that's what a content delivery network is. We don't need to include our files into our project. We just link to someplace else that is actually hosting this file. So let's copy that. Let's open up Sublime, and I'm going to create a new file here, and we'll save it to the desktop, and we'll call it index.html. I save, and let's open that up in the browser as well. Okay, empty because, well, we don't have anything. Here, let's start with our HTML page, and we'll title it Bootstrap. And again, we have that link copied, which is the CDN that says, hey, I want the CSS file from Bootstrap. If you scroll down to the bottom, it also has the JavaScript file. And like I said before, we need these files if we're using features of Bootstrap such as dropdowns or modals that actually add some actions to our websites. So let's just copy this. And where we want to put JavaScript, and again, when we get to that section in this course, we'll talk more about it. We want to put it at the bottom of our body tag. And that is because you want these JavaScript files to load after all the content of your websites have loaded. This way, we have our website loaded, and then these scripts get downloaded. If we put these at the top, you'll have to wait for all of them to load before a user can see your website. And Obviously, that's not what we want to do. Okay, and this is all we need to have Bootstrap working for us. So let's play with a few things. Let's say we wanted to add a navbar. I would go into the components and select navbar. And you can read about how it works, but I really like this navigation bar. So I'm just going to copy the code and add it to my body. And I know it can get overwhelming when you're copying a whole bunch of code and you don't know exactly what it's doing. But if you actually read this line by line, you know everything. It's just a few tags with their own specific Bootstrap classes. So let's save here and refresh. And look at that. We have a navigation bar. How easy is that? And one thing that Bootstrap is really famous for, and why people love it so much, is that it's fully responsive. So you see the menu bar here. If I make it bigger, look at that. It automatically changes according to what we need. Okay, what else can we add over here? Let's add a Jumbotron. Hello world. Okay, so I can copy this. And again, let's add that right below the nav bar. So again, in Sublime Text, I can minimize this by clicking the side over here. And below the nav bar, we'll add this Jumbotron. Okay, so if I save and refresh, look at that. We have hello world. Let's add one last thing. We'll do a modal. And with the modal, I really like this one, launch demo modal. So I'm going to copy this. And again, I'm going to minimize the Jumbotron just so we can see what we've added. Copy and paste this. Always have to adjust my indentation. Perfect. And I save this and refresh. We have the launch demo modal. And if I click this, look at that. We have our own modal. Now, this, just to prove that this is JavaScript, if I remove these scripts, I'm just going to comment them out, and I click this, nothing happens. And that's what JavaScript is doing. We'll get into it, like I said, later, but there are some features that might not work with Bootstrap if you don't include these scripts. But if you're only using it for styles, then you might not even need these. So if I remove this, if you saw, we still have all of these. But the nav bar isn't working anymore. So again, you can play around and see what you need. You don't need to know exactly what these scripts do yet. So just leave them there for now. Now, how can we change the style so that, we can add our own custom look to our website? Well, if we wanted to change something like the launch demo modal button, well, in that case, I can see over here that this is the button, and I can look at the classes that Bootstrap gives us. If I go into buttons, well, here I can see that all these classes all these colors have different names. So if I want it to be red, I can use button danger. So again, I can remove primary. Actually, I can just type this out. Instead of primary, I can do danger, save, and refresh. And now the button's red. But again, what if you want your own custom look to the button? Well, that's easy to do. We can now say that from now on, I want button danger to be orange. The way we do that is we create a style sheet at the top. And now we can add our own style sheet, and you can see it's below the Bootstrap one, which means that according to cascading style sheets, our styles will override anything that might match the Bootstrap ones. So let's create a style file here. And I actually have one created already on our desktop. You can see it over here in the same directory as the index.html. And here we can say that the button danger that we just added has a background color of orange. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Our button is now orange. And the hover effect is still red, and that's default Bootstrap. So we can do button danger hover is going to be black. Save and refresh. Look at that. We have our own custom button. You can see Bootstrap is very powerful. We're able to create websites really, really fast this way. And in the next section, we're going to talk about the best feature of Bootstrap that I have yet to tell you about. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. Now, the one thing I really wanted to make sure with this course is that I show you how your day-to-day tasks of a developer actually look like in real life. And the thing is, in our world, packages, libraries, tools are constantly being updated. So once you build a website, once you build a project, you have to maintain it. And maintaining a project means making sure that the project still works years after you built it, making sure that you update libraries, because libraries like Bootstrap, well, they update constantly with new features, new privacy features. So part of your job is also maintaining your projects. Now, throughout the course, I show you how to update all of our projects to the latest version of a tool or library that it uses based on the current year. So we're going to do the same with this startup landing page. We haven't built this yet. We're still working towards it, but this is the finished product that you're going to have as well. And I'll also provide the code for you at the end of this section. But let's say a year passes. You've created your startup landing page. And guess what? Bootstrap comes with a new version. Look at that. The current Bootstrap version is this. And maybe your client says, hey, can you make sure that our website is up to date? That all our libraries that we use like Bootstrap are up to date? So you say, sure, no problem, boss. And you get to it. But how do you do that? Well, let's set up this example. You can pause the video here and try it for yourself if you like. But if I click on Get Started here, like we did in the previous video, we see that we now have the same thing as we did before, this time with the latest version of Bootstrap. So what I can do, let's say if I was updating my project, so let's just copy that, go back to my text editor, and where I imported or use the CDN for Bootstrap, which you can see that it has a lower version than it currently is, I simply replace that with the one that I just copied. I'm just going to replace this line with this new one. So you can see here that we have the latest version of Bootstrap. Finally, if we were using JavaScript in our project, we can also update the JavaScript by copying this. Now, we won't worry about this because in this project, we don't use JavaScript, and that's something that we'll cover later on in the course. But you can see here, I just simply updated the version. So now when my HTML file looks for a Bootstrap CSS file, it's going to go to this location that points to the latest version. So let's save this and open up our project. If I refresh, everything should still work. Everything should still look the same. So good, we just updated it just like that. So now if I click on Find Out More, you'll see that I'll get my little subscribe form. Now, one thing to note here, you might encounter some issues based on what types of plugins your browser uses. For example, here in this case, I'm using an ad blocker on my Google Chrome, and you can see here that it doesn't let me see the sign up form here. So what you might have to do is using the URL that you've created in your MailChimp. So remember, if you created a campaign with a landing page, it gives you a link usually, which is this one over here, which again, I'll show you how to create in the rest of the videos. What you can do is you can copy that link, open up the incognito mode, and then in here, paste it, and you should be able to see the email subscribe button. So just a heads up in case you see that. Anyway, we got sidetracked. The good news is that now we have the latest version of Bootstrap. And in similar fashion in the future, when you want to update your Bootstrap project, it's as simple as that. simply pointing it to the newest version of the CSS file. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
And welcome back. We left off with our really quick website that we built using Bootstrap. But I want to show you one thing that I've kept from you, and that is the layout feature in Bootstrap. And this was the primary reason that Bootstrap was so popular. Because layout was so difficult and we didn't have Flexbox back in the day, Bootstrap allowed us to create very responsive websites using these ideas of columns. To show you what I mean, we're going to create our own column system. We're going to go back to our website, and I'm going to delete everything that we created so far. I'm going to save and refresh. Everything's empty. So in Bootstrap, you can do something like this. You always want to wrap everything in a container. And again, if you go to the documentation, it'll show you what to do. And we'll just grab the top ones. So let's just copy these, fix the indentation a bit. There you go. And if I refresh, well, we need to have a bit of a background so we can see them. So I'm going to say column. We'll do background color gray, and the border will be 2 pixels solid black. Save, and go back and refresh. We have our borders. Now here's something interesting that you can do. You can do column small 6, and then column small 3. Don't worry, I'll explain what that means. I'm going to refresh, and look at that. The size of this just got smaller. And that is because Bootstrap has the idea of a grid system, and this grid system has 12 lines. So 6 plus 3 is 9. So it's saying that I want this column to have 6 spaces out of that 12, and this column to have 3 spaces out of that 12. So if we add another column, and 6 plus 3 plus 3 is 12, I'm going to say extra here. I refresh, you'll see that it fills in this gap. What if I put in 4 here? So that is 13, which is over 12. Well, if I refresh, this goes down to the next level. So you see how easy it is to control things in Bootstrap. I could also do something like column extra small. We'll do 12, and then column extra small 6, column extra small 6. And actually we'll do medium here. Save. Let's refresh and see what happens. Whoa. What this is saying that if the size of the window is medium, then I want the whole 12 grid system to the first div, and then 6 of the 12 to the second, and then the extra one, 6. So you can see here that that's medium. But because we have these small properties in here, if I make it smaller, you can see that it resorts down to the 6, 3, 4 grid. Let's change this back to 3 so it looks better, and show you that there's a few other sizes that we can add. You can see over here that we have grid options, and we have small, medium, large, and extra large. So let's do large and see what happens. So for large, I want to have everything on their own. So we can do this. And save. Let's refresh and see if you can guess what's about to happen. I'm going to go from medium to large. Do you see that? 12, 12, 12. So I want each div to occupy 12 spaces, 12 grid systems, which is the full thing. If I go to medium, I now occupy with the first one, 12. The second one's 6 and 6. So they should be one after another. And if I go down to even smaller, the small will have 6, 3, and 3. So this is how you can create really responsive websites. And that was the biggest selling feature of Bootstrap, it was solving this really, really hard problem of making sure that our website looked good no matter what the screen size. So I want you to play around with the grid options here. This is the hardest concept to grasp in Bootstrap. Once you've learned this, it's very, very easy to create websites extremely fast. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Holy moly. Good job getting this far in the course. You should really, really be proud of yourself because we've learned a lot. And now we're going to build something really exciting. We're going to build a startup landing page. A landing page like this that, well, is responsive. But most importantly, it has some text, it has a button. But check this out. When you click on the button, it takes you to a form to sign up and collect email addresses. That's right, we're building a startup landing page. I'm going to show you how to do it step by step. And you can grab the starter files attached to this lesson because we're going to build this from scratch and see how we can put something online that you can now share with your friends next time you have a big startup idea. Let's get started. Welcome back. So how are we going to build this from scratch based on what we've learned so far? Well, we're going to use Bootstrap for this because we just learned it. And I actually gave you some starter files attached to the last lesson. If we take a look, that's right, we had a header image, we had an index HTML file, and then a style.css file. So you can open these, make sure they're all in the same folder. I called mine startup with an exclamation mark because this is an exciting project. And in our case, we'll use Sublime Text. We should have something like this. So we have our index.html file, our style.css, and then our header image. Now I filled in a few things for you just to get us started. Nothing too crazy though, don't worry. One is we've used some Google fonts so that we can use this Montserrat font, which I think is kind of nice from the Google fonts. And we enable that in our style sheet by saying body and HTML. I want to make sure that the font family has this setting. If not, we'll use sans serif. I've also set width and height for 100%. That's always something good to have to make sure that the body and HTML cover 100% of whatever we see on the screen. Next, we have our Bootstrap CSS from a CDN or a content delivery network. And the reason I've added this here is that so you don't have to actually include a Bootstrap file yourself. If I actually go to the Bootstrap page and I go to Quick Start, you'll see that right here, we can just copy and paste this, just like here, with the Bootstrap CSS file. So that way, right away, as soon as we copy and paste this line, we have Bootstrap available to us. Now, notice here how we have versions of Bootstrap. In this case, it's 4.3.1. Now, this number, as the time passes, is going to get bigger and bigger because Bootstrap is a constantly evolving library as developers make updates. But as long as you use a number higher than this, everything in this project should work. Like I said, most of the time, no matter when you're watching this video, as long as you copy this or you use my starter files, everything should work. And then finally, we have our style sheet. Nothing new here, right? Because we've already seen this before. We have our style.css file, and our style file just has this for now. We also have our header image, which, again, is a nice little laptop image for our startup landing page. Now, this is the website over here that is completely blank because we have nothing in the body. So let's just have a header one that says, hello, right here. Save it and refresh. Look at that. We have hello. Now, notice here how fast I did that. I just pressed Command R on my laptop, which is a Mac. If you have Windows, it's Control R to refresh the web page. And you notice here that the font is being applied once again because we have our font family CSS set. So there's our page, our setup. And there is what we want to get to. Now, if you want, you can go off on your own and try to attempt to build this from scratch yourself. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video to actually get our page to look a little bit more like this and less like this. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, let's get going here. Now, the first thing we want to do is change this hello to, well, the biggest startup event of the year. Very dramatic, I know. So let's do that. I'm just going to say the biggest startup event of the year. That's right. Okay, let's save. So I'm doing Command S, or if you're on Windows, Control S. And then refresh, Command R, or if you're on Windows, Control R. All right, there we go. That's great. We also seem to have a button that says Find Out More. So let's do that as well. We'll say button Find Out More. There we go. If I refresh here, there you go. Our startup landing page is, well, frankly, still looking fairly ugly. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to have this background image. But before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about how we can set up our HTML page so that we have good responsive design. So right now, nothing much is going on. You can see here that I can adjust the screen size, but we don't have much happening on our page. So if we go back to the Bootstrap documentation, in the Quick Start Guide, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you see that I get a starter template here. And you might notice here something that we haven't seen before, which is this part over here, called a required meta tag. And you can see here that this is actually something that we can copy and paste and place right below our title here, just like that. Now, let's make this a little bit bigger so we can see. And I'll make the writing smaller just so you can see over here exactly what's happening. So this meta tag allows us to add new information to our HTML page. And there's different things that we can provide. Now, in most websites, you'll actually see these two lines very often. As a matter of fact, it's recommended that you always add them. Now, what exactly do they do? Well, if we scroll down here, you'll see that we have the responsive meta tag. Essentially, this line here, which says viewport, allows us to create web pages that are developed mobile first. That is, we let the page know, or the browser know, that this page should work on mobile devices, and things like scrolling or touching or zooming on a mobile device is going to work with this tag. Now, this is something I'm going to leave for you to learn more about, and it's something we'll talk about later in the course. But these meta tags are just useful things to add to our projects anytime we create a new page. And then finally, this top meta tag uses UTF-8 encoding. Essentially, it's saying, hey, we're going to use this form of encoding to write text on our pages. Again, something that if you're curious, you can read up on your own. But now that we've set this up so that it's good for mobile as well, let's try to include this background image into our page. Now, when it comes to background images on a website, that's a very common thing. You'll see a lot of people adding background images to a website, or maybe patterns or some sort of colors. And when a common problem happens, I always like, well, Googling. And one of the first things that you'll encounter is this perfect full page background image by CSS Tricks, which we've seen before. Now, if you scroll all the way down, it tells us a way for us to make sure that we use the image in a full page background so that it stretches, it flexes as the viewport changes. Now, over here, it actually gives us a copy and paste way that we can use it ourselves. So I'm going to just copy this, go to my style page, and just add this to our CSS. Now you'll see over here that we're using background over here with the URL. So we want to adjust it to header.jpg because that's the URL of the header. And the key here is these lines. It's saying, hey, we don't want to repeat the image. We want you to keep it centered. And we want you to keep it fixed. And by using this line, it stretches, or at least it fills the entire page with our image. And as long as we have background size as cover, well, let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh. Hey, and look at that. Now I have this image that adapts to our page. But the cool part is if I open the developer tools here, let's say View, Developer Tools, you'll notice that the image actually bumps up so that the center of the image, well, is always centered. How cool is that? So this is a very useful trick to have your background very flexible. All right, so we have our background. Unfortunately, our writing right now is hard to see. The button's still kind of ugly. So let's fix a few things in our HTML page. Now remember, we have Bootstrap, so we can start using some Bootstrap classes now. One thing that I want to do is with this H1 tag, I want to maybe use a strong element to emphasize the header. So make sure we close this. And I'm going to make this bigger just so you can see. And if I refresh, all right, that's emphasized a little bit more. We also want to make sure that this H1 tag we can actually see. So we can go into our style and just create a new H1 style that will have, let's say, a font size of, let's say, 3 REM. And then we'll give it a color of, what should we do here? Well, one thing that I always like to do when I'm trying to figure out what color I want is to go to a page, let's say like the startup over here, open up the developer tools, make sure this is a little bit bigger so we can see, and then find somewhere on the page where you have this color palette. If I actually click on this and I'm on Chrome, look at that. It opens up a little color palette for us. So I can actually move around things and grab the hex of the color that I want. In our case, I want the color to be, well, let's find out. How can I copy the color of this page? I can just click on select an element, this little icon here. And then if I hover over this, look at that. It shows me exactly what color this element has. You can see over here that this is the hex color. So I'm just going to copy that, come back, and paste it in. Now if I save both of these files and refresh, that's much better. I like that a lot. All right, we're making progress with our page. It's getting closer, but we still have a lot to do. So let's take a break, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, everybody, let's keep going. What else can we do to this page to make it look more like this one? Well, I want the text uppercase here. You can see over here that this is all in capitals, this is not. I mean, I could change this if I want to capital letters. I can also add a style to make everything uppercase. But there's also another useful one that comes with Bootstrap. I can actually add a class and use a class in Bootstrap called text-uppercase. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Everything is uppercased. That's awesome. Now, what about the button? Let's add some Bootstrap styling to the buttons. Again, let's say you don't know how to add Bootstrap styles or you don't know the classes. We can always go to the documentation and search buttons. There we go. We see that we have some button classes that we can use. In our case, let's use this one, button primary. So I'm going to copy, come back, and with this button, let's give it a class of button primary. If I save and refresh, hey, look at that. We have a Bootstrap button already. That's really, really cool. But you know what? I want to have a different color, right? I want the button to look more like this, something nicer. So we can add our own custom CSS. Let's call this class button XL for extra large button. And this isn't a Bootstrap class. If I save this and refresh, nothing will happen. Instead, we can create this button XL right here in our own style sheet. So let's say button or .button XL is going to be, let's make this a little bit bigger, is going to have padding of, let's say, 1 REM on the sides and 2 REM top bottom. If I refresh this, that's better. That's a lot bigger. So we have an extra large button. Now we can add sizes or we can add different properties here. But since we named this class button XL, we should just leave it the way it's describing things. That is to make the button larger. So instead, let's just modify the existing classes that we have, which is the button and button primary. So if I go back here, we can say that the button class will have a font weight of, let's say, 700 and a border radius. That is to make the edges more circular, and we'll give it 300 pixels. If I save this and refresh, that's a lot better. I like that. And I want this capitalized as well, and I could use the text uppercase class as we've seen before, or I can just in here say text transform and just say uppercase. So just use a CSS class. If I refresh, that looks really, really nice. Now let's keep going here. Let's add another class here, which is button primary. So we're just adding on to the Bootstrap styles that we have. And we'll just give it a background color of, what should we do? Well, if we go back to this page, again, we inspect right here by hovering, and we click. We see over here as we scroll down what color we're using over here. Let's see. Where's the color? Let's see. Oh, there it is right here. So I'm going to copy the color, add it here. If I hit save and refresh, hey, look at that. That's really, really nice. But one thing you'll notice is that the border over here, if we scroll or zoom in, you see that the border has a bit of blue, and that's default for the Bootstrap theme. So instead, let's add a border as well. So call it border color and give it the same color. If I refresh, that's much better. Although now we're hovering and it's turning blue. That's okay, but I don't like it. Let's make it hover so it's still orange, but maybe a little bit darker orange. So what can we do here? Again, we've seen this before. We can just say button primary colon hover. And in here, we can just add background color to be something a little bit different than this. In this case, we're going to use a color that is EE4B08. Don't worry, I didn't memorize this. This is just something that, well, I knew that I used when I made this website first. So don't worry, you never need to memorize hex colors. Next, we'll do the same for the border color. So once again, we'll make the border color the same as we have here. That's great. I also want to increase the border width, actually, to just make it a little bit bigger when we hover over it. So let's just give it an extra 4 pixels, and let's save. If I refresh and hover, Hey, look at that. That's awesome. So that's looking really, really nice. So we have the button. It's looking pretty good. We have our header. That's looking pretty great as well. The other thing I want to add is this little line here, just to give it a little extra flair to the page. And we can use something called an HR here, or a horizontal line. So the HR tag, which we can just put in between, so let's say HR, is a horizontal line. So if I refresh here, I don't know if you can see it, well, because it's dark, but let's add some styling to it. So let's say in here that we want the HRs on our page to have a border color of the orange that we've had before, which is this one over here. So let's say border color is this. If I save and refresh, all right, look at that. There's our little line. It's a little thin though, so let's add a bit of sizing. So I'll say border width and give it, let's say 3 pixels. And if I refresh, all right, that's getting bigger, that's good. But I don't want this to be the entire page. I only want it a little bit, just like we see it here. So we have a CSS property here that we can use called max width, which, as the name suggests, tells us exactly what's the maximum width of this thing. In our case, let's say 65 pixels. So if I save this and refresh, that's much better. All right, we're making progress here, but there's an issue, right? Right now we have the content that we want, but it's all over the place. It's kind of ugly, isn't it? We want everything centered, maybe around this laptop over here. And this is where Bootstrap really shines. So let's figure that out in the next video. All right, it's time to talk about layout. Now, we already learned how layout works in Bootstrap, and we talked about why Bootstrap became so popular. Now, don't worry, later on in the course, I'm going to introduce you to topics like CSS Grid and actually talk about really easy ways to do layout on a page. But for now, we want us to use Bootstrap because that's what we learned. And I'm warning you, this is going to seem very overwhelming. I want to show you how Bootstrap does layout because down the road, when I introduce you to things like CSS Grid, you're going to see how much easier we have it now than we had maybe a few years ago. But I still want you to learn how layout is done in Bootstrap because you will encounter it throughout your career. Now, if you go to the layout section on the Bootstrap documentation, you see over here that it has some pretty good information. We can look at the grids, and we've already talked about how grid works with Bootstrap. Now, the first thing we want to do is to have a container and then maybe some rows that we can use columns on. So if we go back to our page and we open up the index.html file, the first thing I want to do around the body, and one thing I'll do with my Sublime text here is actually minimize the head tag here just so we can see a little bit. So I'm going to just click on this and look at that. It's minimized so I can just focus on the body. The first thing I want to do is say that I want to create a div with a class of container. Just like that. And then we'll close this right over here. So let's indent that properly. Let's save and refresh. All right, we have everything in a container. Next is that we want, ideally, all of these things to be in a row. So we want the H1, the HR, and the button to just be a row, one row that we have that is in the center of the page. So I'm just going to wrap this in a div and give it a class of row. So once again, let's close the div and indent this again. If I refresh, not much has changed. We may have lost the HR. We'll get back to that in a second, but we have a row now. So that if I inspect, let's say view, developer tools, and I click on this inspect, I see, well, these elements. If I go over here and let's open this up, make this a little bit smaller, we see that we have the body, we have the div, which is the container, and then we have the row right here. All right, let me close this. Let's divide up these items into different sections. We have the header element that we can use, and this header element will contain the h1 over here. So we have the header, and one thing that we can use with Bootstrap is a class called text center. And text center, as you might guess, if I refresh, centers the text. So that's great. That's our header element. And we also want to create another section here. Let's call it section. So this is a section element. And this section element will also have the class text center. So if I refresh, there you go. We got our HR horizontal line back. And why isn't this centered? Let's inspect this and find out. So I can open Developer Tools by pressing Command Option I or Control Option I if you're on a Windows. And let's look at the elements. We have the container, we have the row, we have the header, and then we have the section. Now, we see over here that these ones aren't taking up the full width as we would want of the container. And we've seen this before with Bootstrap, right? We have to use this columns to tell it, hey, we want to contain or expand along the column. And because Bootstrap uses a 12 grid system, we can just say in here that the header, we want the column 12 grid. And then for the section, we want the column 12 grid. So if I refresh, there you go, look at that. If I go over here, I see that we have the row, we have the header, and then we have the text, which as you can see contains the full amount of the container in the blue. That's looking a lot better. That's great. Now if I close this, our text and button, it's still at the top. Ideally, it's in the middle of the image. How can we fix this? Now, this part is really, really tricky. If I actually search vertical alignment here, you'll see that Bootstrap has some vertical alignment options, but these ones are using inline, inline block, inline table, which is actually not the recommended way. Now, the way we're going to do this is we're going to use flex. And this is a new feature with Bootstrap because they're using the Flexbox utilities that we've learned about, right? So if I go over here, you can see that I can activate the Flexbox system by using the dflex class. So if I copy this and go to container and say dflex, if I refresh, all right, nothing happened because we've just enabled Flexbox. But now we want to make sure that we can place things vertically in the center. And this, if we scroll down, is what we want right here. Align items. If we look over here, it's align items center. So if I copy this, which is this one over here, and we add align items center. If I refresh, this isn't working. And this is a little tricky. And I'm showing you this just to understand how to debug things. So let's say you just did this and for some reason, you don't understand why this isn't working. On the documentation page, clearly, it shows us that this should be working. Well, we can inspect, so let's right-click, inspect, and have a look at our HTML page. We have the container and then the body. Now you see here how everything is in the container. And as a matter of fact, if we look at the container, we're actually aligning items in the center because the container is actually not the full page. It's only the top part, right? It's just this part. So here, the container is not fully covering the page. So what we need to do, just like we have in body, if we look at style here, you see how we have height of 100%? All we need to do is tell the container that, hey, I want you to span the entire height of the page. And in Bootstrap, we can do that by saying height 100 instead of adding the CSS style. If I save this and refresh, look at that. If I hover, you'll see that my container is now the full length of the page. And our writing is right in the middle. If I scroll up or down, look at that. It's adjusting properly. Everything is centered. That's great. Now, don't worry if this takes you a long time to figure out. Sometimes it involves Googling around, figure things out. Like I said, later on in the CSS Layout section of the course, I'll actually show you how to make this so much simpler. Now, the last thing I want to do is, well, right here. I want to have a bit of space between the writing and the button. So what can we do here? I want another section in between these two to hopefully buffer them away from each other. So we can create that fairly easily. We can just add a new div and we'll give it a class here of buffer that we'll have to write ourselves. And this buffer class will be in between the header and then the horizontal line and the button. So let's also give this a column of 12 because we want to make sure that it covers the entire area. But right now, there's nothing. If I right click here and inspect, you'll see here that I have the buffer, but the buffer doesn't have anything. It's completely empty because, well, there's nothing inside here. But we can add a style, let's say .buffer. And this buffer will have a height of, what should we say? Well, if I do, let's say 50 pixels and I refresh, look at that. I get a nice little buffer. So now if I scroll over to buffer, you see that I have a 50 pixel height buffer. But I always like using REM instead of pixels. So let's do REM. Let's see what 5 REM means. All right, that's good. Maybe a little bit more. Let's do 10 REM. Let's save and refresh. All right, that looks actually quite nice. If I close this tab, open it up. Yeah, look at that. That looks really, really nice. And there we go. We have our startup landing page right here. Everything looks pretty nice, right? And the way we've organized things seems pretty clean. Our button is, well, when we hover, available, but whenever I click on this button, nothing's happening. Ideally, we have a new page that opens up so that we can enter, or our customers can enter their emails. And this is the exciting part that we're going to get to in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, this is the exciting part because up until now, well, we've created our startup landing page. It looks great, but it's only on our laptops, right? If you're starting a business, you're not going to go to every customer, give them your laptop and say, hey, check out my startup landing page. No, we want to use the internet, right? We want to be able to put this website online, but we also want people to be able to click on this and have a way to submit their email address so that maybe when your startup launches, you can email them and ask them to make a purchase. So this is the fun part. Now that we've created the page, how can we make it interactive? Well, for this section, we're going to use something called MailChimp. And MailChimp is an email marketing service. There's other tools like MailerLite and a ton of others that allow you to have this exact functionality, a way for users to click on a button, submit a form, and save that information somewhere for you to use later. Now, in order for this part to work, we need to create an account and sign up for free with MailChimp. Now, I've already gone through the steps, so you don't have to watch me type along. But just a heads up, what we're going to do is completely free. It isn't going to cost you anything, but we do want to create an account with MailChimp so that we can create our email form. So I want you to go ahead, do this. It might ask you for your home address, and that is actually a requirement, especially in some parts of the world, where to avoid spam and spam bots, you have to provide your home address or some sort of an address so that they know that you are a real human who is asking people to sign up to their newsletter. But just go through the steps here. Just create your password, get started. You might have to confirm your account with your email, but it should take you no longer than 5 minutes. Once you have done that, you can pause the video. Otherwise, let's sign in to MailChimp. Now, one thing actually before we sign in is if you look at the pricing, there's a free tier, and this is what we're going to use, where we can just create a form, and as long as we have less than 2,000 contacts, it's going to be completely free. Again, if you're creating a startup landing page and you're getting more than 2,000 people interested, well then you're probably going to make some money, so you can start paying for this service. But up until 2,000 signups, well, it's completely free. So that's really, really nice. All right, once you've created an account, let's log in. All right, there we go. We have our dashboard. Now, I want you to keep in mind, when you work with a service like this, which is essentially a website online of a company, they're always going to change how the website looks. So when you're watching this video, you might not have the exact same look as I do. Don't worry about it. Most of the core functionalities are going to be the same. You might have just different buttons organized differently. But what we want to do is essentially go to Audience. If you click on Manage Audience, click on Sign Up Forms, you can actually create your own audience. So let's just call this one 0 to Mastery Students. You can have different settings such as enabling CAPTCHA, enabling double opt-in, which again sends contact opt-in confirmation. So when people sign up, they'll get a confirmation email that they've subscribed. And you can also enable GDPR fields. Now, we don't need to worry about that too much. Let's create a form name, call it 0 to Mastery. You can provide a default email address if you want. Scroll all the way down. And we don't need to worry about too much. Let's just save audience and campaign defaults. All right, we've created our list. So now if I click back on audience, you see that I have 0 to Mastery students. If I go to campaigns now and say create campaign, and instead of a sign up form, we're going to click on landing page. Now the landing page name can be whatever we want. Let's say startup with an exclamation mark. We want to target the audience 0 to Mastery students. We can click begin. And here we can select a template that we want. Now in our case, we can just have the grow your list template. And you can customize this however you want. You can have different headings here, such as this is the best business in the world. We can have a logo if you want. We can use the 0 to Mastery logo that I've already uploaded. And we can just leave the email and subscriber the way it is. Again, this website is going to let you customize things differently. And depending on when you watch the video, these might be a little bit different. It doesn't really matter as long as we get this email form. So if I click Save and Close, and I go Save and Close, we now have my startup page, which I can just add a page title. Let's say Startup Idea. We can add a URL. So this allows you to have your own custom URL if you want. But in our case, we want the free option. So I can just create, let's say, ZTM, students endpoint. So if I save here, I now have a page title, a URL. We have the audience, which is 0 to mastery students. We have the content, which is what we just created. And all I need to do now is say, publish. High five. Thank you very much. Now your landing page is now live on the web right here. So check this out. If I copy and paste this into the link, there's my page. Now all we need to do is copy this link, go to my find out more, and make it so that when a user clicks on it, it goes to that page. And that's super easy, right? We can just create an A tag with an href, and this href will have the link that we just copied. So let's close that. Close the A tag. If I hit save and refresh, if I click now, how cool is that? But this isn't even the coolest part. The coolest part is now I can create just a random email, let's say 1234 Andy1234@gmail.com. Click subscribe, and we have almost finished. So you see over here how I got the you need to confirm your email address. And that's because we clicked on that setting where people had to confirm their email address because, well, we don't want just anybody to sign up to our newsletter. We want to make sure they're human and not just bots. So instead, let's go back and actually give my email address. Subscribe. If I now go to my email, hey, check it out. Look at that. I have the 0 to mastery students. Yes, subscribe me to the list. So if I click on this now, I'm now subscribed to the list. And if I go to my campaigns, you see that I have 2 clicks on this campaign. So if I now actually go to view report, I'll have a new subscriber that if I go to audience now, you can see that I have a new contact. And there we go. We have myself as the new subscriber. And as people get more and more interested in your startup, they're going to sign up more and more. And you'll be able to send them an email. How cool is that? Let's take a break and I'll see you in the next video so that we can actually put this website online instead of just on our computers. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. We've built our beautiful website. We've created a sign-up form. And it's fully responsive, but it's just on our computers. Let's actually put this online, on the internet, so anybody can access it. And I'm going to show you one way to do it for free. It'll take a bit of setup, but this way you'll have a website that is out there and you can showcase it to your friends. So to get started, I'm going to suggest that you go to github.com and you're going to create an account. And when we get to the GitHub and Git section, we're going to talk more about this, but GitHub is a platform for developers to showcase their work, but also put all their code and make sure that it's saved in a location. You can think of it as a resume for developers. So any developer that I know has a GitHub account, so create your own as well. It's completely free and it'll allow us to put our website online for free. So sign up now, and then I'm going to go back to my GitHub where I'm already signed in. And right here, once you're signed in, you'll get to this page and it'll say start a project. So I want you to click on start a project. And here, this is really important. You need to put the name that you have, your username of GitHub first, and then put period github.io. So you have to name your repository, so you can think of this as project name. And then you can click on create repository. you'll get this screen and it'll look very, very confusing. Don't worry, we don't need to worry about it. We're going to have to use the Setup in Desktop button. In order to do that, we need to download GitHub Desktop Client. So you can easily do that by downloading GitHub Desktop. There's for Mac, for Windows, whichever one you need. You can download. Once that's downloaded, let's open it up. And you can see here we have GitHub Desktop. I'm going to double click to open it. You'll get this pop-up, but you can just open. And once you have this, you can click on Clone Repository. And you will have to sign in to GitHub. So this needs to know what your account is on github.com. So I'm just going to click sign in. And again, you can sign in with your own credentials here. And there you go. We should be all signed in. The next step is we're going to click on something called Clone a Repository. So we're going to click on that and we're going to search for the repository we just created. So if you remember your username.github.io, and because it's signed in to your account, it knows where to find it. So from here, I'm going to click Clone. And it did a whole bunch of magic behind the scenes. Don't worry about it for now. Now, you want to open this repository in Finder. And it's going to open up your folder with your name on it. And in there, I just want you to copy and paste the 3 files that you have, your index, your style sheet, and your header. If you have any other files for your website, just keep them all in there. Just a reminder to take it out of the folder. There you have it. I don't want to delete that, so I'm going to copy that back. Okay. And once you have that there, close it. And now you'll see that you have these 3 files that you've just added. All we need to do now is just write a summary of this. So uploading website and then commit to master. You'll need to add a summary in here, otherwise it won't let you click. You click on that and again, something happened, some magic, but if you click on the history tab, you'll see that your files are still there. And the final thing you're going to do is click this Publish Branch button. If you click on this, it's doing a whole bunch of work behind the scenes, and it looks like it's done. Now here's the cool part. Let's go back to our website. And remember this screen? Well, now, if I refresh, I have my files in there. So now this location is referencing these files. And guess what? Your website's actually online. Don't believe me? Well, let's check it out. All we need to do is go to this link, type it into the bar, press enter, and there you go. We have our website online. So now, our beautiful website, our startup page, works. And people can sign up for our mailing list and check out our startup. Isn't that cool? We're going to be learning more about GitHub and Git later on in the course, and there's a special section just for it because it's a very important tool. But I wanted you to put your website online so you can show it off to your friends and family and let them know that you're going to be a pretty good developer. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I wanted to show you another easier way to put your page online on GitHub that is fairly new. All we need to do is click on a new repository. We can create whatever we want. Startup of the year. We'll call it that for now. We'll make sure it's public. We can add a description if we want. And we can initialize this repository with a README. Now if I click Create Repository, I now have an empty project. And all we need to do here is click on Upload Files. And we can just drag and drop our files. In my case, I can just grab these 3 files we've been working on, drag them over here. It's going to upload them, and we'll just hit Commit Changes. And check it out. Once that's done, we have our page. Now, in order for this to work, we have to make sure that there's an index.html file. And all we need to do is now go to Settings, scroll all the way down to GitHub Pages right here, select the source as the master branch. And don't worry, we're going to go over GitHub and how it works later on in the course. We have a dedicated section for it, but I just want to make sure that we can put things online so you can show off to your friends. If I scroll back to GitHub Pages now, you'll see that I have your site is ready to be published right here. So I can actually copy this link or click on it, and look at that. At this URL, my website is now online. And as you can see, it works just like we had. But this time, it's an actual website online. So this link I can send to my friends and show off. Now, one thing I like to do here when I create a page on GitHub is to copy this link, go back to the project, and add it to the description here as the website, so that in the future, I can just click on here and I'm directed to my website. All right, that was a lot of work, but congratulations, you have your website online. Go share it with your friends, with your family, with your dog, with your enemies, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back to another Developer Fundamentals video. And you know who we haven't seen in a while? My friend Jean-Claude Van Damme. How are you doing these days, Jean? All right. So what is this developer fundamental that we're going to teach? Well, I have over here animate.css. And this is another CSS file that we can download to animate things. So all I need to do is click download animate.css, and I have the CSS file downloaded for me. So let's open that up. You'll see over here that, yep, this is a massive CSS file that I just downloaded. And this is how Bootstrap, that we've seen in previous videos, works. They're essentially providing a CSS file for us with all these properties already preset, and we also have all the classes that we need to use them. So let's say I wanted to use this, and I'm just going to copy this for now. And I have an empty website, and I'm just going to copy and paste this CSS for us. Just think about how powerful that is. We're able to not start from scratch, but use what other people have created to make our websites faster. To show you this, let's open up this file. So into our browser. Okay, it's completely empty. And let's just have a header 1 that says animate me. I'm going to save and refresh. And looking at animate.css, I can add let's add bounce to our header. All we need to do is click on something like view on GitHub, and it will explain for us what we can add. And I'll just save you the trouble of reading, but all we need to do is this. Copy and add the class, animated, and then whatever animation we want. In this library, that's how it works. You just need to stay a class and type animated first, and then any of the actions that were provided on the website. So in our case, it was infinite bounce. Save and refresh. And well, we haven't linked our style sheet here, so let's do that. And we should be really good at this by now because we've done it plenty of times. Save and refresh. Look at that. Our header is now animated. Let's see what else we can do with this. We can do Jello. Actually, let's do something more exciting, maybe flip. Oh, I like that one. Okay, so we want to do flip. We can type in flip and refresh here. You see that? Let's do that infinite just so we can see it. Woo, there you go. I'm going to stop that because that's going to get us dizzy. Refresh. There you go. Now, the fundamental here that I want to show you is that when we're building websites, it is very rare that we build something from scratch. Most of the time, you want to build on top of something that has already been created. Otherwise, the whole environment of being a developer would be very, very tedious. How much of a waste is it if somebody has already created a solution that you need? So, as a developer, you want to be efficient with your time and your limited resources. So you want to find things like Bootstrap or even animate.css if they solve your certain problems. And that is true for CSS as well as JavaScript when we get into it. You want to find solutions that already exist, and only if they don't exist already, then you can implement your own. Finally, I wanted to show you one other tool, and that is Creative Tim. So if you click on Creative Tim, they create Bootstrap themes. They're using the Bootstrap toolkit to build their own styles and their own little customized actions to make it even better. So if I go to categories over here and we'll do UI kits, you'll see over here that they have all these things that we can use. So if we click on PaperKit 2 Pro, let's find a free one actually. If I click on price low to high, there you go. We have the Get Shit Done, and we also have PaperKit 2. So if I click on this, and I'm going to make this full screen, this allows us to build something like this very, very easily with their own custom design. And all we need to do is do a free download. And you'll see that when we download this, we have all the files that we need. And let's open it up. Look at that. We have this website that, just like Bootstrap, we can use these buttons and these different styles and navigation, progress bars and forms and everything that you need. And because we know now how HTML files and CSS files work, we can actually start customizing this. And we can open up an index file and start editing it. Or if we go into assets and CSS, we can start adding our own CSS values to it. And you'll see a lot of developers that do this exactly. They're freelancers and people need just websites built, and they're able to build websites really, really fast by using something like Creative Tim. Because as you can see, they've already built really nice looking components for you. There's paid ones that you can get, and that is one avenue that you can go. But I do argue that these type of websites can only take you so far. And in order to build real applications, real complex applications, and even garner higher salaries and make your skills really valuable, we need to learn JavaScript. And we need to become better than just using templates and CSS. And that's what we're going to get into the next section. That is JavaScript. That is when the real power comes. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Congratulations. You're actually learning quite a lot. Although things might still seem a little intimidating, you now have a newfound power where you can create websites, you can put them online. Now, there's still lots to learn, but one of the neat things about knowing how much we know now is that you can leverage other people's templates. Now, what does that mean? It means that unlike the startup landing page that we just created, you don't have to create everything from scratch. As a matter of fact, if you Google free HTML5 templates or free HTML CSS templates, there's a ton of free resources online that you can use. Now, after this lesson, I'm going to link to some of my favorite free resources, but one of them is Mashup Template. Here, you can actually use a bunch of free templates for yourself. And if I, let's say, go to complex here, or no, let's do factory. I can actually download the files here as HTML. And check this out. If I now open this, I now have these files. And there's a lot of files that we still don't know. There's some JavaScript here that we haven't talked about yet. And we'll cover these in later lessons. But the thing here is that you know about HTML and CSS. So now, if you actually double click on this HTML, you have a website that you can use and customize to your liking. And this website is free for you to use. You can now change the background image, you can change what the button does, you can do different things, and you can customize it just like we have with the startup landing page, but to your own liking by just changing the HTML and CSS files, which we have right here. This is the power of the web. The web allows programmers to share pieces of code so that we don't have to constantly reinvent things from scratch. Just like Bootstrap allowed us to do things easily in terms of layout, templates allow us to create websites. Instead of from scratch, we get to start with a basic template. Now I want you to try building your own startup landing page. Up until now, I've shown you step by step, but you have the power to create something custom to your liking. You can use something like mashup templates, or you can elaborate on the current startup page. You have the power to do it. And although it may seem a little bit hard right now, we're still starting off, it's good for you to get that practice of doing things on your own, experimenting on your own. And even if you fail, even if it takes you hours to just center a text or a button, it's going to be good practice in the long run. So give it a go, create your own custom startup landing page, and if you're done, go share it in our Discord server. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, I want to tackle the problem that we have, especially when we're starting out. That is, how do I create a layout of a website? And it's probably the hardest thing to learn when you're starting off. How do you create something, let's say like this, that is responsive, that we see all across the web? A navigation bar, a header, some grids, a footer down here. And how do we really make it responsive? In this section, we're going to build an ideal web page layout so that moving forward, you have the baseline and foundation to go off and customize and build whatever sites you want that are responsive without spending a lot of time, trial and error, trying different things with CSS, hoping that it works. So I'm going to show you my recommended way of laying out web pages that is responsive and have that template available to you moving forward. We're also going to learn about a new feature in CSS called CSS Grid, which is really, really powerful. And as you'll learn, allows us to use this CSS Grid combined with Flexbox to honestly not even need things like Bootstrap 4 or other libraries that allow you to do grids. Back in the day, it was really, really hard to do layout in CSS. But with tools like CSS Grid and Flexbox, you now have the abilities to really build beautiful, responsive layouts really, really fast. So let's get started. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. When it comes to layout using CSS, a very important skill of a developer, there are probably 3 really good ways to do it this year. One is something that we've discussed, and that is Flexbox. Another one was Bootstrap 4. And we're going to learn about a new way of doing it, which is called CSS Grid. And if you go for a Google image search and type in something like CSS Flexbox versus Grid, you're going to get a lot of images explaining what the differences are, why you would use one over the other. But I want to just preface the next couple of videos and let you know that there's no one versus the other, one that wins out over the other. There's always a trade-off. And the best way to think about these tools is as complementary tools. That is, they both work really, really well together. You don't only have to use just Flexbox or just CSS Grid. Ideally, use them both together. And I'll show you later on how we can use both Flexbox and CSS Grid to pretty much do anything we want when it comes to layout. But just to start us off, a good way to think about Flexbox versus CSS Grid is that Flexbox is really good to use if you just have one-dimensional. Maybe you're only thinking about columns and how to do layout based on columns. CSS grids are really, really powerful, especially when it comes to two-dimensional layouts. That is, both columns and rows. So it's really, really good at, let's say, image galleries or listing out your portfolio projects on your own personal webpage. And we'll get into that. But now you might be asking yourself, okay, isn't this what Bootstrap allows us to do? And you'd be right. Bootstrap came at a time when we didn't have Flexbox and CSS Grid. It came at a time when we just had display and floats and positioning CSS properties that, as we saw, are really, really difficult to use when it comes to layouts. And Bootstrap solved that problem. It gave us this grid system that we can use within Bootstrap to make really beautiful layouts. So that was really, really useful. But on your resume, if you say that you know Bootstrap 4, yeah, that's good, but it won't be that impressive to employers anymore, especially if you're going for a real developer job, which is why I haven't focused too much on Bootstrap 4, because I argue that everything that you can do in Bootstrap 4, although sometimes it's easy because it comes with their own pre-built components, you can do now using Flexbox and CSS Grid. And because being a good developer means not just learning one library that always changes, always evolves, it's learning the fundamentals. It's more important for us to learn Flexbox and CSS Grid because now, if we know these two, we can create any sort of layouts we want. One last thing. When it comes to CSS Grid, it's a new feature. Most web browsers have support for it, but we do see a few Reds and older versions of browsers that do not support CSS Grid. When we look at Flexbox, it's a little bit better because it's older than CSS Grid. And we've learned all about this before, right? Each browser has their own implementation and any new feature has to be implemented individually. So although CSS Grid has become pretty standard across the web, if you're trying to support older browsers or something like Opera Mini, then you might want to consider using floats to do layout. Although, to be honest, most of the web is moving towards CSS Grid and Flexbox, so I just recommend starting to use this right away because eventually this will have really, really good support. But enough talk. I think it's time for us to learn CSS grids to see what all the hype is about and start working on a fun little project. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I've given you some starter files, so I recommend watching these videos as you code along as well on your computer. We have a few animal cards here that are extremely cute, obviously. Right now, if we look at what we have an HTML page with just simple divs that contain these little emojis of animals. And if we go to the Style tab, I've pre-filled a few things for you just so things look good. But all we're really doing here is we have a few colors and we've added gradients here just so it looks a little bit nicer. And we have the zones, which are these individual cards with some predefined CSS properties that we've already seen in the previous videos. Just with this base CSS that we see that we have some really nice looking cards. And right now we're using display inline block. If I change this to display block, and I save this, let's refresh, we see that we now have blocks. That's great. But we want a little bit more control and perhaps make this grid a little bit more responsive, maybe look a little bit different and just overall cleaner. And when it comes to grids, CSS Grid is a way to go. So how do we use it? Well, the first thing we need to do is to have a container around these items. So I'm just going to create a new div and give it a class of container. We can name it whatever we want, but container is a nice descriptive class name. And we wrap all the items in this container. Now, the way CSS Grid works is very similar to Flexbox. That is, we give it the property of display grid, and all the children will now be able to be part of this grid system. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to have the container class, and this container class will have display of grid. So remember, with Flexbox, we can do flex. It's similar to that. We do display grid. And we no longer want to use the display block of the zones because we're going to have a grid system. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. We've just declared this as a grid system, but we actually need to tell it what to do now. And the most important part of CSS Grid is this property: grid template columns. And most likely, you're going to be using this in all your CSS Grid implementation. And what we can use these grid template columns is to tell our page how many columns we want to use. In here, if I say something like 300 pixels and 300 pixels, I save and refresh here. Look at that. I have 300 pixels and then 300 pixels. And automatically, because I've declared it this way with two definitions or two values, it assumes that we have two grids of 300 pixels and 300 pixels. So if I make this larger or smaller, it's always going to have 300 pixels, two columns. If I add, let's say, another 300 pixels here, and save, refresh, look at that. We now have 3 columns. Very, very nice. Another one that you'll see a lot of is the grid gap. And as you might guess from the name, it tells us how much gap we want between the grids. So if I do 20 pixels here and I refresh, I see that we get 20 pixels of gap. Now, this looks really good right now, but if I change things around, this isn't really responsive because each column is 300 pixels wide. And as we know, users have different display sizes. So you get these ugly grids where you have a white space over here. How will we go about solving this? And you might be thinking, what if we just do percentages here? What if we had 4 columns and we say 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%? If I refresh this, look at that. I have 4 columns, but there's still some scrolling involved. Although we see that things are a little bit more responsive now. Now, you can totally do percentages with grid template columns, and it's definitely a lot better than using something like pixels. But you now have to start calculating the fact that you also have a grid gap of 20 pixels, and well, CSS Grid actually gives us a really, really good tool that I recommend you use 100% of the time instead of percentages or pixels or EMs or REMs, and that is called a FR, or a fraction. Now, what does the FR syntax mean? If I do one FR here and I save, and let's refresh. All right, I get one item. FR means we have one fraction in this column, so just fill it all up. If I do 1fr again, and I refresh, I get 2 columns. But look at this. As I expand and make it smaller, it automatically resizes. Because I'm saying I want 2 columns that are 1fr, 1fr. Now, a better way to explain what this fr value means is if I do something like 2fr here. What do you think will happen? If I save and refresh, this should give you a better idea. All we're saying is we want 3 columns. And in terms of the proportion or the sizes, I want the first 2 columns to be half the size of the third column. Because in terms of fractions, this is twice as big as the other ones. As I make this larger and larger, it's always going to say and keep those proportions. This is going to be twice as large as the other ones. So when you're using CSS Grid, this is the best way for you to maintain this grid system and make sure that it's responsive. How cool is that? Just by writing 3 properties, saying that we want to use the grid system, adding maybe a grid gap and grid template columns with these fr values, we've made a grid system that is quite responsive. But there are a few more properties that we can use in CSS Grid, so let's check them out in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we've gotten used to the CSS Grid system, let's introduce a few more properties. Now, another thing we can do with CSS Grid, because remember, I said it was 2-dimensional. That is, we can control the rows as well. So far, this is something that Flexbox can do as well. We can do something like grid template rows now, and actually define the way the rows should look as well. So let's say I want to do 1fr, 2fr. What do you think will happen? Let's see. I'm going to save and refresh. And look at that. The first row is 1fr, but the second row is twice as big as the first one, as we can see here. And because of the way CSS Grid works, in the third row, because we haven't really added a third column, automatically, if there's more items, it's going to just start repeating. So the next row, which is the third row, will have 1fr. So I can define different things here. I can say 3fr for the third row, and let's say 5fr for the last row. If I refresh and save here, if I save and refresh here, we see that we have our new columns or rows. But that looks ugly, so let's just keep it at 1fr, which is the default. Now, another thing that we can do, and that you'll see a lot of, is the repeat function that we can add to something like grid template columns. So instead of doing this over here, I can say repeat brackets, and now I say how many times I want to repeat something. So the first number is how many times, so let's say 3 times. Repeat 1fr. So that's like saying 1fr, 1fr, 1fr 3 times. If I save this and refresh, I get 1, 2, 3. If I do 4 here and I refresh, I get 4. And you can imagine what happens if we do 6. We just keep repeating things. Another thing that we can do is the auto property. And the auto property just simply means fill in whatever available space we have. So if I do something like auto 1fr, 2fr, and I refresh here, you'll notice that the first column doesn't really have any spaces outside of the emoji. And auto can also be thought of as the max size of the content. If I make this fox, let's say have a content of 2, and I refresh, you'll see that the auto property automatically resizes to fit the content. And because this entire layout is on a grid system, it'll make sure that the ones below it will have the same size. If I do 1 FR here and I refresh, you'll see the difference of what we're talking about. It's not automatically scaling this first grid. Instead, it's going to keep the proportions that we have and extend anything below it that doesn't fit. So auto is another really, really good feature to use. But let's fix that. All right, let's tackle a few more properties in the next video. Another property that is very important when it comes to CSS Grid is justify items. And justify items, and the default is right now stretch. So that if I refresh this, nothing's going to change. But if I do start and refresh, it aligns the contents in a grid item along what we call the row axis. So the row axis is each row. If I do end and I refresh, we see that they're now towards the end. But a better way to visualize this is to actually use our developer tools. So if I go to View, Developer, Developer Tools, and we select our grid, you see that by clicking on this pointing icon and hovering over it, in Google Chrome, we actually see our grid system. And if I scroll, you see that it actually stays in place. But you see that we now have our items at the end of our grid system. Our last item, which is 2FR, right over here, is justified to the end. Our second column is justified to the end, and we see a bit of a gap here. And that is because, remember, we have 1FR. And then the first item, because it's auto and the size is according to its content, doesn't really move. Whether we have end or start here, it's already within the maxed space of the grid system. And just like we have the axis around the row, if I change this to align items, and I save and refresh, this one's hard to see, so let's just do 5 or 300 pixels and refresh here. We see that align items is the exact opposite, where it's around a column axis. And we can use start end here to move those grid boxes around. But most of the time we want this filled and we don't want to move items around, so I don't really like using those two properties. So let's fix that to 1FR. If I refresh, all right, we have things back to normal. I'm going to close this. Now, the last thing I want to show you inside of this container is my preferred method of actually creating a grid layout in any website that I built. And what I usually like to do is something new that we haven't seen before. I usually do repeat and define here how many rows I want. Let's say I want 3 at 1FR. So I want everything to have the same size. But there's a problem here, right? Because right now, this is stretching, but as soon as we make it too small or too big, it's not extremely responsive, or it's not 100% responsive. So instead, I like using autofill. And in autofill, just to show you what it does, if I do something like 300 pixels and I refresh, and now I change the sizing, you'll see that our grid system or the column system adjusts autofills according to the size of our viewport, which is really, really nice. But right now, I just said 300 pixels. So again, it's not super, super responsive. So instead, we can use something else called the min-max. And I know this can look confusing, but if you remember this pattern, this is the most common pattern I would say to use when it comes to CSS Grid. So once you get used to this, you can just copy and paste it and use it everywhere. And here, what we want to do is say, well, the minimum that we want the size of our columns to be, let's say I want the minimum to be 200 pixels. So that's the smallest it's going to get. The max though, how big do we want these to get? And this is a common thing. What do we want as the biggest? Well, just 1 FR. Because as we will see, by doing this, it'll automatically adjust to the size of the viewport. Let me just save and show you what I mean. If I refresh here, I see I have 3 here. It auto adjusts based on our size. But you also see that the container itself is also adjusting in size. So that if I go smaller and smaller and smaller, look at that. As soon as we hit the 200 pixel minimum, it adjusts. And because we said 1 FR as the max, as soon as the viewport is really, really small and goes below 200 pixels, it's going to just take up one fraction. And in our case, it'll be the entire screen. So using this syntax of repeat autofill min-max, giving it a minimum, we're able to make this completely responsive. And as you can see here, it's pretty powerful, right? In just a few lines of code, we've made this grid system that is completely responsive. All right, up to this point, we've just focused on the container. But what about the individual items? What if we want something that's maybe bigger than the other item, and we don't want them all symmetrical like this? What would we do? Let's find out in the next video. Welcome back. Let's talk about individual items now when it comes to CSS Grid. Because up until now, we've just used this container and performed operations or changed views to all the items. But what if we wanted a bit of a funky grid system that has different sizing? In that case, we can just select individual items within this container. If we go back to our HTML page, we see that we have these zones, but each zone has different color. So let's use one of these colors, for example, green, which we have 2 of, to have some special CSS Grid properties. So let's have a green class. And I'm just going to do it up here instead of at the bottom, so we can keep all the CSS Grid things at the top. Now, for individual items, I can say something like grid column and say what we want it to do in terms of the column grid system. And the way this works is we can give it where it should start and where it should end. What does that mean? Well, if I do grid column start and I say 1, and then have grid column end, and I give it 2, and I refresh the page, nothing changes. What if I do grid column 3 and I refresh? Whoa, what just happened here? In order for us to understand what these numbers mean, let's open up the developer tools once again. I'm going to select the items. And as we'll see over here, we see that we have a grid zone. And this fox is now taking up 2 grid spaces. And the way CSS Grid works, it has a numbering system where the first line over here is 1. The second line over here is 2. And then this is 3. Let's just make this a little bit bigger to show you. That's better. We now have 3 grid systems, or 3 grid items. we have 1 here when the first one begins, 2 where the second one begins, and then 3 where the third one begins. So what we're saying here is that when it comes to columns, start at 1, which is right over here, and then end at 3. So that if I do 4 here and I refresh, you see that it now covers the entire length. But as soon as we make it a little bit bigger, well, it only is going to cover the 1, 2, 3, up to 4. And if we make it a little bit smaller, you see that because we said 1 to 4, it doesn't actually make it as responsive as it was before, and it actually extends to make sure that it fills in 1 to 4. And there's a shorthand way of doing this. Instead of saying grid column start and grid column end, we can just say grid column and then give it the start number and then slash the end number. So that if I refresh, you see that it's the same thing. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And let's just do 3 here just to keep it small. All right, I'm going to close this. And we see that our grid items now have, well, this looks pretty good actually. We have the green classes that span over more grids. Now, a trick here is that sometimes we just simply don't know what the user is going to see. And we might want this to span the entire length without having, the rabbit come in and then the frog and the lion come in. And we can actually do at the end here something like -1, which means all the way till the end. If I refresh here, there you go, and make this larger and smaller, we see that we're saying start at 1 and then keep going all the way until the end. In CSS Grid, -1 signifies the end of the viewport. So that now we see that we have a nice responsive grid again that just adjusts according to our viewport. Very, very cool. Now, sometimes we don't really know how many grids we're going to have on our page. And we also might not necessarily want it to span it all across from beginning to end. So a useful syntax here is to do something like span 2, which says span across 2 grids. If I refresh here, you see that green is spanning across 2 grids. If I do 3, it's going to span across 3 grids. And as you can imagine, the default is span 1, spanning across 1. But the interesting thing about this is if I do, let's say, span 2, and I refresh, as this gets smaller, you see that it's always going to span across to make sure that it covers whatever the 2 grids are, which is, once again, very useful. Finally, we can also do the same thing with rows. If we do grid rows or grid row, I can say, well, we want it to span to start at, let's say, 1 and end at 3. If I refresh here, look at that. Whoa, what just happened here? Well, let's take a look. We start at 1 and end at 3. And because green is also this unicorn over here, it automatically moved it all the way up because we want it to start at 1 as well. And remember, our grid system now is row, and if I open the developer tools and select the grid, 1 starts here, then 2, then 3 right here where it ends. So you have to be careful with the positioning here that this is going to move whatever it needs to all the way up to 1. But we're able to move things around and adjust the rows as well. Very, very cool. Our grid system is starting to look really, really nice. Let's do a bit more in the next video. Another thing I want to show you with the individual item in a grid is that we can do something like justify self. Remember, up here we did justify items and align items. But when it comes to individual items, we have to use self. And as you can imagine, if I do self start and I refresh here, we go to the start of the column. If I do align, it's going to go to the start of the row. And if we do end and refresh, again, we see that the same thing is happening. I'm going to leave this file for you as well so you can play around with it. I encourage you to try to create different types of grids and looks that you want. As you can see, it's pretty powerful, but also very, very simple, and allows us to create responsive grid systems very, very easily. Now, there's actually a cheat sheet that you can use to summarize everything that I've taught you up until now that I'll link to in this video. It's called the grid cheat sheet. And it shows you exactly what you need to do for the container. We've learned about grid gap, grid templates, align items, and also what to do with the children, such as grid column, justify self, align self, and it has all these little snippets that you can just click on and copy. So I recommend you play around with some of these properties on your own, because in the next part, we're going to use CSS Grid to build a complete website layout. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Now, up to this point, we learned about HTML, CSS, templates, and learned how to do layout with things like Flexbox and CSS Grid. And probably the most important thing that you need to know from these sections is how to create a website, right? How to lay out a website, but also not spend a lot of time on simple tasks. Because when we get to the JavaScript section, which is the more exciting actual logic programming part of the course, that's when you truly become a developer. Up until now, with what we've learned is the foundation that allows us to build web apps and applications, but you're never going to actually get interviewed about these specific topics. I mean, yes, in small cases you might be. If you're a designer, you might get asked questions about CSS and HTML, but most of the time, the questions you'll be asked is on things like JavaScript, logic, and more complex topics that we're going to cover later on in the course. But the one thing that I really want you to take away from this section is being able to build websites fast, or at least get to the part where you need to start writing JavaScript, because that's where your real job begins. So I have a task for you. Using all the skills that you've learned up until now, I want you to create a layout of a website, something that you're going to do over and over throughout your career. And I've created a small starter file here, where we have these little button-like containers, or divs. But as the name suggests, I want you to align these in a responsive way to something that looks like this. I know it's not the prettiest thing right now to look at, and we're only focusing on layout. But what I want you to do is to make the header green button over here be an actual header. We want the cover to be, the actual cover of our website. And then maybe have a project grid where we list all of our projects like we have over here. And then obviously a footer at the bottom. And I've selected this layout because it's a very common pattern that you'll see in a lot of websites. So you're going to be doing this a lot. So let's figure out the best way to go about doing this so that when I make this smaller, it's all responsive. So your task is to use whatever you've learned up until now to create this using the starter files. And don't worry, I'll have a solution video for you after this. And we'll also go into how easy it is once you have a layout, which is the recommended way to build a website, starting with the layout first. And then once you have the layout fixed, converting this into something usable like this. Because styling becomes really, really easy once you have the layout in place. Now, the one hint that I want to give here is to use both Flexbox and CSS Grid to accomplish your goal. Although anything you can do in Flexbox you can do with Grid and vice versa, or at least most things. Using the tools in combination, Flexbox and CSS Grid together, is really, really powerful to allow you to build a layout like this. So good luck. I know it's going to be tough, but I'll see you in the solution video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. How was the exercise? Hopefully it wasn't too difficult. But if it was and you weren't able to finish it, don't worry. We're going to go over the steps. And luckily for you, once we do this, you'll have a template that you can use for all your websites. Because what we'll build will be something responsive that you can customize to your own liking. But you'll at least know the best practices after this video of how to do these common patterns that we see in a lot of websites. So let's get started. The first thing I want to do to convert this page is, well, a few things. Let's go to the HTML page first. And let's start off with the navigation. That is the header over here. A lot of websites have some sort of a header at the top. The first thing I want to do is to actually use semantic HTML and be more descriptive in what we are doing. So in our case, instead of div, I'm going to use the nav HTML element. And this is something that we've already talked about. And instead of just having header here, I'm going to have a UL class or UL element that will have a class name of main nav. And in here, we can just have li elements that will have an anchor tag. And because we won't have any links for this example, we can obviously do whatever new HTML page that we want to reference. But for now, we can just leave it blank. So the first one will, let's just say, be about. And we can copy and paste this for the other items as well. We'll have, let's just say, products. We'll say our team. And then finally, we'll have contacts. If I save this and refresh, there's our navigation. Doesn't look very good, does it? In real life, most of the time we see the navigation at the top, and sometimes we also see that there's navigation links at the top and one all the way to the right that's pushed to the right edge, such as contacts. So let's try and do that, where we have about, products, and our team at the top over here, and then contacts all the way to the right at the very edge. So for that, we can create a new class at the very last item that we want to, let's say, push, and we'll add these CSS classes now. If I go to, or let's save this first. If I go to style, CSS, we can create our navigation here now. We have the main nav class, which we've created. And in here, we want to use Flexbox. So I'm going to say display flex to activate Flexbox. It sounds cool when I say activate Flexbox. I want to make sure I remove these little dots in front of the name. So I can just say list style none, which will remove these little pointers. And let's say that we want the font size to be, let's say, 0.7 EM. If I save and refresh here, all right, things are a little bit better, but still not perfect. One is we want to remove any margins. So I'm going to say margin 0. If I refresh, all right, we've removed some margins, but still not pretty. We want to perhaps add some spaces in between these things. I'm going to just have the li class, which is our navigation items, and I'll just say that we want the padding to be 20 pixels. I refresh. That's a lot better. Okay. And just to clean things up, let's say that our anchor tags, we also want them to be, well, to have a color of, let's just use F5, F5, F6. If I refresh, it's nice and whitish. That looks good. And we don't want those underlined, so I'm going to say text decoration, none. Refresh, all good. Now, because I want to start structuring this as an actual web page, I'm going to go to our zone class and just remove our padding and margin because we don't really need it. Refresh here. Things are going to start looking ugly, but at least we've moved all this white space. And then finally, our display, we're no longer going to use inline block. We want to start using our Flexbox or CSS Grid. In our case, our main nav is going to have Flex display. So we don't need our inline block anymore. I'm going to save and refresh, and that's a lot better. Because divs are automatically blocked, our displays for these bottom ones are now going to just be blocks, but our top one, our nav bar, has flex now, which is great. But you'll notice here we have a bit of a white gap. And this is very common when you're working with CSS. Sometimes browsers by default have some sort of CSS attached to them. In this case, in Google Chrome, our body element already has some predefined CSS classes that are pre-built by Chrome. So we can actually remove those and make sure that our margins are 0 by saying margin auto 0. And this is something, make sure I spell that right. This is something that you'll see a lot of, and you'll do a lot of when it comes to just making sure that the styles or at least the margins are correct when you start off. So if I refresh here, look at that. Margins are gone and everything is filled on the page, which is great. The last thing I want to do is to move contacts all the way up to the right. And remember the push class that we added? Well, that's going to be super easy to do. All we need to do is to add a push CSS class that says margin left to be auto. And with this auto, if I refresh, contacts goes all the way to the right. If I inspect this element, so I just right click and click on inspect, and let's make this a little bit bigger so we can see. If I hover over li push here, we see that each li element has its own box, but because we did margin left auto, our li element, it's going to get automatically pushed because it has this automatic margin that it creates to the very end. If I did margin right, for example, and I refresh here, our margin would now actually be all the way to the right to fill up the entire width of the viewport. But let's go back to left. Let's go back to left, save, and refresh here. The neat part about this is that with this margin left auto, I can now resize our page and you'll see that contacts is always going to be to our right. This is something that you'll see in a lot of websites, and we did that fairly fast. Not too bad, right? The last thing that I want to fix here is, as we'll notice, as we get closer and closer, it kind of overlaps our team, and well, now we have this weird little contacts that overflows. How can we fix this? Let's tackle that in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video, we had this problem of the view getting a little bit ugly with our navigation as we became smaller and smaller with our viewport. How can we fix this? And here, I'm going to show you a topic that I actually cover in my next course. But just because it might be useful for this case, I'm going to introduce you to something called media queries. And media queries allow us to create responsive websites and tell our web pages what to do when the size of our screen gets small or big. And I'll link to this website over here. But essentially what it allows us to do with media queries, we can have devices, tablets, laptops, wearables that have different screen sizes and tell it how to display our web page based on those sizes. For example, here, it shows us what our viewports will be for iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S. And using this syntax of @media only screen and giving it some minimum device width and max device width, we can tell it how to display our page or have CSS properties specific to just this view size. That is, minimum view size is going to be 320 pixel and max is 480 pixels. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of these based on different devices and viewports. Now, things like CSS Grid and Flexbox actually resolve a lot of this, but I want to demonstrate just one use case with our little example. That is this contacts getting smushed. So let's create our own media query for our navigation. In order to do that, all we need to do is say @media. We say only screen, and this is saying, what do we want our media query for? And you can do things like print here, for example, when you're printing something, but 99% of the time, you're just going to have screen. And here we're going to say, and we'll say that max width is going to be 600 pixels. That is, use this CSS properties that we're about to define right here only when max width is 600 pixel. That is, as soon as this is less than 600 pixel in width, apply these properties here. So I'll say main nav will have a font size. We can do different things here, but let's just say a smaller font size. And maybe we'll do padding of 0, just so they're closer together. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Everything fits in because our font size is smaller and we've removed any extra padding that we may have. But notice here as I make things bigger. You see that? As soon as I pass 600 pixels, we restore our defaults with larger font size. Look at that. So using media queries, we just made our nav bar more responsive. Nice and easy. And this is a common pattern that I recommend with your navigation. That is, having our nav element with an unordered list and an li list. Our main nav, which will be a flexbox. And we'll have a push class that uses this margin left auto to push whatever we want to our nav to the right side, usually something like contact or login to have it all the way to the right. So hopefully this wasn't too bad. Like I said, you don't need to memorize this. You can even copy the code that I'll leave for you at the end of these videos. Once you get used to this syntax, you now have a solid foundation to build a navigation. But we have 3 more things to go, so let's get to that in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we have our navigation, let's focus on our cover. If we go back to our HTML page, we have our cover div here. And we can just keep the div here as it is, because we won't really know what the cover will be just yet. But I want to add a new CSS class called container here. And this container is going to define some properties for us that will make this truly a cover image, just like we have in our solution webpage over here. And let's add those exclamation marks because we're excited. Oh, not for context. For the cover, let's add the exclamation marks over here. Nice. All right, we'll go to our style.css. And we'll add on our cover style now. This is actually going to be fairly easy. We want to have, let's say, display of flex. Or first of all, let's make sure that we have the container class. And we'll have a display of flex. And I'm not using grid here because, well, we're not going to have any grid items. We won't have that many items in a cover. It's usually a button or a background image or some text. And display flex just makes things nice and simple. And usually we want things in the cover to be centered. That is, we want this cover to be right in the center. And as we make things smaller, it's always going to be in the center. That's something that we see a lot of in a lot of websites. And to do that, especially with Flexbox, is really easy. All we need to say is to align items, center, and to justify content, center. Just like that. If I save here and refresh, all right, this is centered. And as I move things, perfect. Everything is absolutely centered. But obviously, cover image should be a little bit larger, right? What do we do here? And I want to introduce to you something that you haven't seen before. But don't get scared. It's not that hard. I'm going to have height. And just to start us off, I'm going to show you, usually you might do something like 500 pixels. And if I refresh, awesome. I have a nice little height. But there's a problem here, right? Because I'm saying 500 pixel here. If the viewport, if I move things around, if I lift things up, you'll see that, all right, the view is not responsive when I go up because it's always 500 pixels. And this might not be the worst idea ever. Maybe you want your website to be like that. But if you do want this to be responsive in terms of going up and down as well, what we can do is use something called VH. That is the viewport height. And I like using viewport height, a new unit that we haven't seen before, for making things responsive when it comes to height. And what this states, it's going to look at the viewport, that is the view of the web page, and make sure that there's always a percentage of that viewport dedicated to this container. So if I do 50 VH, and if I refresh here, you'll see that my cover will be 50% of our viewport. If I do 100, and I refresh, you see that the cover fills up the entire viewport. The cool part is if I go up and down, this adjusts exactly according to the viewport height. That is the window of the browser. Very cool, right? And everything is still centered. So I like using the VH for something like a container. So let's keep it at 50. And if I refresh, look at that. Nice and responsive. How cool is that? And that's it for the cover. Not that hard, right? Let's move on to the project grid in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Let's move on to the project grid. Something that we see a lot of in websites, whether it's an image gallery or a list of your portfolio projects. Grid systems are very important and very common. And as we know, we learned the perfect way to create a grid. CSS Grid, right? So let's see how this would look like and my ideal implementation. First, I want to go to the HTML page. And now let's make this a little bit bigger. In our project grid div, I know I want to use CSS Grid, so I'm going to create a wrapper around this project grid. So I'm going to have a div. And this div will have a class of some properties that we'll add CSS to. And just to keep things blue the way they are, I'm going to give it the zone blue class that we have below. But we're going to make it a CSS grid, so I'm going to just say grid wrapper. And we can just remove the project grid. And in here, add a couple of sample little projects. If you remember in our solution file, I left for you a couple of images that you can just add like this so that we have some sort of a project grid. I'm not going to bore you with me typing all of that out because that's something that we've done before. I'm just going to copy and paste a div here with box zone. Box is a class that we haven't added yet, but we're going to create. These are going to be the grid items. We have zone, which again, something that we've already defined before, and our images. That's it. So if I save this and refresh, and let's refresh again. All right, this is absolutely hideous. Does not look pretty at all, but at least we have the images provided. But no employer is going to be impressed if they see this, right? So let's actually make this into a grid system. If we go back to the Style tab, let's add our grid here. And obviously, as the name suggests, when it comes to grids, CSS grids is the way to go. And there's many ways that we can lay things out, and it's something that we've already talked about in our CSS grid videos. So we're going to keep things simple. First is we want to actually say, hey, we're going to use CSS grid. So we're going to use the grid wrapper class that we created, which was this div that wraps all our projects. And we'll say display grid. We'll say that we want the grid gap to be 20 pixels. And then finally, our favorite property, that is grid template columns. And so everything is responsive. We'll say repeat, auto fill. And we'll say that the min max will be, let's say, 350 pixels. So that is the minimum. And the maximum will be 1 FR, so that it fills the entire page when it's really, really small. So that if I save this and refresh, right, that still looks pretty hideous, doesn't it? And that's because our images are, well, they're pretty massive, and you see that they're also not all the same size, or they have different padding. So the way to just fix that quickly, and something that you'll see a lot with images, is to give them a width of 100%. In our case, we can just say box, because remember, each div has a box class that we haven't really said anything about, and then an image. So using our CSS selector knowledge, I can just say all children of box that are images, I want the width to be 100%. If I save and refresh, all right, that's perfect. Now you see that each image has 100% width. That is, it fills in the entire piece of the card. And if I make this bigger and smaller, you see that it adjusts. Very, very cool, but still pretty ugly. But we have the CSS grid working. As you can see, as soon as it's less than 350 pixels, it changes the grid system. All right. So next we want to work on the individual cards. That is, we want to have our box. And here, we don't really need to add any extra grid properties. I mean, we could if we want, but I like the way things look. I like everything being symmetrical. I want all the items in the grid to be the same. So in here, we can just add our simple CSS properties like, let's say, background color. And we'll just give it a color of, let's say, 444, so that we have this dark color. And we definitely don't want these images to be this big. So we'll give it a padding of 130 pixels and maybe some margin as well of 20 pixels. If I save and refresh, that's a lot better. And remember, because we said that the width of the image is 100%, it's going to try and fill the entire box, but because the box now has padding of 130, both at the top, the bottom, and to the left and right, the width is now just this part. So that looks a lot better. And if we look over here, we now have a completely responsive grid system. How cool is that? And how simple was that using CSS Grid? Luckily for us, the last thing we need to do is this footer. And because the footer is at the very bottom, it's just going to stay at the very bottom. The only thing that we might want to do is to make sure that the text is centered. So in our case, we can just say footer. And as you guessed, yes, it's text align, our best friend, center. If I refresh, and make sure that I spelled properly. If I save and refresh, well, that's not going to work because we should change our footer, which is div, to more of a semantic HTML tag of footer. Now, if I save and refresh, this is in the center. It looks great. Let's say 0 to mastery because our layout is looking really nice. And there you have it. That wasn't that bad, was it? I mean, sure, the first time around, that's kind of difficult, but the principles that I've showed you here can be transferred to a lot of websites. I mean, this looks pretty ugly. You're not going to want to visit a website that looks like this. But when it comes to layout, everything is responsive and nice, right? And you can imagine yourself expanding on this and building a beautiful website. I wanted to show you this layout system because this is what I would use if I was building a website. I would start off with the HTML and create the layout that is responsive. Because after this, all I really need to do is add text, images, and colors, maybe some CSS styles to make it pretty, so that you can turn something like this that doesn't look good but has the layout implemented into something like this, which, I mean, doesn't look that great yet, but in the next video, I want to show you how, because we have the layout set up, we can convert our base layout project into something like this in less than 5 minutes. So let's do that in the next video. Welcome back. Let's take just 5 minutes to quickly make this website a little bit prettier. Just to show you how easy it is to customize a website once you have the layout done. A recommended step that I've mentioned multiple times. When you build a website, figure out your layout, make it responsive, and once that's done, the rest is kind of fun. You just add nice CSS properties, some images to just prettify it. So in our case, I want to show you a website called, well, noshit.xyz. And it's going to really help you out because, well, it gives you free design resources to use. And they have fonts, illustrations, mockups, UI kits, everything for free that you can use on your website. In our case, we can use something like OnDraw over here that gives us a ton of MIT illustrated or licensed illustrations. So if I go to Browse Now, we see that we have a ton of images that we can use. So in my case, I've downloaded one of these images, and we're going to use it as our cover photo. So let's go back to our project, and in my cover photo over here, instead of just having cover with exclamation marks, I'll just have an image tag that will have a class of cover, a CSS property that we're gonna, or CSS class that we'll use. And it's going to link to the image that I just downloaded in my images folder. Again, this should already be in your starter files that I gave to you. So if you look in that folder, you'll see that we have an image folder. And from there, we're gonna grab the onDraw.jpg. If I save this and refresh, and make sure I finish that off with an ending bracket, and I refresh, and this is a PNG. Let's refresh. That's a lot better, but oh boy, that's a big image. We can easily fix this by going to our style, going to our cover, and using the cover class that we've added to the image to just say that we want the width to be, well, we can say 100%, but that might be too big. I don't like it that big. Let's do 30 EM. If I refresh, or REM, if I refresh, that's better. But we want to get rid of this red background now. Let's have everything in white. Just going to go up to our zone, and we can just actually remove the red from here. If I refresh, much better. That looks a lot better. All right. So as we see, the image size isn't growing, which is good, but it looks nice and pretty as the cover photo. Another thing that I noticed is that when I scroll down, I want the header tab to be sticky, that is to scroll with me. And that's another common pattern that we'll see that's fairly easy to do. We can just give the nav element a sticky class. And this sticky class can say that it'll have position of fixed and a top of 0, that is, start at the top. And if I refresh this, it will actually, because of the position fixed, although it works now, it messed up our width. So we want to make sure that the width is always 100%. So all we would do is at the end say width 100%. Again, these three properties together is a common pattern that you'll see to make navigation sticky. So that now when I scroll down, look at that, our navigation is nice and sticky. Let's make the green navigation bar blue. So I'll turn this into blue. All right, that looks a lot better. What else? We can change our font, let's say, to something prettier. Font family. Let's just say Arial. If I refresh, all right, that looks a little bit cleaner. What else can we do here? Well, just to finish it off, maybe we wanted to do something different when we hover over the zone. Let's say that with the boxes, when we hover over them, I can just copy and paste this. Let's make them tilt a little bit. So I'll say box. And instead of shadow or box shadow, we'll say transform. And we'll just say that we want to rotate, say, -7 degrees. If I save and refresh, look at that. We have some grid systems that when we hover over them, they rotate 7 degrees. I mean, I wanted to demonstrate to you how fast we can convert a website to start looking good. By no means is this perfect, but by just changing a few properties, we've now gone from this to our final view. And you can imagine how within a day of improving this website, making this a little bit prettier, maybe you really like this website's cards that they have here. So you can just inspect the element and perhaps just copy their CSS styles. But there's a lot of flexibility here. The important point, though, is the fact that you start with your layout using Flexbox and CSS Grid, and then it's really up to you and your creativity to design beautiful websites. I hope that was fun. I definitely had a lot of fun playing with CSS Grid and Flexbox, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey there. I wanted to take a quick video to explain something. And this is something that I made the mistake of when I first started off, when I first started teaching myself programming. You see, you start off with HTML, and things are fairly simple. You learn some tags, you learn some attributes, and you're starting to get it, how websites are built. And then you learn about CSS and all the things that you can do to websites to make them pretty and beautiful. But then you start encountering all these CSS properties. There's so many of them. There's no way for you to remember all of them. And they each act differently on the element. So that things like positioning a navigation bar becomes really difficult because you have one button that for some reason is styled differently and you can't figure out why. And that is a problem that everybody has. CSS is notoriously difficult and frustrating to learn. But this is the mistake that I made when I first started off. I thought I had to know everything in HTML, everything in CSS before I even touched JavaScript. So I spent way too much time learning everything about HTML, everything about CSS, getting frustrated because I couldn't get my websites to look like somebody that has been doing it for years. And here's the thing. If this was that easy, then every single person would be doing it. But it's not. It's tough to master these skills. But each day you make small little progress, step by step, so you become better. However, I don't want you to fall into the trap that I did. That is, to not start off learning JavaScript right away. Because you see these circles over here? These circles, the size of them, represent how important they are to your career. Now, if you want to be a web designer, designing websites and making things look pretty, then CSS is quite important to you. However, if you want to be a developer, somebody that works on logic, on JavaScript, and builds applications, well, you need to focus on JavaScript. Because although you need to know CSS, those are things that you're going to work on while working on JavaScript. So each time you're learning JavaScript and working with websites, you're also, as an effect, working with CSS. So although your knowledge might not feel complete right now with CSS, by using JavaScript and starting with JavaScript as soon as possible, we focus on the most important topic at hand. And little by little, as you're learning JavaScript, you're also going to learn more and more about CSS. So I encourage you, trust me on this, because I've been through it as well. Don't start learning every single CSS property, trying to memorize everything, because that's not how you work. A web developer is somebody that uses JavaScript to make smart applications. And that is what your focus should be on. And along the way, you will also build your HTML and CSS knowledge. And that is the path that we're taking with this course. Not the longest, slowest path, but the most efficient path. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Every decision that will require significant time of your life should be justified. And in this video, we're going to talk about career of a web developer. Now, I'm going to be talking about 3 things specifically, and this is a bit of a unique section, unlike all the other ones where we just code along and learn new skills. I want to talk about 3 things in this video. One is, why would you even want to be a developer? And I know you're taking the course, I know you're committed, but I want to talk to you about why it is such a good decision to become a developer and some of the freedom that it allows in your life. The second is we're going to talk about which tools you should learn to be a successful developer. And then finally, the third, we're going to talk about what career options there are out there currently. So let's tackle the first one, why you would want to be a developer. Now, I know a lot of people taking this course aren't necessarily from the States. I'm not either, but I wanted to show you how much in demand a good developer is. Over here, I have some salaries for developers around the States, and you can see that as a front-end developer, you have some really, really nice salaries. A lot higher than most industries. And if you go to Glassdoor, another website that's really, really good to find out what salaries are, and you can do location specific to you.
Hey there, this is Andre from the future. And just a quick heads up with this video, there's 2 changes that I'm going to link to after this lecture with updated statistics. Every year, these companies release survey results and insights, and every year some things change. So the big changes that you'll see from this video is 1, that the developer salaries are actually much, much higher than I'm going to show you, which is great news for you. And the second thing is that the most used text editor is now VS Code instead of Sublime Text. Now, I'll link to some of those resources after this lecture, but just a quick heads up. All right, let's get back to it.
And I have salaries in San Francisco, which I know, they're way too inflated because to live there, it's very expensive. But I do want to show you that there's a real value for developers out there. I've worked in the industry for many years, and finding a job as a developer was, quite frankly, very easy. And I'm not trying to be cocky or overconfident, but it is true. Speak to any developer that knows his or her stuff, and they're able to find jobs quite easily. And most times you're interviewing the employer to see that this is a place that you would want to work because you have so many options. But you probably already know this. You're taking this course for a reason. So let's talk about what you should learn. I have for you a couple of surveys here to show you the industry demand. The first one is from JetBrains, a very, very big software company. And it talks about JavaScript and which frameworks are the most popular. The one we're going to learn in this course is React. And you can see here, it is the most popular. It is probably the most well-respected. And a lot of big companies are using it. It was developed at Facebook, and now it is used by Netflix and a ton of other big companies that do big things technologically. You can also see that what editors and IDEs developers regularly use, and we see that Sublime Text is number one, and that is what we are using in this course. Let's take a look at Stack Overflow. For those that don't know, Stack Overflow is probably the best website there is for developers. Throughout your career, you'll go on to this website to ask questions and get answers almost daily. And one of the things that they do quite often is a survey and a Stack Overflow trends analysis. And you can see over here that JavaScript is trending quite high all the way into this year and into next year. It is a very in-demand language. It can be used on the web, on mobile, on little devices, pretty much anywhere. If you can code JavaScript, you can code anything electronic at this point in time. So that is why we're learning JavaScript. Let's look at the next one. This one is by GitHub, and you're going to get to know GitHub a lot better in the section that we will have for GitHub and Git. But I wanted to show you their stats on open source projects, and you'll see that JavaScript is in the lead with 2.3 million projects. I love the language. It's a great language to learn as your first one, and it can take you really, really far. Finally, I made this little diagram for us just so you have a big picture of what we're going to learn in this course. We're going to learn basic skills like putting a website online and terminal usage, Git and GitHub, and RESTful web services. We're also going to do front-end work, and some of the videos have already gone through this, but we learn HTML5, CSS3. Now, this is kind of interchangeable, but if you want to be a designer, you are more likely going to focus on CSS, responsive design, and other tools like Photoshop, Sketch, and Illustrator. And this is not the course for it. We are becoming developers. So we're going to learn JavaScript instead. And JavaScript probably has a couple of libraries and frameworks that are really, really popular. And the one used most often in mid-2000 was jQuery. But that is now very outdated, and you'll still see it here and there, but you won't see a lot of the big top websites using it. So we won't be focusing on that. We'll just cover it slightly, but it is not really an employable skill to learn. And then I want to draw your attention to three other libraries and frameworks. And what those are tools for developers to build websites and web applications. And in this course, we're going to learn React. And you'll get to understand the technology behind it a lot more. But I chose React because it is currently the most popular way to build web applications. And the developer community around it is very, very big. AngularJS was very popular a few years ago, but it's kind of starting to die down right now. And I personally think there's a bigger future with React. And some people may disagree, but having worked in the industry and seeing people's reaction to different technologies, I really think React's going to go really far, and you'll hear a ton about it. Vue is the up-and-comer that it's fairly new. The community's a lot smaller, so there is not as much information out there as there is for React. But we won't be covering that topic again because we're focusing on the most employable skills. That is JavaScript with React. Finally, let's talk about career options. We're going to talk about the type of work that you'll be able to get as a developer and some of the confusing job titles that are out there. So let's start off with the job titles. You might know what web developer is because, well, you've signed up for this course. That is somebody who works on the web, builds websites, builds web applications. We've also touched on the backend developer, and that is the person that works on the server, works with some databases, and they aren't too concerned with user-facing side of a website or a web app. A full-stack developer is somebody that can work both on the front end and back end. And in this course, we're going to learn both front end and back end. So you'll be able to call yourself a full-stack developer because you'll understand the full picture of how these web technologies work. We also have mobile developer. And the reason that I use React in this course is that even though it is a course geared towards web development, using 90% of the things you'll learn with React, you'll be able to build an Android app and an iOS app very easily. And then finally, the two things at the end here, we have software developer, and that is somebody that is able to build software, not necessarily on the web, not necessarily on mobile. They're able to use a programming language to build software, that is code that can be run anywhere. And then finally, software engineers use computer science to solve complex machine problems. And that is a very, very broad statement, but it is. They're not necessarily good at one coding language. They're good at working with machines. So I just wanted to throw that out there so you know what the differences are when you are looking for jobs out there. Now let's talk about the fun stuff, the type of work you'll be able to do when you become a web developer. And ideally, if you go full force into this course and you really learn the concepts that we cover in this course, the type of work that you can do with this. So the first one is entrepreneurship. And obviously, when you're able to build websites and you're able to build landing pages and applications, well, you could start your own business. If you have that ambition and idea, then entrepreneurship is definitely a good avenue to go. And it is part of the reason that I myself became a developer initially. The second one is startups. If you want to work for young companies that are moving fast and creating some really cool technologies or innovations, well, startups are always looking for developers. We also have freelance, and that is being able to work on own terms and using websites like Upwork to look for contract jobs and build quick projects for people around the world as they need fit, and running a little business for yourself. The next one is working for the big tech companies. So that's Facebook, Google, Amazon. If you're in the States, if you're somewhere else around the world, you have your own big tech companies, and they are always a great place to get hired as a developer because they have massive teams. They're solving really, really big problems, and they need all the developer knowledge that they can get. It is not for everybody, but they are great places to be surrounded by really, really smart people and learn from them. We also have ad agencies. So ad agencies always have contracts where they have a company that is working with them, and they usually need some sort of a website or a promo site built for them. And they have staff developers that help them work on these different projects with different clients. And then finally, I bolded this, and that is remote work. I know a lot of developers that get into development because of this ideal of being able to work remotely. And you know what? That is absolutely true. If that is the type of life that you want and that is the type of career that you want, working remotely is definitely something that a developer is able to do, because let's be honest, to be a developer, all you need is an internet connection. And you don't necessarily need to be face-to-face with a client, with a coworker, with an employer, because, like I said, everything is on a computer. So that is not for everybody, but it is an option. And it is an attractive option for some. So what was the meaning of this video then? Well, we went over a few things because I wanted you to understand what we are doing in this course. But there's an important point I really want to emphasize. That is to keep in mind that when you start off something like learning development skills, the first 2 months will feel like you're climbing an insurmountable mountain. Every video or course or tutorial or book that you read is going to make you feel like you're the only person in the world that doesn't know this stuff. But I'm here to tell you to stay strong. I went through it. Every single developer has gone through it. You'll get there and you'll have more and more aha moments as time progresses. And we even have a word for this in the industry. It's called the imposter syndrome, where you feel like you're the only one who doesn't know this information. Rest assured, we all feel this way when we learn something new. What you'll learn is that being a good developer isn't necessarily memorizing a whole bunch of documentation or code. It's about learning how to solve problems using all the tools that are available to you. And I'm going to leave you with that. Being a developer isn't easy. You really do need to know your stuff. So follow along this course and really engage in all the lessons and all the exercises. And if you have questions, ask them, because in-demand developers are problem solvers, not just coders. Can't wait to see you in the next video. Bye-bye. What do I do if I don't have enough experience? What if I'm underqualified for a job? Well, first of all, you should have this mentality in mind when applying to jobs, and apply to jobs that you feel you are underqualified for. If a job is asking you to do something that you already feel confident, then you should ask yourself, what am I going to learn in this job? Am I going to learn actually? Is this job going to put things on my resume that will make me get better and get a better position in the future? Or am I just going to do the same thing that I already know what to do or how to do it? Finally, you have to keep in mind that job postings are put in order to weed out the weak candidates. I have seen way too many of these created by non-technical people, or just making jobs sound tougher than it really is, to remove junior developers or engineers from applying. So ask yourself, is this job going to be tough? Good. Then that is what you want. That's what you should be doing. Do you feel confident you are very qualified for this job? Okay, then maybe you should push yourself and apply to a job that's more difficult than you think. Every application should be a long shot. If you're applying to something that you're 100% qualified for, where is your room to grow? So dream big. But in order to dream big, you might have a bit of a roadblock. What if you don't have enough experience? See, I don't love resumes, and I don't think a lot of people do either. But sometimes without a resume, you cannot get an interview. And in order to have a good resume, you need to have something to put on it, like great experience. Here's the catch though. How can you have good experience if you're just getting started? It's like you have no hope if you're a beginner or if you don't have enough work experience because you're just out of school or you're changing careers. Well, not quite. As with everything, there's the regular way of doing things, then there's the smart way. You see, experience doesn't come just from working at another company. There are many ways that you can demonstrate experience without a past job. And here you'll find my favorite ways to show and prove you can get the job done. You won't have to do every single one of them, but 2 out of 4 of these, or even better, 3 out of 4, will be great at showcasing on your resume and make you stand out. So let's go in order and see how we can do this. The first one is GitHub. GitHub is a great way to demonstrate that you actually code, that you've built projects. The number one thing you can do is to start making commits and making sure that you have a good history of things that you've done. And by the way, if you're wondering how I got this cat picture in here, I'll show you a little trick in the next exercise to make your contribution look a little bit nicer and busier in case you're just getting started and you don't have a good past history. Another way to improve your GitHub profile or to just add more experience is contributing and participating in open source projects. For example, I've created a Zero to Mastery organization where we have a ton of open source projects by the community that you can contribute to. And they're made specifically for you to mess up, make mistakes. Nobody's going to yell at you. These are just fun projects that are open source that you can contribute to. And you can do as much or as little as you want, but this will improve your experience in contributing to open source projects, and it's something you can add to your resumes. Now, contributing to open source projects, recruiters love seeing this because this demonstrates that you can work with others and also with something like GitHub and version control. All right, let's look at the next one. The next one is website. If you're especially a full stack or a front-end developer or even a designer, you should have your own website where you can showcase your skills. This, again, is something you can speak about in your interview and about how you built the website, or it gives you a good way to talk about your past projects. Now, you're asking yourself, Andre, am I going to have to build a whole new website and waste a bunch of time? Well, not really. Let me show you a couple of tricks. You see, you don't need to build your own website from scratch. There's a ton of free templates like Creative Tim here that just gives you a nice template for you to use and fill in with your information. We can also look at this one, and again, free templates that you can use. I especially like the mountain template, and you can see that, you can customize this to your own and make it look professional, and it's already designed nicely and also customized for different experiences, such as mobile, tablet, and in a day, you can have your own website. And just to show you how you shouldn't really spend too much time on your own website, one of my favorite people to follow is Kevin Kelly. He is very, very popular among the tech community, and he's just a overall really smart thinker. And you can see his website over here. It's very simple. Nothing exaggerated, very, very clean but small, very basic layout. And this is to show you that you don't need some crazy animations, make it all flashy to stand out. As long as you have a personal website, it just shows that you actually spend time building it and doing something that most people wouldn't do. Another thing that I want to show you is, for example, the job board that we have for all of my students. And this is, again, another open source project that the community built. If we just search through, let's say, Toronto developers here, and we go to Christine Aki, I hope I'm saying the last name right, you can see how simple yet beautiful her portfolio is. If we go to About Me, just a nice little bio with links to her profile. If we go to projects, we see some of their projects. And this is something that she can put on her resume and immediately stand out from the crowd. And it also gives her an opportunity to list projects that she can talk about when she gets to an interview. All right, let's look at the next topic. 1 to 2 big projects. Now, you can't really fake experience. If you've never built anything beyond a to-do list or a Hello World app, you simply will not be able to get very good jobs. However, most people think having 100 projects is the way to go. So they do a project a day and build small projects, many small, tiny projects to have 30 of them. And they start building all these projects that are very, very simple. Now, that's not actually impressive. I mean, it shows that you're working hard and coding along. But if I'm a recruiter and you show me a project of maybe tic-tac-toe, well, I don't really care. That's something that anybody can build with a bit of coding experience in a day or two. Frankly, no recruiter or interviewer is going to check out all your 30 projects. Most of the time, we want to hear your most difficult or the hardest, biggest project you've worked on. Instead of spending your time on these small little projects, spend your time on 1 or 2 big projects. For example, in other courses that I teach, we built a face recognition app. And this app, well, it has a front end using React.js, a back end where we have a RESTful API server with Express. We've deployed it to Heroku. We've created session management with authenticated routes. We store user information such as username and also hashed passwords securely in our database on Postgres. We've deployed our app with Docker, and we've also used Redux for session management and caching. Now, all of that may not mean a lot to you, but having something like a one big project that you can talk about all these things will make you sound a lot more impressive than somebody that just builds a ton of tiny projects. So focus on that. Have 1 to 2 big projects that you can show off, makes you stand out, and it's also going to give you something to talk about during the interview. And put it up on your website or create its own website, and you immediately can put this as the first item on your resume. Because here's the thing. If you don't have work experience, if we go back to the resume we used in the exercise, remember this resume? Well, if you had no work experience, maybe for work experience, you can say something like JavaScript developer or web application developer and talk about how you build your project here. Because to a recruiter, it doesn't really matter if you worked at a certain company building an application or on your own. Or that could be a little bit vague too. They don't need to know that. They just need to know that you built things that are real, that are big and complicated, and you solved hard problems. So having 1 or 2 big projects that you can list on your experiences is a great way to add to your resume if you don't have enough past work experience at companies. And I have a few students who have actually used this technique to get interviews, even though they just learned how to code 6 months ago. And then finally, we have the blog post or blog. Let's have a look at what I mean by that. This is another thing you can include in your resume, especially if it's related to a technology you're using or the company is using. For example, I have here my Medium profile, and Medium.com allows anybody around the world to just post a blog post. And it's very popular with the tech community, so there's a lot of tech-related posts that you can write on Medium. And there's other platforms like this. What if you wrote a blog post about a specific technology that the company you're applying for is using? Or some sort of a technical problem that they're facing? By doing that and just adding a link to that blog post, it gives you, again, another leg up to most people. And the great thing about platforms like this is that, well, if we go to one of my articles here, you can post it to what we call publishers. And publishers allow your post to be discovered by others. And it's very simple to do. You can write a blog post on Medium in a day and submit it to a place like Hacker Noon, and lots of people see it. And as soon as you show this to a recruiter or an interviewer, again, it automatically shows that you know what you're talking about, or at least it makes you stand out from the rest. And you can do this with YouTube videos as well, but I prefer writing because it's a lot faster and it looks a lot more professional. So let's just review here. What happens if you don't have enough experience? Well, all of these 4 points allow you to gain that experience or show that you have experience without actually having traditional work experience. All you need to do is start something on your own and build something like a project or a portfolio or a blog post. This only shows initiative, but You can focus this project on solely getting your interviews, or you can participate in a hackathon or contribute to open source projects. By taking this initiative, you're doing more than most people that hope to just land an interview by sending a generic resume. You'll immediately stand out from the crowd and give you something to put on your resume that, again, is different than the average developer. Plus, you have the added benefit of something to talk about in your actual interview. Remember, nothing is given to you for free. And luck is for those who rather wait than go after what they want. So by simply building something just for fun, such as a side project, you're showing how self-motivated and ambitious you are. Experience doesn't mean on-the-job experience. Write about your portfolio projects. Maybe talk about your website and how you built it. Talk about your GitHub profile, maybe a hackathon you participated in, or open source projects you've worked on. Write a blog post on a specific technology that the company you're applying to is using. All of them answer this question, do you have experience? Finally, there are many things that you can add that are not developer related, but can make you a great employee. For example, did you work as an instructor at a camp? Well, you can now add ability to manage people and communicate well with others. Any skill that is related to getting the job done can be included. Also, if you have only had 6 months of coding experience, don't show that on the resume. That doesn't mean to lie, but to hide that information. Because a recruiter only glances at your resume. They won't care if you're the best developer in the world if they just see 6 months experience. That's too risky for them. Your resume will most likely be discarded no matter how good of a developer you are. So remember, resumes are only good to get your foot in the door. By tweaking your resume to show that you have experience so that the recruiters thinks, oh, interviewing this person is low risk because they know what they're talking about, is a good way of doing it. Do you have past experience? Have you made good decisions in the past? And have you worked on a challenging problem and solved them? If you're able to answer yes to that, well then, a recruiter is most likely going to ask you for an interview. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. It's time for another Developer Fundamentals video. I think you know what that means. How's it going, John?
Whoa. Not bad, partner. Follow me. I'll cover you.
The best developers are the ones who can solve problems where there aren't clear answers. As an instructor, I'm not always going to be there to help you code along and show you how to follow along and build projects. Your skill is going to be valuable since you can solve problems that others can't. Every company you work for, every project that you do, there's going to be a unique problem where there isn't a clear solution or an answer. Your job as a developer and a programmer is to solve these problems using the tools that you have. Now, we've talked about this idea of a rubber ducking. That is, when you encounter a bug or a problem, you pretend like you have a duck in front of you, or you can even physically buy a rubber duck, and walk through your code. Try to rationalize in your head, hey, how come this code isn't working? Where is the bug? What is my code doing line by line? And this should be your first step in trying to figure out a problem. And I encourage you that this is always your first step. It's not to go and ask for help and ask somebody, hey, what's the answer? Instead, talk it through yourself. But there are times where you actually need help. You need to maybe find out some information that you might not know. In this case, what I recommend is Stack Overflow. Now, we've talked about Googling, and I've kept mentioning how anytime you don't understand something or you don't know something, you should Google. But most of the time when you're Googling a programming question, one of the top few answers are probably going to be Stack Overflow answers. Now, Stack Overflow is a website for programmers to ask questions and get answers from people all over the world, and it's really, really good. This is a website that you're going to get familiar with as you start to learn things like JavaScript. Up until now, we've learned HTML and CSS, and you'll find some Stack Overflow answers about HTML, CSS issues. But most often, as we start learning JavaScript, our first real programming language, you're going to love this website because it's going to have a lot of things that will help you along your journey. So in the next section, as we start to delve into JavaScript, remember that you can always Google things. You can always check out Stack Overflow to try and help with your problems. For example, let's say I have a question. And mind you, we haven't talked about JavaScript yet, so just bear with me because this is the process you want to follow. Let's say you want to check if a string contains substring in JavaScript. Now, this might be gibberish because you don't know what a string is. We haven't really learned JavaScript, but I want to just prepare you for the next section because you're trying to solve this problem. You see over here, as soon as I searched, that the first thing that comes up is Stack Overflow. Again, if I click on this, I get somebody who asked a question. I want to maybe find out how many exclamation marks are in a piece of text. And they ask this question. Well, you can actually find over here some of the top answers based on that question. So you can see here that there's 3 answers. And this one, this top one, I like ranking by votes. I can do it by active, by oldest, by votes. But by ranking by votes, I can see what is the top answer. And you also see a check mark here. A check mark means that the person who asked the question found this solution helpful as the best answer. So I like looking at the numbers of upvotes and the check mark. Now, as I scroll through here, I see that, oh yeah, looks like in JavaScript, I can use this includes to check if a string contains exclamation marks. But I also like scrolling down to perhaps the next answer and seeing if this other answer provides a different solution. Sometimes the top voted answer won't have the check mark. Instead, it'll be the second one because perhaps a newer version of the answer or there's more of an updated answer. That might help as well. The other part I like looking at is who answered this question. For example, you can see over here that this question was answered by this person. And Stack Overflow actually awards you with different badges and scores to those who are very helpful. So when you find somebody that has a lot of these badges and points, well, they're usually reputable. And there are actually a lot of companies that look at Stack Overflow and see if you've been active on Stack Overflow as a way to see the quality of the developer you are. A lot of people who answer on Stack Overflow tend to be really senior programmers. So it's always good to check who this question is answered by. But most of the time, they're usually good, especially if they're getting upvotes. Now, there's a lot of other things that you can check out. There's linked, that is, questions that are related to this one. Maybe this one didn't answer it, so you can check it out over here, or any other related questions that you may have. And here's the truth. Most programmers go into a job, go into a project without having a clear path to how to produce an outcome. Most of the time, we're trying to figure it out. That's what people pay us for. Not to have all the answers, but instead to help guide along the way, figure out solutions to problems. So if you don't know something, that doesn't mean you're a bad programmer. A good programmer simply has a problem that they don't know the answer to, and they try to solve it, whether it's through rubber ducking, whether it's through Googling, and maybe using Stack Overflow. But let's say none of these methods worked. What can you do next? Well, we have something really special just for this community of students taking the course. We have a large community of developers just like you. Some have graduated from my courses and now they're working full-time, and some are just starting. But we have quite a lot of students. We have star mentors. We have alumni who have actually finished the courses. And we also have members. So you can see over here that we have about 2,000 members active online right now. So this doesn't even include the people who are offline. And you have different abilities to ask questions. For example, you can chat in the general channel. You can ask questions to alumni. You can look at developer resources that people share. But most likely, if you go to the coding section, you can ask JavaScript questions, CSS questions, HTML sections. We have all these sections and channels for you to use to try and get help. We even have a dedicated Help Me section to ask questions and help each other out. So there's all these resources available to you. Remember, the first step is to try and figure out for yourself. Google, try different things. If you're really stuck, then hop onto the Discord channel and see if you can get some help. And by the way, one of the best ways to learn is to actually help others as well. So if you ever get a time, hang around in the Help Me channel or the general channel and see if you can help out, because you now know enough to be able to help others as well. And if there's one advice that I can give you, is that the best way to retain information is to teach others. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. We're about to take the biggest step in our developer careers now. This is by far my favorite thing to teach, and I cannot wait to get started. But before I do, I want you to know one thing. When I first started learning JavaScript, it was the hardest thing to get. I remember feeling confused and frustrated along the way. And to be honest, if this is your first time learning a programming language, you'll have those moments. I'm here to tell you to stick through it. Just like learning any language, with enough time and practice, you can become fluent. Now, unlike human language though, you don't have to remember as many words and sentence structure. So you will get there, I promise you this. Now, don't just watch the videos in this section and fly through the content. Really work on the exercises I give you at the end of the videos and make sure you understand each topic. Finally, this section will teach you the basics of JavaScript. It will seem very strange and detached sometimes from HTML and CSS. As a matter of fact, we won't be touching HTML and CSS very much. However, in the next section, I will show you how our newfound knowledge of JavaScript can now be connected to our HTML and CSS websites. This is when the real magic happens. So stay strong, stay determined. You'll get there in due time. Let's get started, shall we? See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. JavaScript was created in 1995 by the Netscape web browser. Right over here. It was a way for them to be able to add actions to websites. Think of JavaScript as the verb in anything you do on a website. You tweet, you play a YouTube video, you sign up for a username. These are all actions we take on websites, made possible through JavaScript. In 1995, it was a way for this browser, Netscape, to beat the competition, which were other browsers at the time. Because at the time Netscape was the most popular, other browsers started adopting their own version of JavaScript so that websites will work on their browsers as well, and thus let people switch over to their browsers. Can you guess what happened next? Well, every browser had their own idea of what JavaScript was. So there was no standard. Eventually, a standard had to be created to make sure that everyone had the same idea what JavaScript was, so that web developers can build one website and have it work on all browsers. This standard was called ECMAScript. So yes, JavaScript and ECMAScript can be used interchangeably, and you will hear both of these a lot. But it's the same language. Now, this browser compatibility issue, browsers having their own teams, their own schedule, and their own code. Sound familiar? Yep. If you remember, it's the same thing that happened with HTML and CSS. It's the same issue that we keep having over and over. We covered this topic in Web Developer Fundamental Part 2. You see, it's always a big problem. Make sure that all browsers have the same understanding of what a real HTML, CSS, and JavaScript should be, so that when we send each one of those files, we don't have to write one specific for each browser. And just like HTML and CSS, JavaScript is evolving. So there are new things that we can do now that you weren't able to do in 1995 with JavaScript. In the ES6 video section, later on in the course, we will talk about these new features, so don't worry. Now, let's take a look at what JavaScript does. We can open up the browser, and I have Udemy over here. Well, Udemy uses a lot of JavaScript. I mean, clicking on a course, adding it to cart, liking a post, all these things, well, they're all JavaScript. Even if you open categories over here, you see this drop down and I can select things and there's actions constantly happening throughout the website. That's all JavaScript. But it's not just the web that you can use JavaScript on. Instagram? Well, Instagram uses JavaScript. What about something else? Maybe virtual reality? Yeah, you can do that too. You can do VR games, VR apps with JavaScript. Okay, that's pretty cool. What else can JavaScript do? Well, you can actually program drones with JavaScript and control them from your Wii remote if you wanted to. What about robotics? Yeah, this guy built a robot that he can control from his web browser. How cool is that? Now, remember Node.js? We talked about this slide at the beginning of the course and how we're going to learn these topics. Well, some of this is able to be done because of it. But Node.js is pretty much JavaScript. It is JavaScript. So you learn JavaScript, you can pick up backend stuff very easily, and the Node.js section of this course will be a breeze. It's not a new language that you'll learn. So is Express, so is React. So this is why JavaScript is so important. What we will learn here will take you very far in the rest of your career. This is one skill that really opens up a lot of possibilities. Here's the beauty of JavaScript though, and any other programming languages. Because what is JavaScript really? It's a file. A file that you can write instructions to a computer. In the example of a robot arm, all you had to do is write, if I press this button, move arm to the right. If I press this button, move arm to the left. It all looks extremely complicated, but as you will see, no matter how complex a program, let's say an online game like World of Warcraft, well, everything is built one block at a time, one simple logic at a time. In the next section, we're going to start writing our first JavaScript and our first simple pieces of logic. Don't let it fool you though. Although it may look simple, these are the building blocks that allow you to build big web apps like Facebook or Google. Exciting things are going to happen with your newfound power. So, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello! Let's learn some JavaScript. We're going to open up Google Chrome here, and we're going to go to View, Developer, and this time, JavaScript Console. So you can do Command Option J as well. And it opens up this console, which is, if you remember Elements, you've seen it before. That's your HTML. Console is where we can write JavaScript. On the right, you'll see the outline of what we'll talk about in this JavaScript segment. We'll go one by one, and some of them we'll come back to. But don't worry, by the end, you'll know everything in here. So let's talk JavaScript. JavaScript has 7 types. You can think of types as values that JavaScript can have. Let's start with the first one, and that is number. So the number type. Well, in JavaScript, you can do something like this. Look at that. The console allows us to write JavaScript as much as we want. So by writing this and the console giving us an answer, it means that, yep, this is valid JavaScript. Okay, what else can we do? Well, we can do 3 times 5, 15, 12 divided by 4, 3. That's awesome. What else can we do? 12 minus 4, 8. Can we do this? Can we do 3 plus 4, close the bracket, times 2? So that's 7 times 2, 14. Yeah, it works. And we can even do this. And this is a special character that you might have not seen before. It's called modulo. And let's see what happens. It gives me 0. What if I do 12 modulo 5? It gives me 2. What this symbol does, and let's make this bigger so you can see clearly. And I'm going to clear this just so you can see it better. And I can do clear here with these brackets and it'll clean up everything for me. So one more time, what I did was 12 modulo 5, and that gives me 2. And what modulo does is it gives me their remainder. So 12 divided by 5 is, well, it gives me a remainder of 2 because 5 can only go to 10 and then you have 2 remainder. So if I do, let's say, 12 modulo 5, or let's do 9, I get a remainder of 3. And you're thinking, oh God, you're just teaching me math. But don't worry, this is only a small part of it. I just want to show you that the first JavaScript type is a number, and we can do operations on them, just like a calculator can. The second type in JavaScript is a string. So a string is just text. And all you need to do to let JavaScript know that you're writing a piece of text is double quotes. So I can just say Bob. I can say my name. And you can also use single quotes. And that is a string. But what else can we do with the string? Let me clear this. Well, you can also do this. You can say hello plus there. What do you think will happen here? Let's see. Hello there. But it is one word. We need a space. So we would have to do hello space plus there. And there we have the space. Okay, so we can add things. So add 2 sentences together. What if we do something like this? This isn't very nice. I hit enter and okay, that works. That's good. But what if I use single quotes here? What if I go like this? And remember I said that I can use single quotes in JavaScript. Well, you see the syntax changes? And I get a little error. Well, because I'm using a single quote and then inside the string, I'm trying to use a single quote. And that would happen as well if I use double quotes. So if we go back to the example before and I add another quote in here, well, again, I get an error. So let me clear that. How can we avoid this problem? Well, with the string in JavaScript, we can do something like this. Let's use single quotes. This isn't, and watch this. This isn't very nice. And this backslash has a special meaning. The backslash says, hey, whatever comes after this, it's a special meaning. It means just ignore it. Don't say that this is a piece of string. I just want the backtick. So if I run like this, oh, oops, I made the syntax over here wrong. Obviously the quotes need to match. So let's try that again. There you go. This isn't very nice. Okay, I have another question. What happens here? 10 plus string of 34. So that's number 10 plus string of 34. Let's see what happens. Weird. So JavaScript automatically looked at this and said, he's adding a number and a string. He's probably trying to add strings together. So JavaScript converts the number 10 into a string 10 and does 1034. That's kind of weird, right? It's one of the quirks of JavaScript. There's a few of them. You just have to get used to it. Let's try something else. What about if I do 10 minus 3? Press enter. I get 7. What is going on here? And because with the string, you can't really subtract the string. I mean, let's see if I go hello minus bye. I get this weird symbol, which we'll get back to, but that doesn't work. So now JavaScript says, I'm going to, because he's subtracting, I'm just going to assume that he means the number 3. So he's trying to help you out. But sometimes it can have unexpected behavior. So ideally, you never do things like this. Ideally, you keep numbers with numbers and strings with strings, and you keep the actions between the like types. So let's go back to this. What just happened when I say hello minus bye? Well, NaN stands for not a number, and it's technically in JavaScript, you can see the blue highlighting here, it's part of the number type. So numbers can range from 1 to 10 to 567, but there's also the NaN when it's saying, hey, whatever you just wrote is not a number. So that's the case as well. I know it's really, really confusing, but don't worry. It's just the quirks of the language that we're learning. Okay, I'm going to show you one other JavaScript type before we get to some fun things in the next video. So the next one is Boolean. And the Boolean type is very simple. Boolean just means true or false. That's it. And sometimes that could be represented as ones and zeros. And for those that know a lot about computers, you might know that computers pretty much runs on ones and zeros. And that's where it comes from. But Booleans are very, very useful because now we can do something like 3 is greater than 2. And I'll say true. 3 is greater than 2. If I do 5 is greater than 10, we'll say false. 5 is not greater than 10. We can also do 5 is greater than or equal to 5. So we'll say true because I can do greater than and equal to. And I can also do 5 is smaller than or equal to 5. Now, what if I want to say, does 3 equal 3? I get an error. Why is that? Well, because in JavaScript, if you want to say something is equal to something, you have to say 3 equals 3 3. And I get true. And in the next video, I'll tell you why that's the case. It's very, very interesting. But for now, just remember that's always a tricky point that a lot of beginners get confused about. Just remember, if you're comparing two things, 3 equal signs. The last one I wanted to show you is this. 3 doesn't equal 3. Isn't that confusing? So this is saying, does 3 not equal 3? False, because 3 equals 3. I know it can get really, really confusing, but think of this as the opposite of the equal sign. So for example, if I do 4 doesn't equal 5, I'll get true because you're right, 4 doesn't equal 5. So what we just learned are JavaScript comparisons. And they're the things right over here. That's it. You just have to remember these. Whew. Well, that was fun, right? But we're just getting started. After this video, I have left an exercise sheet for you. Try to find the answers to the problems and then copy and paste them, each of the questions, each of the line, into the JavaScript console. So for example, if I said, evaluate 3 plus 5, you'll copy this, put it in the console, and just press enter. And I want you to get comfortable working with the console and playing around with it, experimenting around. And like I said, really try and work on the next problem sets. I haven't given you a lot because I don't want you to get overwhelmed. There's a lot more interesting things happening in JavaScript than this, and you can pick this up fairly easily. But I do encourage you to make sure you do the exercises. Now, can you get all of them? Good luck. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Up to this point, we've played around with some JavaScript types. Only 3 out of 7. Don't worry, we'll get to the rest of them. But there's one problem. How does a program remember things? For example, if we write these pretzels are making me thirsty, and we'll do this, plus we need the exclamation. Okay, I enter that. Okay, I get that. That's good. But if I need to use this again, well, again, I have to write these pretzels are making me thirsty. And imagine you had to do that hundreds of times. That's kind of annoying, right? Computers are supposed to help us, but instead we just keep writing stuff. And that's not very efficient, is it? Well, to catch and hold values, JavaScript has something called variables. And variables can be used with the word var. So now if I go var George, so var is for variable, equals these pretzels are making me thirsty, plus exclamation mark. Notice the semicolon here. I'll explain what that does in a bit. I press enter, I get undefined. Let's not worry about that. That doesn't matter for now. And now if I go George, and you'll see that Google Chrome actually helps me and recognizes it. I press enter. These pretzels are making me thirsty. How awesome is that? So we're able to store this value. And obviously this is simple, but imagine this was a long calculation that we had to make. And we want to access it. Well, all we need to do now is have George. It's a variable. So now you see in the last video when I said that when we're comparing things, we have to use 3 equals. Well, because when you do 3 equals 3, it's saying assign the number 3 to 3. But there's a rule with variables. With variables, you can't start with numbers. So if I go variable 3 equals 3, I'll get an error. But if I go variable 3 equals 3, well, that's no problem. And variables have a few rules. The rules are, well, it needs to start with a letter. It can end with a number, that's fine. But it needs to start with a letter. And it can't start with a symbol. So I can't do var and sign hello equals 5. Nope, I'll get an error. So a variable needs to start with a letter, can end in a number, that's fine. And there's a few other special cases. A variable can also start with a $sign or an underscore. But we don't need to worry about that too much. And the standard in JavaScript, so you won't get an error if this happens, but you do something called camel case. So if it was a word, let's say first name, you would do camel case. Because these are 2 separate words, you do lowercase, the first word. Second word is going to have uppercase. So first name. So you capitalize the first letter, and that's called camel case. So still not getting what variables are? Well, I'm gonna demonstrate this point further and why we need to store values in a programming language. I'm gonna introduce you to a little cool trick called prompt. And prompt, when I use these brackets and I press enter, look at that. I got something here. And it's asking for something and I press OK. And look at that. It returns whatever I typed. Let's try that again. If I go prompt, press enter, and I say hello, press OK, I get that response back. Okay, so how can we say something like, what's your username? And store that value. That's something that we use quite a lot on websites, right? Well, with prompt, you can do prompt, opening and closing bracket. And then here, we'll say, what is your username? So we're entering a string here. And if I press enter, okay, so it says, what is your username? So now if I type in my username is Andre, I get the username. So using that knowledge, let's make a calculator. Let's do var first equals prompt enter first number. And then I'm going to press shift here so that I can add a new line. So shift enter, and I'm going to say variable second equals prompt enter second number. And now, if I press enter, I'll get enter first number. I'll say 5, press OK. Then enter second number. I say 10 and press OK. Okay, but now I got undefined. But here's the cool thing. Now I have these values held in these variables. So I can use them. If I check first, I have 5. If I check second, I have 10. But you'll notice that I have double quotes around them. And that's because prompt automatically changes it to string. It's expecting a form of text. So there's a cool trick to change a string into a number. And all we need to do, and this is just syntax we need to remember, is number, and then we'll do first, and that will give us 5. So all we need to do now is do number first plus number second, and we'll get the sum of these two. But again, we can use a variable here. I don't want to keep typing this. So what if I do variable sum equals number first plus number second, semicolon, press enter. Nothing yet because it's in the sum now. So if I ask for sum, I get 15. Okay, so let's write our first program here. I'm going to show you one other cool trick, and that is alert. So instead of prompt, we're going to use alert. And alert, what it does is, it says, hi there. And if I press enter, I get a pop-up, but without anything to enter, just an OK button. So using this, we can create a calculator. So let's do this. And in Chrome, if you actually press the up arrow, it'll remember your history and you can pull up whatever you've typed in. So you remember here we have first, second, so those are the two prompts. And then I'm going to say variable sum equals number, the first, plus number of the second. And finally, again, I do shift enter so that the code doesn't get executed. And I do alert sum. So just looking at this, what do you think is going to happen? I first ask for a prompt and I store that value in first. The second prompt asks for a second number, stores it in the second. The sum calculates the two numbers, and then I alert the sum. I'm going to press enter and see what happens. Enter first number, I'm going to say 15. Okay. Next number, I'm going to say 20. Okay. And look at that. I got 35 as the answer. And again, knowing what we know about strings and numbers, I can now do, again, I pressed up to have exactly what I wrote back. Now I can say within the alert, the sum is, close the bracket, plus sum. So let's see that. If I press enter, I'll go 3 plus 4. The sum is 7. Look at that. Our first program. Variables can hold any JavaScript type. Think of them as little drawers in your desk. So in your desk, you can open up that drawer and put anything you want in there. Your pens, paper, erasers, calculators, and you can close that drawer. And whenever you need a pen or a calculator, you can open that drawer and grab it. And that's what variables are. Now, the one thing that I've kind of omitted and I haven't told you about is this little weird semicolon here. Why do we need it? I mean, we were able to do 3 plus 4 and we didn't see a semicolon. Well, in JavaScript, semicolon means the end of an expression. So what does that mean? A fragment of code that produces a value is called an expression. So any value that's written really is an expression. So if I do 3, well, that's an expression. It produces a value. 3 plus 4 is an expression. In JavaScript, the rule is, and then there are some people actually that don't use semicolons anymore, but the way it was built and the way that it's intended to work is to do 3 plus 4 add a semicolon. Most of the time, if you forget, it'll still work. There's only small cases where it'll break your program. But just to form good habits for now, at the end of each expression, so that is anything we've done so far, add a semicolon, and you'll get used to it. Okay, let's keep going with variables, because they're very interesting. What if I do variable a equals true, because remember, variables can hold anything. So variables can hold booleans, and variables can hold strings, and variables can hold numbers, as we've seen. So we're just going to hold variable a equals true. But now, what if I can access a, but what if I say a equals hello? What do you think will happen if I press A and then enter? Well, I get hello. Because you can reassign a value to A. Because initially, the program thought A equals to true. But then we said, well, A equals hello now. So it discarded the true value, and now A is equal to hello. And we've completely forgotten about true. Okay, another little trick. What happens if I go like this? Does that work, or will I get an error? Let's see. Okay, undefined. I didn't get that red bar. No error. Okay. What if I access the A? Let's see what happens. Well, hello was assigned the last bar, so let's do a different variable. So if I do variable B, which we haven't used before, and I do this, let's see if we can access it. Undefined. B is undefined. And you may have noticed this before, but undefined is our fourth type in JavaScript. And I know it's weird because you're asking yourself, what is undefined? And well, undefined is just one thing in JavaScript. As the name suggests, this means that the variable has not been assigned. So think of it as you'll get undefined if variable password is like this. So if a user doesn't put in a password, well, you'll get undefined. And you'll be able to say, well, password is undefined. You need to enter a password. Or maybe a form requires an email address. Well, if email is undefined, then you can't sign them up to the form. So undefined is used when nothing is assigned to a variable. So remember this, just like you can move stuff out of the drawer in your desk and put something else in, variables can be assigned to different things. I can move my pen from one drawer to another. I can change things in that drawer. And if there's nothing in that drawer, well, it's undefined. Okay. That's a very, very big concept in JavaScript. Hopefully you understand. I have a few exercises for you at the end of this video. I know you can do it. Good luck, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Hopefully those exercises weren't too tough and you breezed right through them. We're going to talk about something called control flow. Up until now, we've been doing this little arrow. We write a line of code, then another line of code, then another line of code, then another line of code. And everything executes in one line, just flows, just kind of like water. If you're pouring water down, it's just going straight down. But what if we had conditions? What if we wanted to say something like, if username is Bob, say hi Bob. If not, say I don't know you. Maybe sign in again. Or we don't have this user. And that's called conditional execution. And it looks something like this, where we get to a point in the program and we have two options, where we either want to go one way or the other and then continue executing. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about exactly that, conditional execution. Let's try some out. So JavaScript conditionals, that's what they're called. We're going to start off with what's called an if statement. And an if statement kind of reads like English. We can do something similar to this. I say if name equals, remember 3 equal signs here, because we're not assigning a variable, we're comparing. If name equals Billy, close the bracket, and this is just a notation that you'll have to get used to. Again, it's just like learning a language. You just have to know that when you're doing an if statement, you have to have these brackets, close the brackets, and then you do curly bracket, hold shift and enter so that the program doesn't execute. And we'll say, I've added a tab just so you can see for indentation. I can say alert, hi, Billy. And I close the bracket. And again, just like I said, each expression, something that produces a value, needs to have a semicolon. And you might think that you need a semicolon here, but again, with an if statement, you don't add one. But alert, that's an expression, we add a semicolon here. Now you might be asking yourself, well, we haven't assigned a variable to name yet. So let's do that. I'm going to say name variable name equals, we'll say, Billy. And I'm going to press enter. Let's see what happens. Hi, Billy. Okay, so that looks like it's working. Just to double check, what if I change name to Susie? Oops. Semicolon, not colon. Okay, and now if we run this program again, I'm going to just copy it. If name equals Billy, alert, hi Billy. Nothing happens. I just get undefined and no alert. So that's a conditional statement. But let's be realistic here. You often won't just have code that executes when a condition holds true, but also code that handles other cases, such as when the name isn't Billy, maybe when the name is Susie. So this alternate path is shown, if you remember in the diagram, by the alternate arrow. We need to have an alternate route in case the name doesn't equal Billy. So let's go back again and see what we can do. So the second keyword that we're going to learn is else. So you can do something like if name equals Billy, and I just press right key arrow here. Again, Google Chrome is smart enough to know that you've typed this before. And now, instead of leaving it like that, I now press space else. So if name equals Billy, alert, hi Billy. Else, it kind of reads like English, right? And then again, else, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, and within here, I'm going to say alert. I don't know you. So now, let's see what happens. I don't know you. And why is that? Because if you remember, name equals Susie. If I change name to Billy, well, and redo the program, I get hi Billy. So that's what's called an if-else statement. You write a condition, if something equals true, then do something, else do something else. And this is just a syntax you'll have to learn, but as you can see, it's fairly easy. You write it a couple of times and you'll get the hang of it. Okay, but now you might have another question. What if you have something like this, something a little bit more complicated like this, where you have multiple conditions? Let's see what I'm talking about by showing you another example. In this one, we're going to use something called else if. So again, I'm going to say if name equals Billy. Again, I'm just going to press the right key here and it's going to load up what I've written before. So if name equals Billy, alert, hi Billy. Else, alert, I don't know. I don't know you. But what if we also want to check for the name Susie? Well, I can do something like else if name equals Susie, close bracket, I'm going to say, hi, Susie. And at the end here, you can leave it as is, or again, we can add an else statement. So if both of these fail, both of these comparisons fail, I can say else alert, I don't know you. Close the bracket. Again, don't forget to close the bracket. Press enter and it says hi Billy because remember my name is Billy. But if I do name equals Susie and I rerun the program, again press the arrow key and I press enter, I get hi Susie. That's pretty cool, right? You can think of this kind of like how passwords work, right? This is what forms are doing. They're checking your email and checking your password using simple logic like this. Now, I want to show you also with conditionals what's very useful. And that's something called logical operators. I'm going to show you the 3 of them. If I can uncomment this. There you go. And these are the 3. So let's clean this up and try something. I can go if name equals Billy, or these 2 lines, so that's right above your enter key. This means or in JavaScript, or name equals and, then alert, hi, Billy or Anne. Close the bracket. What do you think will happen here? Let's see. Name equals Billy. Re-execute the program. Press enter. And again, hi, Billy or Anne. But if now the name is Anne, and I re-execute the program, press enter, again, hi, Billy or Anne. That's pretty cool. I can do or comparison. What's another one that we can do? Well, we can also do and, which is two of these signs. And this means if name equals Billy and name equals Anne. Let's see if this works. No, let's do name equals Anne and redo the program and I'm not getting anything. What if I do Billy? And execute? Nope, nothing. Why is that? Well, this doesn't make sense, right? I mean, name equals Billy and name equals Anne. But as we've discussed, a variable holds a value. It's a drawer in your desk and it has a certain type of look to it. It either has a pen or a bunch of files. It can have both Billy and Anne, at least now with what we've learned so far. So this doesn't make sense. Where you would use and is maybe to check somebody's name. So I can do if first name, remember I'm using camel case here, Bob, and last name equals Smith, close the bracket, curly brackets, I'm going to say alert, hi, Bob Smith, close the brackets, the curly brackets, press enter. Oh, and it looks like I made a mistake here. And it says first name is not defined. And well, that's true because I've never said what first name is and last name is. Before, I've already defined what name was. But it needs to know what these variables are. Otherwise, it's saying, hey, I'm JavaScript and I've never encountered these words before. What are you talking about? So before we do this, we have to say variable first name equals Bob. And variable last name equals Smith. Okay. I actually want to draw your attention back to the error. You'll get this a lot when you're starting off. Reference error, first name is not defined. It's pretty good error, but keep that in mind. Reference error just means I don't know what this value is. It's not referencing anything. Okay, so now that we have first name and last name defined, we press up again to get to our little execution piece here, and I go press enter, and I get hi Bob Smith. If I change the first name or last name to say Jones, press enter, and let's re-execute this piece of code, I get nothing because first name and last name must match. Okay, I have one last one over here, and that's the exclamation point. Or exclamation mark, not point. Let's see what it does. This is a little bit tricky, but see if you can follow along here. If exclamation mark name equals Bob, opening brackets, alert, hi Bob, and close the bracket. Press enter, and I get hi Bob. Okay. Let's remember what name was. It's Billy. Why am I getting hi Bob when Billy's the name? Clearly, name doesn't equal Bob because of this. This is the not operator. So it's the opposite. So it turns this expression, which is name equals Bob, which is false, to true. So just to show you, if I go this and then false, I get true. And if I go this, true, I get false. So that's why I use the brackets here. I'm saying evaluate this, and once you do this, add the opposite to not. And it seems like, why would I ever want to do that? When would I ever use this? And this is a good thing to use whenever, let's say, you want to turn off a switch. So just like I showed you, if I go not true, I can say now it's off. Not false, light comes on. So you'll see cases when we do use this, and I promise you it's very, very, very important that we have it in the language. So let's just review what we've learned up to this point so that in the next video, we have a sense of where we've been and where we're going. We've talked about JavaScript types. We've learned about numbers, strings, booleans, and undefined. We've also learned about JavaScript comparisons that we use sometimes in conditional statements like if statements. We've learned about JavaScript variables. We've learned about JavaScript conditionals, the if, else, else if statements. And we've learned about JavaScript logical operators, these and, or, and exclamation marks. And there's a few more that we haven't covered yet, and don't worry, we will. I know this is confusing. This is new syntax. It's learning a new language, but it's not too bad. It definitely doesn't have as many words as a real language. You just have to get used to this and practice typing in the console and practice with the problems and get yourself familiar with running these syntaxes, and it will click and it will become second nature. Like I said, everybody goes through this. You'll get it. I promise. I know I keep saying this, but I only say it because I know when I started learning this stuff, that's how I felt. And that's how everybody else feels. So I want to just make sure that, don't worry, you'll get there. You're going to be a master of JavaScript by the end of this course. So I'll see you in the next one. Can't wait to show you more. Talk to you then. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We're going to take a quick break from learning JavaScript syntax to show you how JavaScript gets implemented in the browser. We're going to go back to this image that we've seen many times before in this course. And we have a pretty good idea of what HTML and CSS does. If you remember, HTML gets sent to the browser, then it sees the link tag, and the CSS gets sent to the browser. But what about our new friend JavaScript over here? What happens with him? Well, in this video, we're going to learn exactly that. So I have over here an index.html file. I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. It's completely empty now. And I'm also going to drag it to my Sublime text so that we can add something to it. So I have Sublime text in the browser, and we're going to use our little short command to create a quick HTML file, JavaScript, and let's just have a simple header that says JavaScript in HTML. Save and refresh. Perfect. We're masters at this already. We all know what's going on. So how do we add JavaScript to this? I mean, with CSS, we had the link tag, right? And we had this href where we tell it where it is. Well, if you remember, JavaScript, again, just like HTML and CSS, is just a file. So let's create one first. In Sublime Text, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to say script.js. See the .js at the end? That means JavaScript. Notice what happens when I click save. At the bottom, Sublime Text now converted the syntax to JavaScript. So now I can write something like 4 plus 3, and I get the cool JavaScript colors. I can write if 4 plus 3 equals 7. I can alert you're smart. So you can see that it does the syntax for me. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna just save that. Let's see if we can add this to, oh, I forgot the semicolon here. I always forget it too. Let's add this to our HTML. If it works, we'll get an alert saying you're smart. So how can we do this? Well, there's an HTML tag called script tag. So link tag for style sheet, script tag for JavaScript. And all we do is this. We have the type text JavaScript. You see over here how with CSS we have text CSS. Well, we're telling it that this is JavaScript. And in here, JavaScript can be written right over here. If I go alert hello, and you might remember this because it's kind of like the style tag for CSS. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna refresh and I get hello. Look at that. We just added JavaScript to our HTML. But I really want to use this file. As we know with CSS, we don't necessarily want our JavaScript to live on HTML. We want separation of concerns. We want the JavaScript in the JavaScript file. Well, the way we do that is through a source file. So all we do is source. You might remember this from images. So instead of href and link, we have source and we say script.js. I save and I refresh and I get you're smart. Now, again, we can say script.js because, well, it's in the same folder. It's in the desktop folder. If it wasn't, then let's say this HTML wasn't in the desktop folder, we'd have to do something like desktop. Okay. So that's very interesting. What if I have multiple JavaScript files? We might have seen that in, remember Bootstrap? In Bootstrap, we had like 3 script tags. Well, yeah, you can just like you can with link, you can have multiple script tags. And you can just say script 2, script 3. And again, each one gets executed one at a time. Okay. Now, one question you might have is, why did I just put the script tag at the bottom here, at the bottom of the body? Why didn't we, and let me just remove this for now, why didn't we just put it at the top like we do with the CSS file? Well, let me show you something. Let's put it up here. Let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh. Okay, I get you're smart. I don't know if you saw that. Did you see the JavaScript go? Let's change this quickly. Let's say our website is now fresh and new, and I'm going to say waiting for JavaScript. I'm going to save. Notice what happens to the header. I refresh. It hasn't changed yet. I have to click you're smart. Do you see it? It's completely gone. Click OK. And only then it shows up. Because the browser reads the file, goes and gets the CSS file, and then sees the script tag and says, ooh, I'm going to go read what's over here. And here is an alert. And what an alert does, it waits for us to click OK. So the browser can't display waiting for JavaScript. So you will see in older websites people that put the script tags in here, but that actually delays what gets seen by the user. Instead, if we put it down here and change the text again to not waiting, I'm going to save. Let's see what happens. Not waiting for JavaScript. That got changed. So we ideally want to put our script tags at the bottom of the body. What that means is that the website gets displayed, gets rendered, and then we have to still wait for the JavaScript to load. Let's say we had a cool animation. It will have to wait until that loads, but to a user, it appears like the website loads a lot faster because they might not click on a drop-down menu or see the animation right away and notice that there's a lag, but they will see a delay if they don't see anything on the page. So script tags at the bottom. One last thing. How do we get that console to print stuff out? It would be nice if instead of alert all the time, I can get something in the console. Well, in JavaScript, you can do something called console.log. And here I can say, hello. So this syntax is a little bit weird. I'll explain later on what is going on here, but console.log is a special little syntax that we can use. And now if I refresh the page, I get logging over here. So I can write as much as I want here, kind of like alert, but without getting that annoying pop-up over and over. And refresh, and I get hello. And we'll be using console log a lot in the next couple of videos. You can see here that it's a nice way for us to print something to the console before we learn how to change our HTML. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Functions are the hardest part of JavaScript, and it will take some time to fully get it. However, in this video, we're going to try and do that. We're going to learn JavaScript functions. So let's start off with, what are functions? Well, they're pieces of code that perform actions. Without functions, JavaScript wouldn't really do anything. The beauty is that functions can perform one action or multiple actions. But we'll get back to that. First, let's talk about how you already know some JavaScript functions without even realizing it. You've seen them before. Alert, that's a function. Prompt, that's a function. You've seen these before. So JavaScript provides for us some functions that are really, really useful so that everybody who writes JavaScript can use them without having to write them over and over. So with functions, we have two options. One is using existing JavaScript functions like alert and prompt. And two, we can create our own. So before we get into how we create our own functions and what is so useful about them, you might have noticed one thing, these brackets that are right next to each other with functions. What do they mean? Well, that in JavaScript means to execute the function. So let's see what happens when I just type in alert and press enter. I get F, alert, and some weird stuff. F over here stands for function. You can see when I hover over it, it says function, alert. This is what running a function means. In order to run alert, I execute it by calling it like this. So these brackets mean calling a function. So I can call a function. And you also notice that within alert, I can add things like, hi there. These are called arguments. And I know I'm throwing a bunch of jargon, a bunch of words at you, but these are just things that you'll hear over and over when you're a developer, and they'll stick to you. It won't the first time, but like I said, just try and get there one step at a time. So arguments are what's given to functions. For example, when we did in our example here, hello in the console log was an argument. And the interesting thing is that you can have multiple arguments. For example, if I remove this and let's just have console log for now. I can do how are you? I save and refresh, and I get hello, how are you? See, I can have multiple arguments, but just adding a comma. But again, that depends on the function. Now, again, before we start creating our own, let's review. Alert is a function. Alert with the brackets, I am calling the alert function, and I am calling the alert function with the argument hi. Alert needs to be called, otherwise it's just sitting there. Now the big reason to use function is that you can call them as many times as you want. Think about alert. Imagine having to say every time, hey, computer, create this pop-up window and print whatever argument I put in every time. I mean, that would really suck. Isn't it nice that we can just call alert and that pop-up window pops up for us and everything's done for you? Well, that's pretty much what functions do. They make life easier by having actions bundled up so you only write them once and then you can just call it. Okay, so let's get to the fun part. Let's create our own functions. So if we go back to our document here, let's see, right here, we have two ways of creating functions. I'm going to show you the first way. Actually, I'm going to show you this one first. So let's create our own function using the first method, which is function declaration. And we're going to use our script.js here that's linked to our HTML that we did in the previous video. So here, I can say function, say hello, is console.log hello. Again, the syntax is a little bit different, but you just have to remember it. I'm saying function is going to be called say hello. We have those brackets that are very familiar to us. And then console log hello. Let's see what happens when I save. I refresh. Nothing happens. Why is that? Well, we declared this function, but remember what we did with alert? Well, it exists, but we haven't run it. We have to call the function. So we have to say hello, like so. And now when I refresh, I get hello. So think of this with the variable. When I say variable a equals 5, that's not going to do anything until we actually get the a. And that's when it prints 5. Okay, so that's one way. What's the second way of creating a function? The second way is called function expression. And it goes like this. I can say variable say by equals function console.log by. Again, I'll save this and refresh. And again, we only get hello because, well, again, we have to call that function. So I say by, run it, and refresh, hello, bye. Now, one thing you may have noticed here is that we're assigning this function to the say by variable, but what is the name of the function? I mean, here, clearly, function's name is say hello, but here, we're just assigning to the variable. I mean, technically, the function doesn't have a name. And this is called an anonymous function. We've assigned this function to say by so we can reference it through say by, but otherwise, we can't really access this function. Well, you'll see why that's important in later videos, but you could technically do this and call this function by. Okay, so now that we know how to create functions, why do we need these arguments? Remember, why do we need stuff inside of the brackets? I mean, these look useful enough, right? Well, let's try something. Sing. Let's do a function, sing. And this thing will have console.log, and I'll say that's me singing, and it also have console.log t. This is how I sing. Now, if I save this and refresh, make sure it still sings. Oh, I have to call it. Let's refresh. Beautiful song. T. But now, every time I want to change to a different song, maybe I wanted to say la di da. Well, I have to either delete this and change this to la di da, or I have to create a new one calling sing2 console.log. And you can see over here how annoying that is, that I'm typing the same thing over and over and just changing these things. And now I have to run sing2, and I refresh, and whew, that was tiring. Okay, I did all of this, and now imagine if we had thousands of songs that we want to sing. We're Spotify and we want to display all the song lyrics. I mean, that's pretty tiring, right? And one of the rules with developers is this idea of dry. Do not repeat yourself. Ideally, you want to make things as efficient as possible. And one thing you can do is by adding arguments. So I can add something like song. And now, let me just delete this for now. In the console log, I can just say song. So now, anytime I want to change the song, I can say la di da sing hello, and then sing Backstreet's back. All right. So now I save and refresh, and look at that. You see how many lines of code we just saved, and how I can now use sing anytime I want, and I can customize it to what I want, kind of like alert. That's what arguments do. Arguments allow us to not repeat ourselves and make our functions what we call more extensible. They can be customized. Let's do one other thing to learn a fun thing about functions. We're going to delete this and try function multiply. And we'll give it A and B. So it'll accept two arguments, and we'll do A times B. And now, within A times B, we'll say multiply, and it will call multiply 5, 10. Save and refresh, and now we should have multiply available to us. You can see over here, multiply AB, A times B, exactly where we wrote. Okay, so what happens if I do multiply 5 and 10? What do you think I'll get? Let's see. That's really weird. Let's try that again with a different number. Still undefined. Why is that? Well, this is called debugging. Let's see if we can figure out what's happening here. I'm going to do a console log here, and I'm going to log out A and B to make sure that this function's actually running. So I'm going to save and refresh. Okay, console log A and B. Let me just run the function again. Console log. Okay, so it looks like it's running, but then I'm getting undefined over here. Well, I can show you this in a diagram. So a function is an input. We give it some sort of an input. Maybe sometimes it's empty, so that's whatever is in the bracket. In our case, it's A and B. So those are numbers, so 5 and 10. And then the function does whatever we tell it to do. In our case, it was to multiply 5 and 10. And then we get an output, but we're not getting that output. Why is that? Well, because a function works like this. And don't worry, I've just added a bunch of arrows, but I'll go through everything and explain it to you. The input is receiving 5 and 10. The function does some stuff. And up to this point, we've only done console log. And the way console log works is the function is saying, yep, just log it to the console in the browser. But we've never done it where we've returned a value. Let me show you what I mean. When we don't return something, we get undefined. When we return something, we get the value. So let's see over here if we can explain this. So here, whenever I'm saying multiply 10 and 5, and I'm going to remove the console just so it doesn't confuse us, save and refresh, I get undefined. That is because, as you see in this diagram, we're not returning anything. So in JavaScript, the way you return things is you have to put in return inside of a function. So now it's going to return A times B. And you see that it's a special word in JavaScript. It highlighted in red. Well, now it's saying, yep, we're going to return the value. So even if we added console log, it'll do console log and then ask, hey, do I have a return? If I do, I'm going to send it a value. Hopefully that's not too confusing. Let's see if it works. I'm going to save and refresh. And now if I do multiply 5 and 10, I get 50. Yay, we got our function working. And that is a very important key concept that we need to remember, is that we need to return something from a function. I mean, we don't have to, but ideally we do, so we don't get these cases where we just have undefined and we don't know what the function does. It's kind of like a black box that does something and we might get a console log or not, but we don't know what's happening inside. It's nice to have a return to make sure that the function acts the way we expect it to. Okay, what if we do something like this? What if I do return A, and I forgot a semicolon in here, and return B? What do you think will happen? Let's refresh and run this. Okay, what if I change the order and I put A first? Let's try that again. I get 5. And return is the final way to end a function, if that makes sense. So as soon as you say return in a function, the program exits. So to go through this, I say multiply 5 and 10. It goes to the function and says, yep, I have the function multiply. I'm going to put A as 5 and 10 as B. And now it goes into the function and says return 5, which is A. So it returns that and it exits the function. So now these two lines aren't being run at all. The program simply reads this, goes to here, reads the first line of the function, and then exits. So in a function, you should have one return statement. Or is that right? Let's see a case where that might not be correct. Let's add an if statement to this. Let's say that we want to do multiply, but we're also kind of lazy and we don't want to be too hard with the computer. So let's say we want to say that if, we remember the if statement, if A is greater than 10, or if B is greater than 10, we can say return that's too hard. Otherwise, will return A times B. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to save and refresh. Let's do multiply 5 and 4. I get 20. What if we do 5 and 40? I get that's too hard, because now it's reading the function 5 and 10, and it's saying, B, which is 40, is higher than 10. So according to the if statement, I'm going to, that's too hard. And because a return exits the function, it never gets to this. Even if I do return A times B, it will never get there because the return exits the function. Just to double check, let's do that. Let's do 5 times 40, and it never gets to any of these lines because as soon as it sees a return, it exits the function. I know it's a lot, and we'll get to why these things are important in the next couple of videos, but I wanted to also show you that you can have inner functions. So in JavaScript, functions are variables. And what that means is that we were able to assign functions like this, right? And if we did something like this, well, we can call A in the same way that we did, and we just assigned function as variable. So technically, we could do something like this. So let's have multiply. Let's go back to the way we had it. We'll leave multiply the way it is in the simple form. And we can actually say alert multiply. And then here we'll do 3 and 4. And I know that's a lot of brackets. Don't worry, we'll go through it. But let's just save this and refresh and see what happens. I get 12. Because what's happening is we're starting with the inner function. We're saying, hey, we want to alert something. What do you want to alert? Well, we want to multiply. We want to call this function and give it 3 and 4. So it goes to multiply and it says, yep, I'll assign A and B to 3 and 4, and I want to return A and B. So now multiply gets changed to 12, and then we alert. So you see that now, instead of having something like total multiply 4 and 5, and then putting total here, we can just assign multiply into here. Whew, that was a lot, but I want to show you that we've tackled, I think, the hardest topic in JavaScript, which is functions, and we've also covered a return, well, which is very, very good. The one other thing I want to show you is that a lot of people get confused with the terminology, and I don't think it's as important, but I just want to clarify it. There's the concept of parameters and arguments. Now, parameters and arguments kind of are very similar, but just slightly different. So arguments, as we've said, are 4 and 5. So functions can have arguments and they get called with arguments. Parameters are what A and B is. So multiply has 2 parameters of A and B. I know that's a little bit confusing. You can read up on it a little bit more. I don't think it's important to really know the difference, but just so whenever you're reading articles or learning maybe through YouTube that you'll hear these words almost interchangeably. They pretty much mean the same thing, just a little bit slight difference in them. All right. I know I've thrown a lot of terminology at you, but after repeating it a few times, it will make sense. So stay strong, but that's it for function. It's time for you to try some exercises. Rewatch this video if you need to. You really want to make sure you understand functions since it will be the core of JavaScript. Just remember, what we are doing with functions is we are creating new words in the language, in the JavaScript language. So we can create variables or we can create functions to add vocabulary to the language. And up to this point, that's all we've been doing. We got this JavaScript that had a few words that we can use, and we've added new ones like multiply and total in order to make it more useful to us. And that's what programming is. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I hope you took a nice long break after the functions video because I know we covered a lot. We're going to learn something a little bit easier this time around, and we're going to learn our first data structure. Now, what is a data structure? Up until now, we've only learned about numbers, strings, booleans, undefined, and functions. But how do you store all of them? We said that a variable is like a desk drawer, but you don't want to throw everything in there and have a huge mess, or you don't want to throw just a pen and close that drawer. Ideally, you can store more things, you can organize them. Data structures are like compartment holders in your desk, kind of like this picture over here. Different data structures are good at different things. For example, in this picture, it looks like the file cabinet is really, really good for finding things because it's sorted in alphabetical order. And data structures give us this ability to store information and access it in a way that is useful to us. So let's learn our first data structure, and that is arrays. Let's open up our console, and we have our script file here. And we're going to write our first array by doing variable list. And we will have square brackets, tiger, cat, bear, and let's do bird. So it's still a variable, and you see strings here. The only thing that's different are these square brackets. But I call this list, and it does look like a list, but I could have called this anything. List of animals, for example. But an array, like I said, is a way to organize information. And this is organized in this way, but how do we grab it? How do we grab one of these 4 items from the desk drawer? The way you access an array is with something like this. Okay, so variable name, square brackets, a number, and square brackets. Let's do console.log and see what happens. I get cat. Now, most of you might have thought that we would get tiger. I mean, list, we want the first item in the list. Maybe that's how you read it, but that's not actually how it works. In computer science, developers like counting from 0. So 0 is the first number, then 1, then 2, then 3. So we always start counting from 0. So if you want to get tiger from this list, you do 0. And let's refresh, and we get tiger. Let's play around with this in the console. If I copy the list and put it like this, okay. The console actually gives us a nice look of the array, and we see that we have 0 tiger, 1 cat, 2 bear, 3 bird. So as you can see, an array is just a nice way for us to list items in an order from 0, 1, 2, and 3. Now, what kind of things can arrays hold? Is it just strings? Well, not really. We can do variable numbers and have 1, 2, 3, 4. We can have booleans, and we can have true, false, true again. And this is the fun part. You can also have functions as an array. So I can do function apple, console log apple, and then close up with the square brackets. And function list now has an array at location 0 of apple. Here's even wackier. You can do a variable, let's call it mixed list, and that can contain strings, can have numbers, can have undefined, you can have booleans, and like I showed you before, you can have functions. And mixed list now has a whole bunch of wacky stuff. Now, this is not advised. It's actually a bit of a performance issue when you have arrays with different types. So you want to keep it the same, but I do want to show you that we can put anything in arrays. We can also make arrays within an array. Do you see what I just did here? We have an array that has an array of tiger, cat, bear, bird. So if we save this and refresh, what do you think will happen? We get an array that has tiger, cat, bear, bird, but we accessed 0. Let's try that again without the 0 and see what happens. This time we get an array, just like it says here, that has an array inside of it. So how do we get, let's say, bear? Well, we would say we want the first array and then another pair of square brackets. And because tiger is at 0, 1, 2, we want 2. Or did I say tiger? I meant bear. So we're getting the first array, this one. And within that first array, we want 0, 1, 2. The bear. Let's see if that works. And then we get bear. Now, arrays are cool because JavaScript has predefined methods for them. And what are those? For now, think of them as functions. They're functions that we can use on arrays. Don't worry about too much the term a method. We'll get to it later. But let me show you what I mean. If we return this list to the way it was, back to tiger, cat, bear, bird. So let's look at a list, what we have in list now. We have tiger, cat, bear, bird. Okay, so let's see what sort of methods we can add to the list. Lists, let's do shift. And let's see what that does. I get back tiger, but if I look at the list now, tiger has been moved. I've shifted the array to remove tiger, and now everything's shifted to the left. What if I do list dot pop? I get bird. So if we look at the list now, it's popped bird off of the end of the array, and now I only have cat and bear. What if we do list.push? And then push needs to have an argument. Let's do elephant. And now we get back the number 3. You might guess what that means. And let's look at list. And now we have cat, bear, and elephant. So 3 items in the array. Let's clean this up a bit. And let's just double check what we have in the list. Perfect. What's another thing that we can do? Well, we can also do list.concat for concatenate. And in here, we can actually add another array. Let's do bee and deer. Let's press enter. And now we have an array of 5 items, cat, bear, elephant, bee, and deer. And I haven't told you this, but when we look at the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, they're called index in arrays. So index means cat has an index of 0, bear an index of 1, elephant of 2, bee of 3, deer an index of 4. Okay, let's do one last thing. And then you can go do some exercises. As you can see, arrays are a ton of fun. One last thing I want to show you is this. If we do list.sort, well, as the name suggests, we now have a sorted list. But, well, why do we only have 3 items? Why not 5? And this is a little bit tricky. You have to practice a bit with arrays to understand them. We've sorted our array, but only the original one. The one that we concatenated, the one that we added, we didn't assign it to a variable. So it created a new array. So now we had 2 arrays in existence. The list, which only had bear, cat, and elephant, and another list, concat, bee, deer, that we didn't capture the value of. We didn't assign it to a variable. To show you, let's copy this again and try this. Variable myList equals, okay, we have these 5 items, and let's do variable myNewList equals myList dot concat, and we'll do an array with monkey. So now, if I look at my list, I have 5 items, cat, bear, elephant, bee, deer. But if I look at my new list, I have 6 items with monkey in it. So there are some methods that create new lists, like concat, and some methods like push or pop that don't create a new list, just modify the current one. I have some exercises for you at the end of this video. This is a really fun data structure. Hopefully you're excited about learning this one. That's it for arrays. Once you understand the syntax and the structure, this has a lot of power. The last thing I wanted to show you was that our good friend W3C has a great list of references of what methods arrays have. So you can read through them as you work on your exercises. There's a few things that I didn't cover in the video that you'll have to search yourself through here to figure out what you'll need to solve the problems. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Objects. They are really powerful data structures. And as you can see, it's the second data structure that we're going to learn in JavaScript. And as a matter of fact, they're also a JavaScript type. Objects are collections of property. Well, what does that mean? Let's take a look by trying to write an object. So to write an object, I can have something like a user and curly brackets. And within this, we can say name equals John. I can say age is 34. Hobby is soccer. And maybe we can even put is married to false. And the comma at the end here, I can leave it off or add it. It works both ways. But now, if I save this and refresh, let's see if we have the user object. Yep, looks like we have name John, age 34, hobby soccer, is married, false. And you see over here that we have an object. And it looks a little bit different from an array, doesn't it? Because if we remember, an array looked like this. Apple, banana, orange. So an array, if we refresh, we have user that looks like this and a list that looks like this. If I open this up, we see that we have a bit of a difference because an object is more dynamic. I can have properties and value. So property name, value John, property age, value 34. With an array, we had an index 0, which held apple, and an index 1, which held banana. Interesting. Okay, but how do I grab properties? Because with an array, I could do list, grab the second element with 1, and I got banana. Well, with objects, what you can do is you can say user.name, John, user.age, 34, user.hobby, soccer, and user.ismarried, false. Okay, now with an array, we had methods like pop or push to change the array. We even had concat. How can we add properties to an object? Well, very simple. All we have to do is say something like user.favorite food, and I'll do equals, and I'll do spinach. Now, if I look at the user object, I have favorite food, spinach. So we've just expanded the user object. What about this? Can I change to is married to true? Let's say our friend John over here just got married. Well, now if I go to user, I have is married to true. Very cool. So you see the difference there between an array and an object. Now, one question you might be having is, why isn't an array a JavaScript type, but object is? Well, because in simplified terms, technically, an array is just something like this. We even saw it when we looked at the list that we have 0 equals to apple, 1 equals to banana, and 2 equals to orange. And you see what the power of data structures are in JavaScript. That idea of a desk drawer. And in that drawer, you don't want to have a mess. You don't want to just put one thing. You want to have multiple things, but you want them organized. So maybe you want the pens all organized in a section and the files organized in a different section. And as I mentioned, data structures help us organize things better. So for example, an array is really, really good at maybe containing a shopping list or a to-do list. But an object might be really, really good at containing something like user information. So if you think of a game, let's say you're building a game where you're controlling this wizard. Well, this wizard, how tall the wizard is, how powerful it is, how many experience points it has, well, that would be really, really good to put in an object because that wizard is an object. We need properties and values. But maybe the spells, that could be a list because we can just have a string of all the spells that the wizard would know. So does it mean that we can have arrays inside of objects? Yeah. If the user was a wizard, I can put spell or spells, and I can do an array of all the spells. Abra, Kadabra, or Shazam, or I can do Boo. So now I have an array inside a user. Okay, what about the other way around? Can I have a user inside of an array? Well, yeah, you can. Let's say we wanted to have a list of users of our app or our website. We can have a list of objects where we have username, Andy, who has password secret. And we can have username Jess that has the password 123. Let's see this in action. I'm going to refresh and say list. And look at that. Within this list, I have the first item with username and password, and the second item, username and password. So lists are really, really good at, well, making lists, and those are arrays. And objects are really, really good at containing objects. But how do we access them now? Well, let's look at the user first. If I wanted to access a spell, well, I could do user.spells, and I'll get an array back. But if I wanted to, let's say, access Shazam, well, I would just do user.spells. And then because it's an array, I'll get the second item by using one, Shazam. The other way around, for the list, I can say list the first item, which is Andy, and I want to get his password. Well, I'll do password. And now I get, well, Andy misspelled his password. It's supposed to say secret, but we get secret. So that's how you access things. Okay, one other question that I have. What if I wanted to say that this user, John, who's a wizard, also can shout? Maybe it can do some sort of an action. Can we add a function to an object? Yeah, we can. All we have to do is do function, and you see the color changed, means we're doing something right. I can say function console.log shouting ah. Let's save that and let's see that in action. User. Make sure that we have the shout there. Yeah, and look, it has the F for function. And now if I go user.shout, and remember I have to call the function, I get ah. Very cool. So I can have functions inside objects. And one thing you might notice is, hold on a second. I thought functions were supposed to say something like, alert. But this one we have user.shout. So this is a little bit different than what we've seen before. And this is actually called a method. And this is another terminology that we're going to learn, but a function inside an object is a method. So I can say that shout is a method of user. Just like with an array, like lists, and if I do pop, well, pop is a method of list. And another thing that you might have realized is console.log. What do you think log is that we've been doing all this time? Well, console, as it turns out, is just an object. Do you see that? Console has all these, looks like method on it. So this entire time we've just been doing console log, but I can also do, let's do info. If I do console.info, and I'll say hello, well, I get hello, nothing changes. But what if we do something like error? Well, I can do console.error. And now, look at that. I get the error. So that's what methods are. They're functions inside an object. Okay, I have one last cool thing to show you. And that is, can I do something like this? Can a user be an empty object? Yep, it works. So if I get user2, I just get the empty object, and there's nothing really in it. Okay, what about erase? Can I do a list that is empty? Yep, I can do a list that is empty. But as you can see, I can't really use any properties in user2 because, well, it has no properties. And I can't really access list0 or list20, which is the empty one, well, because there's nothing in it right now. So this reminds us of when we don't declare a variable, we get undefined. But with an object and a list, we can have something empty and it's not undefined. But there is one thing I want to show you. There can be an empty object. So if I do var empty object, well, it's an empty object, but there is something called null. And that is our 6th data type. And null is a special type that just says that an object is null. So let's see what that means. If I look at empty object, I get an empty object. If I get a null object, it returns null. So this is a special character that we'll get into later on in the lessons, but it just means that there is nothing in this object. If I go null object dot name equals Andy, I can't set property name of null. But if I do that for an empty object, which is just an empty object, well, I can say name equals Andy. And look, I have Andy. So that's what a null object is. It is empty, completely empty, and well, right now it kind of looks useless, like we don't need it, but I'll show you cases where this is important for us. Okay, that was a whole lot of stuff, but you've actually learned so much in JavaScript. This is pretty much, I would say, 80% of what you need to know in JavaScript to work professionally. And it sounds like we didn't cover that much, or maybe to some it may feel like we covered a lot, but in terms of syntax, just looking at this, we've only learned a few words and a few ways of doing things. With this newfound power, I'm going to show you how we can build a simple Facebook with what we just learned. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello! Welcome back. In this video, we're going to combine everything that we just learned to show you why JavaScript is useful. Because I know some of you are thinking, okay, we learned a whole bunch of new ways of writing JavaScript, and we learned about arrays and objects, but I don't really know how that relates to me building websites or web apps. Well, I'm going to show you that we can build a simplified version of Facebook with what we just learned. So let's get started. We're going to have a database with usernames and passwords. We're going to have a newsfeed, and we're going to have users. So let's start off by thinking about how Facebook works. With Facebook, we have a sign-up form usually. We need to sign in, and once we sign in, if it's correct, it goes to our profile where we can view our newsfeed. So let's build that. We can start off with having something called a database. So we'll have a variable database. And in this database, we can have multiple users, right? So what do we need here? We need an array, a list of users. So now I can say I have a username, and this might look familiar from our previous lessons. We'll have a username of Andre and a password of super secret. For now, we're just going to leave it at one user. We have a database, and we also want to have a newsfeed, right? So let's have a variable called newsfeed. And in here, a newsfeed, well, again, it's a list, an array of news. So we can have a username Bobby that on his timeline has maybe so tired from all that learning. We also have more than one item usually in a newsfeed. We can say that username Sally on her timeline just posted JavaScript is so cool. Okay, so we have a newsfeed which has an array of objects, and we have a database which is an array of just a single object right now, a username and password. Now, how can we build a sign-in form? Well, we would want to perform an action to check a user's credentials, their username and password. Well, we've done this before, right? We've used prompt before. Accepts a user's input. So we can do variable username prompt. We'll say equals prompt. What's your username? Okay. We also have, I'm going to make this smaller just so everything fits in here. Hopefully you can still see. We have variable password prompt that equals prompt. What's your password? Question mark. Okay. So we have this working. When we open up this file and refresh, HTML is going to get loaded line by line. And we see, oh, we have a script. Let me load the script. And then the browser reads line by line. We have a database. We have a newsfeed. And then it's going to say username prompt equals prompt. And it's going to ask us for what's your username. And then it's going to ask us for what's your password. Well, let's just test that. I'm going to save and refresh. And there you go. What's your username? Andre. And what's your password? Super secret. That's very nice, but when I sign in, I either want to know that my password is incorrect, or if I log in and everything is correct, I want to get my newsfeed, right? So it sounds like we need to perform an action, but we don't really have a sign in function in JavaScript, do we? It's a custom function that we need to build ourselves. So let's think about this. We want to create a function called sign in. And to sign in, what do we need? Well, we need a username and password. And we can name these whatever we want. And just to prove that to you, I'm just going to do user and password. We'll do pass like that. Okay, and if we remember to create a function, this is function declaration. I have my curly brackets, and in here, I can do something. So again, let's think about this logically. In order to sign in, I need to check username and password. Well, if the function gets the first argument user, well, I can say that if username, well, in this case user, equals, well, what does it equal? We need to check against our database, right? Our database, when Andre signed up for Facebook, he put his username down and password down. So we have that information. So we can say that when you sign in, we're going to check user to see that the user matches database, and it's an array. So we're going to grab the first element in the array, and we're going to grab the username property. Okay. And we also want to check the password, right? So what do we do when we have to check two things? Well, it's a conditional that has end. So here I can say password should equal database, first item in the array, and this time instead of username, it's password. I'm going to put this on a new line just so you can see it. There you go. So sign-in function is going to say if user equals whatever we have in the database, username, and password equals whatever we have in the database. If that is right, well, we can say console.log, and we'll say newsfeed. Else, if the password or username is not correct, we'll just say alert, sorry, wrong username and password. So we have our function, but this disappeared somewhere. And we'll save this, and let's just refresh. Okay, what is your username? We'll say Andre. And what is your password? Well, we'll say super secret. I press enter. Okay, and now nothing happens because, well, we haven't called the function, right? We just know that sign-in exists. Let's just check that sign-in exists. Sign-in is not defined. Oh, it's because I spelled it. I spelled it wrong. Let's do sign-in again, and let's refresh. Andre, super secret. And if I look for sign-in now, yep, there's the function. So let's run it. Let's do sign in, and we'll say username prompt, password prompt. Look at that. We just received our newsfeed. That's very cool. Let's put this inside though. So the script just runs and we'll get our answer right away. So we'll do username prompt and password prompt. Now, just to show you what I did here, I am calling the function sign-in that accepts two parameters, user and password. So when I call the function, I'm going to give it two arguments to match those parameters. I'm going to give it the username prompt, which contains whatever we've written in the first prompt, and then password prompt, which contains whatever we've written in the second prompt. So now if I save this and refresh, I can say, what's your username? Andre. Password, super secret. And look at that. Now I'm logged in and I can view that Bobby is so tired from all that learning, and Sally, well, Sally finds JavaScript really, really cool. Let's also try out the else statement in case we mess up our information. I press refresh and I'll do Andre, and for password I'll just do 123. I'll get, sorry, wrong username and password. There you go. We've built a basic Facebook. And that's what's so amazing about JavaScript, is that you look at websites like Facebook that seem really, really complicated, but they're all made of these small chunks. And the functionality that you see on Facebook is exactly that. We are signing in and they're checking the sign-in information against a database. And then based on if we're right or wrong, we either get the newsfeed or we get, please sign in again. And that's the power of JavaScript right here. And this is why I'm so excited to teach you this topic, because it opens up a whole new possibility of pretty much doing anything online now. I have another exciting video for you coming up next. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Hey there, welcome back. In this quick video, I just want to go over the terminology that we've been using again. I'm just going to repeat it so that you really have it nailed. The first one that we've learned about is the idea of function declaration. And function declaration is a way for us to create functions like this. We also learned about function expression. And function expression is a way for us to create functions with a variable like this. And function expressions can also have names, or it could be an anonymous function like this. You're more likely to encounter this than with names, but I want to show you both of those. Okay. What else do we have? We also had this idea of expression. And an expression is, well, this actually gives it a good overview. An expression is something that denotes a value. So 1 plus 3 is an expression, and we end expressions with semicolon. If we do variable a equals 2, that's an expression. If we're returning something from a function, we're returning true. That's an expression. So an expression is something that produces a value. Okay, how do we make a function perform that action? Well, we call that calling or invoking a function. And we do that by doing alert and then the brackets, or we can do something like new function parameter 1 parameter 2. And we call or invoke a function this way. We also assign a variable, and we do that by, well, we assign a variable a to true. Okay, we also learn about function versus methods, or method. And a function is something like this is a function. A method is something that is inside of an object, like this is a method. So the way we access them is different. A function is accessed like this. A method is accessed with a dot in front of it. And there you have it. A few terminologies that I've been using them. Hopefully you've learned them by now, but wanted to recap everything so that it really sticks, and this should make everything more clear. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Up to this point, we've learned about code just executing from top to bottom, just in a straight line. We've learned about conditionals, where we can add an if statement and have it go one way, else go the other way. And then we also learned about if else and else if. So if, else if, else if, else. And then what if we wanted to do something like this? Something where we keep doing it over and over. And that's called looping. And that's what we're going to learn about in this video. And as you can see in our outline, JavaScript looping, we're going to go through all of these in this video. Let's get started. I have an empty script tag here that again is attached to our HTML. And let's start off with maybe a to-do list. And a to-do list has, well, it should be an array. And we want to have maybe clean room. We want to have brush teeth. Maybe exercise. We should definitely study some JavaScript. And finally, well, we should eat healthy. All right, so we have a to-do list. Let's say that we wanted to add an exclamation mark at the end of these to-do list items. I mean, these are all really important and we want to emphasize that. But I mean, that is kind of tedious, right? I have to go one by one and add an exclamation mark, and imagine if to-do list was hundreds of lines. And as programmers, we want to do things efficiently. That's what we have machines for. So let's add some looping to this. To do a loop in JavaScript, one of the main ways you can do it is called a for loop. And you're going to learn a new syntax here, and be warned, it looks confusing at first, but it's one of those things, again, you have to do it a few times and you'll get the hang of it. So the first one is variable I equals 0. We'll do I is less than todos.length. And then we'll do I plus plus. Don't worry, I'll explain what this means. We have the curly brackets, and then within here, for now, let's just wait and explain what's happening. So I'm saying for, which is a JavaScript word, saying we're going to do a loop. Now in this loop, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say I equals 0. So it's just a random variable. It's common to be used in a for loop. It stands for an index. So I starts off with a 0. We have a semicolon, which means that's the end of the expression. We just assigned the I variable, the 0. And then in the next line, it says I, which is at the moment 0, if that is less than the to-do's length. And to-do's length, we've never seen this before, but it's saying how long is the list. In this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0 is greater than 5. If that's the case, then run this loop. And then when you're done, do I++, which means I plus 1. So let's go through that. First off, todos.length. If I copy this, and I do todos.length, I get 5 items. I could also do hello.length, and I get 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So length just tells us how many items in the list. And if I do variable I equals 0, well, I is 0. But if I do I++, and I look at I again, I see that it's 1. If I do I++ again, well, I get 2. So this is incrementing I. So what we're doing is we're saying start off with 0. As long as I is less than 5, then run whatever in this block. And once you're done with it, add 1 to I. So let's see what happens if I do console.log I here. Let's save and refresh. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're doing a loop where it starts off with 0, then we add 1, it's now 1. Then we add another one to 2, another one to 3, and another one to 4. And how come we don't have 5 here? Because as soon as I equals 5, that's going to match the to-do's length. And the loop stops. So that's how we tell the loop to stop. Okay, so how can we do this? If we wanted to add exclamation mark on the end of these, well, we can access to-dos by, because it's an array, by I. Because the first go around, I will be 0, which will be clean room, then 1, which is brush teeth, then 2, which is exercise, 3, which is study JavaScript, and 4, which is eat healthy. So let's double check that. If I do to-dos I and save, refresh, and I should change this back to I. There you go. Otherwise, if I do this, this actually won't run. Watch this. Because, well, this is 5 equals 5, so it's never gonna go through the loop. So let's change that back to I and refresh. Clean room, brush teeth, exercise, study JavaScript, eat healthy. Perfect. So now I can just do I plus exclamation mark. Let's refresh. Look at that. That's how important these items are. But if I do to-do or to-dos, well, my to-dos don't actually have these exclamation marks. We've just console logged them, but we haven't actually changed the to-do array. So let's do that. We can now say that to-dos I equals to-dos I plus exclamation mark. So let's see. I refresh, nothing happens, but now if I check to-dos, look at that. I have exclamation marks in each of my to-dos. And again, to break that down, we're saying clean room now equals clean room plus exclamation mark. Very cool. Okay, let's learn a few others. Actually, before we do, what if we want to cross these off the list? Maybe we want to cross them off because we've done them. Well, we can do something like todos.pop. If you remember, that's an array method, pop, that removes the last item. So if I go save and refresh, I get todos I pop is not a function. Why is that? Well, because we're saying clean room pop, and that's a string. What we want to do is todos.pop because that's the array. So if I save and refresh that, let's see what we have in our to-dos. Clean room and brush teeth. Why is that? Well, because initially this was 0 and to-do list length was 5. But then because we popped it, this changed to 4 and this to 1. And then 3 and 2. So as you can see, we removed eat healthy, study JavaScript, and exercise, but because our to-do's length changed, well, it stopped halfway through. So what's one way that we can fix that issue? Well, we can do variable todos.length, todos length equals todos.length. So now this variable is 5. So if I just do the variable todos length, this is going to remember because it's only going to run once. This is going to run, then we're going to assign 5 to todos length, and then this is going to loop over. So if I save this and refresh, let's look at to-dos. Look at that. We finished all of our to-dos. Very cool. Okay, let me show you another option, which is the while loop. The while loop goes something like this. While, let's create a variable here. Variable counter 1. We're going to say that that is 0. And we're going to say while counter 1 is less than 10, in that case, I want to console log counter 1. And then I want to counter 1 plus plus. Remember, we're adding. So every time we're increasing counter by 1. let's just see what happens here if I save this. And refresh. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then it stops because, well, as soon as this hits 10, this is no longer right, so this part of the block doesn't run. Okay, can I do something maybe the other way around, where we say that the counter is 10, and this time we want to count down. So while the counter is 10, keep going, and otherwise stop. And the way we do that, we obviously want to subtract. We don't want to keep going 11 or 12 because otherwise it's going to keep going forever. The way we do that is minus minus, which is the exact opposite. So it subtracts 1. Let's see what happens. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Now, out of curiosity, what will happen if I go like this, where the number just keeps increasing from 10 to 11 to, well, infinity, right? It's just going to keep going up. And you can do this in Google Chrome if you want. It's actually pretty entertaining. What happens is it just keeps going forever and ever. You'll just get a list of all these things, and it's called an infinite loop. An infinite loop means it pretty much goes infinitely, except it doesn't really, because eventually Google Chrome's going to crash. It's going to say, okay, I can't handle all this information. You're driving me crazy, and it's going to stop working. Okay, so we learned the for loop. We learned the while. What else do we have? We have the do. So this is called the do while loop, and it's a little bit different than the while. We start off with do, then curly brackets, and we say counter, let's call it counter 2 this time, or do variable counter 2 equals 10, and do counter 2 plus plus, so add counter 2, and also console.log counter 2, and we want to move console log at the top, because this way it'll start with 10, then increase, oops, this should be subtracted. So we do 10, it's going to log 10, then it's going to subtract. So the next time it comes around here, it's going to be 9. And then we do while, and we give a condition here. So the condition is going to be counter 2 is going to be greater than 0. Okay, so let's see what happens here. I refresh. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like we just did the same thing as the while loop, didn't we? So let me just test that out. Let's refresh here. And we see that we have 10 through 1 for the while loop and 10 through 1 through the do while loop. So what is the difference here? The difference is that with a while loop, we check the condition first. So we say, is counter 1 greater than 0? Okay, then do the stuff. Versus the do while loop that says, do the stuff first and then do counter 2. Let me just demonstrate that point. If we do 10 here and 10, let's refresh. I only get 1. Let's check something here. I'm going to say this is the while loop, and this is the do while loop. Save and refresh. So it looks like the do while ran, but the while loop never did because, well, 10 equals to 10, this fails, and the loop doesn't run. Versus the do while loop that does this first and then checks the condition if they should loop. So that's the difference between these two. But to be honest with you, most of the time, you're going to be using a for loop. And the for loop is what you're going to get used to. But there's actually a better way of doing it. If you look at the section outline, we see that I have one last one, which is for each, and it says new in ECMAScript 5. So as you remember, JavaScript is constantly evolving, and ECMAScript 5 was a new standard that added the for each method. So what is the for each method? Well, I'm going to show you the difference between a for loop and a for each. They both do the same thing, but tell me which one looks better. So with here, we'll say console.log I. So we're just logging the I. And with a for each loop, I can do to-dos dot for each function I console.log I. Might look a little bit confusing, but let's just try it out. Let's see what happens. So it looks like line 10 is printing out 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and line 14 is printing out clean room, brush teeth, exercise, study, JavaScript, eat healthy. What are we doing here? Well, the for each, it takes an array, in this case the to-dos, and it asks for an argument that is, tell me what to do with it. So the action that we want to perform on the to-dos can be represented in a function. So I say function, and this function receives the argument of I, which is the each individual item in the to-dos. So I could just say to do here and to do. And refresh, it'll still be the exact same. So you see here that we're not necessarily accessing the index like we are with this one. Because here, in order to get the to-dos, I had to do to-dos square bracket I. If I refresh, okay, in that case, now it's all the same. Okay, but how do I access the index within the for each? Well, the second parameter and the second argument that it receives is the I, the index. So now if I do I and refresh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's the same thing as doing this in the for loop. And refresh, and look at that. Now, by looking at these two, which one tells you more about what it does? This one or this one? Let's read it in English. To-dos for each, run a function that console logs the to-do and the index. Versus, well, frankly, this looks confusing. So for each is a really, really great method that they've added to the language that really simplifies things. Most people might get confused by this part, the function. But just to show you how powerful for each is, we can actually do this. I'm going to take out the function and I'm going to call it log to-dos. And now all I have to do is have a function and call it log to-dos. And now I'm going to comment this out. It's going to do the exact same thing. But I can now use log to-dos in other places. So I can now do, let's say, I have another list that has maybe exclamation marks, like we did in the first one. To-dos important. So now I can do to-dos important for each and use the same function, log to-dos. I save and refresh, and look at that. We have these to-dos as well. So you can see that it's very extensible. Now the one caveat I want to show you with for each is that it's a new standard. As we do with all new standards, we should check that they work on all browsers. So if you remember, we had caniuse.com that we use for this. And we used it at CSS to make sure that our CSS3 features like box shadow and transitions work on all the browsers. So let's do that. Let's do for each. And you see here, ECMAScript 5, for each. It looks like, well, full support. Everything looks good. We just have Opera Mini that has partial support. So it looks pretty good. Unless we're really worried about Opera Mini, we can use for each in the browser. And just to test, if we open up our console, well, we can definitely see that an array has for each. So there you have it. We had the for loop, the while loop, the do while loop, and then finally for each. In the next video, we're going to expand on our Facebook example and have multiple users so that we can loop through the database of multiple users and see if the username and password match any of those. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Using our newfound knowledge of loops, we're going to make our Facebook app a little bit better. I mean, because Facebook has more than one user, right? It's not just one user, it's got millions of them. So how can we check somebody's password by going through not just one user, but multiple ones? Well, sounds like a perfect solution for loops. So let's give it a go. I'm going to add a few more users in here. Let me just copy this. And we'll have Sally with the password 123. And we'll also have Ingrid with password 777. So let's refresh that. I'm going to make this on a new line just so you can see it. I'm going to refresh. And let's type in Ingrid 777. Sorry, wrong username and password. And that makes sense, right? Because when we created our sign-in function, well, it's only checking the first item in the database. But we want to check through all of them. We want to check through the first item in the array, the second, and the third. Looks like we need to add a loop in here. So how can we do that? We should, well, add a for loop. I'm going to say in here, well, actually, I'm going to comment this out first. And we'll say that when we sign in, we want to do for variable I equals 0. We remember this syntax from last video. We'll say I is less than the database dot length. So database length, that's 3. And we'll increment I every time. Open and close brackets. And then here we want to say if database I, so instead of 0 now, we can say I because I is going to go 0, 1, 2. So if database I equals, and we should add username here as well. So if the username equals the username that we receive, which is the input username, and I'm going to start a new line here, database I dot password equals the password that we receive from the user. Well, if that's the case, what should we do? Well, if that's correct, we'll do console log newsfeed. Otherwise, we'll do alert. Sorry, wrong username and password. So now I'm going to save. Let's try this out. Username, Ingrid, password 777. Sorry, wrong username and password. Sorry, wrong username and password. But then I get the newsfeed. What just happened? Well, what we just did was we did a for loop, but we ran this 3 times. So the first time I got, sorry, wrong username. The second time I got, sorry, wrong username, because it's checking Andre, then Sally, and then it's checking Ingrid, which finally works and gives me back the newsfeed. So our logic here isn't right. What can we do to solve this? Well, I have an idea. Let's create another function. I'm going to call this function isUserValid. And this function is going to receive username and password. And here we can copy this and move it over here. But we don't really want to do what happened here where we constantly log. Instead, we would want to say return true. So if user is valid, return true. If the user is not valid, then we should return false, right? But how can we do that? Well, if I do return false here, let's look at the logic. I am looping through everything. If at any point the username and the password match with what we have in the database, return true. And we remember that a function stops and exits when it sees return. So it's going to return true. But if it does the looping 3 times and this if condition never passes, it's going to go to the next line, which is return false. So now, is user valid? Well, let's test this out. I'm going to say console.log is user valid, and we'll give it username and password. You can see that the username and password is coming from here. So let's see. I'm going to save and refresh. Ingrid 777. True. That's right. Let's test something where it's not right. I'm going to say da and garble. False. Okay, it looks like our isUserValid function is working. So now, watch this. We can remove the log and uncomment our original function. And instead of doing all this check, we can now say if is user valid, username and password, which is again this username and password that we receive over here from the prompt. If this is true, then run the newsfeed. If it's false, well, else you say, sorry, wrong username and password. Let's save and refresh. Okay, let's go Ingrid, password 777. We get our newsfeed. And if we enter a wrong information, we get, sorry, wrong username and password. How cool is that? We now just created 2 functions, and it reads pretty nicely, right? It says sign in, here's the username, here's the password. We go to the sign in function, it says, hey, if is user valid, yes, user is valid, then blog newsfeed. Otherwise, alert, sorry, wrong username and password. And that is a really important concept of naming things and ordering code so you can kind of read it like English and it makes sense. And there you have it. We have our Facebook app. You can see here the power of JavaScript. Again, we've created these functionalities that can be applied on grander scale on real web apps. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I wanted to show you something that we haven't really talked about, but again, it's important to know, and that is that JavaScript has its own language to start off with. And these are called keywords. And you can see here, these are all JavaScript keywords. And what they mean is that when I change this from Markdown to JavaScript, well, all of these can see have changed colors. And that is because all these words are cues within JavaScript that if you use them, it already has a predefined meaning attached to it. So for example, if we open up the browser and I do variable 4 equals 7, I'll get a syntax error because, well, 4 is used for loop. I can't do var equals 8 because, well, var already means something in JavaScript. So JavaScript keywords are words that you cannot use because it'll have unintended consequences. JavaScript is going to read it and say, oh, you're trying to mean something that I already know the meaning of. So this list over here, you just have to be cautious that you don't name your variables or your functions this way. But as you can see, these are the words that we've been using up until this point to create functions, to create for loops, and we'll encounter these throughout the course. But I wanted to leave this for you in the next section so that you'll have it as a reference. I also want to show you what we've learned so far. And I'm going to change this back to Markdown so it's a little bit cleaner. Look at all this stuff we've done. We've done looping. We've learned about data structures. We've learned about functions, logical operators, conditionals, variables, comparisons, and types. And there's still a few things that are grayed out here, but we've learned 80% of what's really, really important in JavaScript. These other ones we'll get to in the advanced section, but what we've learned up until now is something that all computer programs have. Once you learn this, if you wanted to learn a new language, there's small minor differences, but they all have types, they all have conditionals, they all have loops. So once you master one programming language, you can move on to others a lot faster than your first one. So use that as motivation to go through all these things that we've learned, because in the next few sections, we're going to learn even more. We've gotten a lot covered. I'm really proud of you making it this far. Can't wait to see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. It's time to get back to building web pages, but this time with JavaScript. Up until now, we've learned HTML and CSS, and then we learned JavaScript, but separately. The true power, though, comes when we combine all these three technologies. Now, in the previous videos, I mentioned how JavaScript allowed actions to be performed on the web page. Well, what did I mean there? By adding JavaScript to our web pages, we now have the power that we never had with HTML and CSS. We can change all the HTML elements in the page. We can change all the HTML attributes in the page, change all the CSS styles on the page, remove existing HTML elements and attributes, add new HTML elements and attributes, and JavaScript can also react to existing HTML events, or it can create its own HTML events on the page. Now, some of these things, like changing CSS styles or HTML attributes and elements, well, we could kind of do them before, but with JavaScript, we can do this while the user is on the page. Let's look at the diagram. We requested the HTML, and then the web browser saw the link tag, grabbed the CSS, and before we use JavaScript, if we wanted to change the style or change how the HTML looked, maybe we want to click on the About page, well, we would request the HTML and the CSS all over again to change how the web page looked. But now, with JavaScript, all you need is this, and JavaScript can do that all for you, if you wanted to, all on the same page. Now, in this section, we're going to learn all of that. In order to do that, though, we must go back to our diagrams and understand two things. One is the DOM, and the second is the JavaScript engine. Up to this point, we spoke how HTML gets requested, then CSS. Then the browser does something special. It creates something called the DOM that kind of looks like this. When a web page is loaded, the browser creates the DOM, which stands for Document Object Model. You see over here that we have document with root element HTML. We have a head element, body element with some A tags and H1 tags. What does this really mean? You can actually see the same thing in the console, so let's check that out. So the DOM, or the Document Object Model, is simply document. So over here, if we open up the document, there you go. We have the same thing that we saw in the Elements tab. Let me close the style over here. Right in the console. Now, why do we need the DOM? Well, we needed a way to get, change, add, or delete HTML elements. So the DOM was created so we can do something like this. Document dot write hello. And watch what happens to the web page. It changes to hello. So the DOM is something a browser creates to allow us to modify the HTML and CSS. Okay, now what about the other phrase that I mentioned? The JavaScript engine. Well, up to this point, we talked about how each browser loads up JavaScript and it magically reads it. What does that even mean? Well, each browser has a thing called JavaScript engine. And they all have pretty cool names. Chrome has V8 engine, Edge has Chakra Core, Safari has Nitros, and Firefox has SpiderMonkey. And what they do is they're the ones that look at the JavaScript file and read it line by line and execute the JavaScript. So how do these two tie together? Well, now we can use JavaScript to talk with the DOM. You see, when we did document.write, that was JavaScript, wasn't it? That looks like an object, and it had the write method that accepted an argument, hello. Web browsers allow us to access the DOM through the document object. And that's what it is. It's an object. And now we have the power that we mentioned before to do all these things to essentially modify how our web page looks. So knowing what we do, document is the screen that we see in the browser. Right over here. And the document, as I mentioned, is just an object. Now, does it have a parent object? Well, as a matter of fact, it does. It's called a window. And you see over here, a window is an object with a whole ton of properties. But if we scroll to here, we see that one of the properties is document, and it even highlights it for us. And if we open up the document, it has more properties. Also, remember alert and prompt? Look at that. The window object has alert. So let's try something. If I did window.alert, check, will this still work? Let's see. Yep, it still works. The reason that alert worked like this was because window is, you can think of it as the big parent of everything in a browser. Window is an object that describes this browser. And anytime you use a method like alert, if you don't specify anything, it assumes that you're talking about the window object, the biggest parent. But remember document.write? Could we do that on the window object? Let's check this. I get an error. Window.write is not a function because it doesn't exist as a property of window. It exists as a property of document, which is a property of window. So let's recap. A web browser has a window object that has a property document that specifies what should get displayed. To decide what to get displayed, the document object model, reads the HTML and CSS, and then JavaScript, that is read line by line by something like a JavaScript engine in Google Chrome, that's the V8 engine, reads through it, and if it ever needs to change anything, JavaScript can speak with the document object and modify the HTML and CSS. So using our newfound power in the next video, we're going to start manipulating the DOM to make our websites more interactive with JavaScript. Let's get started. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In the last video, we talked about the document object model. And some of you might have a question, well, when you showed me window, it looked like an object. You have properties and methods, but whenever we access the DOM, the document, well, it doesn't look like the object, does it? It looks like HTML. And that is because web browsers just hide the fact that it's an object. They just give us a nice view like this so we can play around with it better. But it is a JavaScript object. Now, with this document, we can use something called selectors to select different elements so we can manipulate them. So I'm going to show you a few of them today, the ones that are used most often that you'll encounter in your day-to-day web developer role. If you go to document, the first one I'm going to show you is get elements by tag name. As the name suggests, it accepts a tag name. In our case, if we look at our index.html file, well, I've created for you a shopping list. And if I minimize this, just so you can see it, we have a simple HTML file and it looks like it's an important shopping list. It might be somebody's birthday and they're getting a notebook. All right. So with the tag name, I can say, well, what tag do I want to select? I want to select the H1 tag. I press enter and look at that. I get the H1 tag. Okay, what else can I do? I can do document.getElements by class name. And here I can say, within the index file, I have class second, which is the second paragraph that says no excuses. So I can say second. And look at that. Now I have the second element. What else do we have? Get elements by ID. I think you can guess what this one's going to do. Document.get elements by ID. Again, we're going to select ID of, we see that there's a first here. So we can do first. And I get the ID. Now you see one difference here, that get element by ID doesn't have the plural S, right? Because you can only have one ID. It returns the full element versus what looks like an array. So in order for me to actually fully access the above, I'll have to do second and then access the 0 index of the array, in which case I get no excuses. All right, so these three are very, very useful, but there's something called query selector and query selector all, which are even better. Let's check them out. With document.querySelector, I can select anything inside here like I did with CSS. For example, if I wanted to select, or let's do, in this case, let's do H1. Well, I can select H1. If I wanted to select LI, our list items, I get LI, but it looks like I only get the first one, the notebook. What if I wanted to select all of them? And that is because query selector selects the first item that it finds. If I do query selector all, on the other hand, it selects all of them. And you see over here that we get all the 6 li elements. Just to show you that it works with any CSS selectors, if I do li and h1, well, I get the h1 and all the li's as well. So it's very, very useful. The one caveat, as you know by now, is that whenever a new feature is introduced, we got to wait for all the browsers to implement it. So let's check can I use to see if query selector is in good standing. All right, it looks like all the browsers have implemented it, which is good. Let's check query selector all. All right, we get the go ahead. Everything's green. That's good. I want you to get used to that practice of making sure that whatever methods or properties you use, both for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, everything is working in the browsers. So I recommend that you use these two to do your selection because it's exactly like CSS. They're more powerful than the first three. But you will encounter these three every once in a while with the older code bases. Okay, what else can we do? We can see that we have get attribute and set attribute. Let's check it out. As the name suggests, if I do document get attribute, well, we see that there's nothing on the get attribute, is there? Because you need to select an element in order to get its attribute. Let me explain. So if I wanted to get the random 23 number from the first li, well, I would first have to select it. We can use something like query selector. And since it'll select the first one, I can say li, and I get it. But remember, we have to store it somewhere. So I could either give it to a variable and store it somewhere, or I can just directly say get attribute random. So we'll say I'll select the li, and from there, I'm going to get whatever attribute that is called random. And then I get 23. So get attribute can be anything. You can picture an image tag that has width and height, and you want to grab maybe the width and height to see what values they have. Well, you can do it with that. You can also set the attribute. So if I press up and I get the last command, I can now change get attribute to set attribute to now say random, which is the attribute that we want to grab and what we want to change it to. We can say we want to change it to 1000. Close the bracket, and I get undefined. But now, if I select the query selector, the first li, I see that random has now been changed to 1000. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, with this, can I add a class to maybe have a new style and change some CSS? Well, you absolutely can. That's one of the cool things with having the DOM is that you can change anything in your web browser. So let's try a few of those. You can use get attribute or set attribute, but I want to show you the more common way of doing this. The first way of changing your style is simply using the style tag. So for example, if I wanted to say query selector, if I want to say document.query selector and we'll select the h1 tag, this h1 tag also has a style property, and all elements on the web page have a style property. And here is a whole bunch of stuff that we don't need to worry about. But what we can do is say style, and then dot, we want to access a property on the style, which is, well, our CSS style. So we know that we can have background. So background, we can say equals, what should we say? We'll say background equals yellow. But it has to be a string, right? So yellow, string, press enter. Look at that. We just changed our background. And you can do styles like this and change all of your styles. But there's one issue here. The issue is separation of concerns. We ideally don't want to include styles, which what we've done is essentially style equals background yellow. It's the exact same thing that we've done. So if I refresh here, you'll see that even though I haven't changed anything, I still have the yellow background. But as we remember, we want to have that separation of HTML focuses on the text, CSS focuses on the style, and JavaScript on the actions. So what's a better way for us to do change styles other than style.property? Well, we have a few things that we can use. So let's start off with class name and class list. And I actually have a pretty cool style called cool title. So let's check that out. I want to remove this. Refresh. Yeah, so let's put the document query selector h1 in a variable so we don't have to keep doing this. So I'm going to say variable h1 equals, there you go. So now we have h1. We can say h1 dot class name equals, and we'll add cool title. Let's see what happens. Whoa, that's pretty cool, right? In case you're wondering how I did this, well, I just used this CSS, and the way that I found it is I looked at this CodePen. So if you search codepen.io, you can find a ton of cool things that people have built with CSS. And you can see that this was done by Rafael Castro. I just used his cool CSS for my h1 tag. And there you go. So I've added a new class to my h1. If I select my h1, you see that I have a class, cool title. Very nice. There's actually another thing we can do. We can do class list. So let's say that I wanted to add a class to li. We'll say document.querySelector. We'll do li, which will select the first one. And I want to say that here we want to look at class list. I see that, well, there's nothing because there's no classes. But if I add a class here, and let's do bold, red, and we don't need that comma. So now we have two class items. Well, if I save and redo this, and refresh, I see that I have a list of classes. This class list gives us a few methods that we can use, such as add, remove, and toggle. So let's do that. Let's do the li, and I'm going to say class list add, and we'll add cool title. Look at that. But that kind of messes up our list. So let's remove the cool title and add a different one. So I'm going to say class list remove cool title. And instead, let's add another class that I have in my CSS, which is called done, that will give me a line through the text so that the to-do item is done. So if I do done, look at that. I have my first task on my shopping list done. But what if I made a mistake and I want to toggle it back? Well, instead of removing, I could just say toggle. And toggle again. And toggle. And toggle. And toggle. You see that this might be quite useful if you want to turn something on, off, back and forth. Very cool. What else do we have? Well, so far we've learned that we should use query selectors to grab the element and change the styles using something like class list. Let's make sure that class list is available in all browsers. Let's check class list. And it looks like we're getting green, but there's a few, such as IE11 that has partial support. So we want to be careful with using class lists, so we might have to use some style tags in some areas. I have a few more that I would like to show you. One is inner HTML, and I have here dangerous. You'll see in some code bases, and this is why I want to show you this property, I can do something along the lines of document.selector h1. Now within this, I can say inner HTML equals, watch this, strong, exclamation marks, and then close the strong tag. Now if I press enter, look at that. I've just changed the inner HTML of h1 to have strong tags. Let's double check what h1 looks like now. h1 has strong tags with exclamation marks. All right, let's go back. We can also access something called parent element and children. So let's check that out. If I want to select Jello, document.query selector all, li, we'll select Jello, which is the second in the array, so that means 1, and I have Jello. So now I can say dot parent element, and I get the unordered list. And if I do the parent element of the parent element, I get the body. So I have Jello, I get the parent, which is the UL, and the parent of parent, which is the body. I can also do children. So if I do this, which is parent parent, which goes to body, and then children, I get all the children of the body. Very cool. The last point I want to show you is that it is really important to cache selectors in variables. What does that mean? Every time we do something like this, let's say we had a JavaScript file, and every time we're selecting new things whenever we want to use it. Well, this is using up memory because the computer has to remember, the browser has to remember that we want to select this, and then we're selecting again, and then we're selecting again, and we're selecting the same thing. So the web browser is doing actions over and over when all we had to do was variable h1 equals document.query selector h1. So now anytime I need to use h1, the web browser doesn't have to go look up the DOM, find h1, and then store it in memory. We have h1 living until we refresh the page so that the web browser's work is done. It already told us where h1 is, and now we can use it. And that's called cache selectors. And it's something that we'll cover in the last video in this section where we talk about some developer fundamentals. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. This is the part that gets really exciting. You can use JavaScript to listen to events and act based on what the user does. Now, what do I mean by events? Events are things like clicking, mouse entering or hovering over something, or user trying something in a search bar. So we can listen to these events and react to them using JavaScript. Let me show you how. We have our old shopping list from the previous video, and if I add a button here, and we'll just say click me, save and refresh, we have the click me button. I've also created a script.js file here in the same folder as index.html, and we obviously want to add it, so we'll do it right at the bottom as we've mentioned in previous videos, and we can include it by referencing it through the source, and we'll call it script.js to reference the name on the script. Let's save. Now, learning what we've learned, we can select this click button. Let's test this out. If we want to select the button, I can say document.get element by tag name. And we'll say button. So that selects the button for us. Okay, so how can we listen to the fact that a user can click this button? Well, we have something called events. And what these are, and I'll link to the reference here, is there are a whole bunch of events that a web browser allows us to listen to. So if you look over here, we have mouse events like mouse move, mouse over, click, double click. We have key press, and a whole bunch of other events. But the most common ones, and the ones that you'll see 90% of the time, are mouse events and keyboard events. So if we look over here, we have a click. So we can listen for a click. How can we do that? Well, in my script file, I'm going to say document, or let's call it button equals document.get elements by tag name, and we'll select the button. Now that we have the reference to the button, I can now say button dot add event listener. And this is a method that we can use, and it accepts two parameters. The first one is the event. In our case, we're listening to the click event. And the second parameter is the function, or what we want to do based on the click. So in our case, we can just say console.log click. So we're saying add an event listener to this button that we've selected. Whenever the user clicks, I want you to run this function. And this function is to console log click. Let's see if that works. And refresh, and we see that we have button add event listener is not a function. And that is because, remember, get elements by tag name returns an array of buttons. So if we copy and paste this, we see that in order to access the button, we have to go 0 to access the first element in the array. So that's a very common mistake that people make. So make sure that if you get this error, that's probably because you're trying to use a method on an array and you need to use that method on the actual element. Okay, let me close that and fix this to say the first button. Perfect. I'm going to save, make that a little bit smaller so you can see, and refresh. And I'm going to open up the console and let's see what happens when I click. Click, 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 click. Okay, so it's working. We're listening to the click event. Very, very cool. I can also listen to something like mouse enter. Another E over here and refresh. You can see over here that as soon as I do mouse enter, it registers the event. You can also do mouse leave, refresh, and every time I leave, I get that event. Very cool. So there's a ton of them. I will link to this so you can check it out yourself. But like I said, keyboard events and mouse events is what you would like to look at. So looking at this list, I think we can improve it. I think we should have an input and a button where we can type in something and add to the shopping list. So let's try and do that. I'm going to erase this code and I'm going to save and refresh. And we're also going to change a few things here. Instead of click me, the button, we want to say enter. And we'll give this button a class of enter. And we also need an input. So I'm going to remove this p tag. And instead of the no excuses, I'm going to say input type text. If you remember, that's the default. And we can also add an attribute, placeholder, enter items. So now if I save and refresh, look at that. I have a placeholder and I can type in whatever I want. But right now, they don't really do anything. Ideally, when we click enter, it gets added to the bottom of the list. So how can we do that? First, we're going to need to select these items. So the one thing I really like doing is making sure that we have good class names or IDs for these elements so that we can grab them easily. So we definitely want to grab the button, which has a class of enter, but I actually like using ID because it'll be really, really fast for the web browser to grab an ID because there's only one of them. Performance-wise, although it's very, very minuscule, it does help. So I'm going to change that to ID of enter. And we also want to grab the user input. So we can give it an ID of user input. Now let's open up our script.js file and think about the two things that we want to select. We want to select the input and the button. So we can do that by assigning them to a variable, document.getElement by ID. And here we can just say enter. Remember, we assigned that ID. And input will be document.getElement by ID. And we'll do user input here. And we want to add an event listener to the button. So let's do that. I'm going to say button.add event listener. We want to listen to the click event. And we want to perform the action, the function. For now, before we get into the actual code, it's always good to test what we've written so far. So we're just going to do console.log. Click is working. Let's save, open up the console, and refresh. And if I click is working. All right, everything's looking good so far. Ideally, we can enter something here, and when I click enter, it gets added to the bottom of the list. How can we do that? Let's think about this. The first thing we want to do is we need to create another li element. So whatever we enter should be added to the bottom of candles. We can use something called a create element method. So we can do variable li equals document.create element. Again, another method that document gives us. And in here, we just tell it which element we want to create. In our case, it'll be a list, an li. Okay. Now, this li we've just created that lives in this variable, we want to attach it to the bottom of the list. Again, the document object gives us something called append child. So if I do li.append child. Now in here, in order to append a child, if we remember our old diagram of the DOM, we see that each element has a text, what we call note. So we need to add a text note. Let's do that. Here, we'll have to do something called document create text node. And in here, we can just say testing. So now we've attached testing to the li that we've just created. Again, going back to our diagram, I've created an li element and I've added the text of test. So the last thing we need to do is to attach this to the unordered list. Right now, what we've done is we've created an li that says testing, but this is actually not attached to anything. It just lives in our program, but we need to attach it to the unordered list. And the way we do that is, well, we grab the unordered list and then append to it. So again, we're going to select unordered list, document dot query selector, and we'll select UL. And now we can say, I want to append. So append a child to UL, that is li, what we just created. So let's see that in action. I'm going to save and refresh. I'm going to close the console and I'm going to press enter. Look at that. It's working. Let me refresh that again. There you go. So this is working, and we've learned a few new things here. One is that we can create an element. So we just give it the tag that we want to create. But this element needs to, well, if you want to display something, it needs to have some sort of a text inside it. So that is this over here. And the way that the document object model works is that in order to create a text, you do create text node and put whatever you want inside of it. Now, we've created this li, but we need to attach it to something that is part of the actual view right now. In our case, we want to attach it to the unordered list and use append child, which adds it as a child. These three are quite useful, so you'll just have to practice them and remember them. But we have something working here, which is good. But ideally, we can put something that we enter in here, not just a static testing. So how can we do that? We have the input already grabbed, and the way we get the value from an input is input dot, oh, we don't need the brackets anymore, it's input dot value. And we can just test it out over here, console.log. I've got to refresh. If I click enter, I get hello. And it should also be attached to the bottom over here. Okay, so we have a basic to-do list. We can enter stuff and click enter. But what happens if it's empty? And I click enter. Look at that. Do you see that? Just keeps adding stuff on. Ideally, we can skip that. If the input is empty, well, enter shouldn't do anything. The way we do that, well, it sounds like a conditional statement might be useful here. We can do if input.value is, well, what can we do here to test? If you remember, we have length property on strings. The length property tells us how many characters a string has. So we can do something along those lines to say if input value dot length is greater than 0, then we will move this in here. Otherwise, well, we don't really need to do anything. We'll just let that click event happen without any actions. Okay, so let's see that in action. I'm going to save and refresh, and I'll do nothing and press enter. Nothing, press enter. Nope. But if I type something, it adds it to the list. But here's another problem. I can just keep adding these forever. Ideally, after I enter something, it all clears up. So let me refresh. And here, what can we do at the end of all of this? Where we can say input.value equals an empty string. After we create the new li and add it to the unordered list, I want the input value to now be completely empty, an empty string. Let's save and refresh. Let's try that. Hello? Click enter. And look at that. Now I have to type something new again. All right, things are starting to look nicer, but it's kind of annoying that I have to keep clicking. It would be nice to just also be able to press enter, right? Again, if we look at the events, we also have keyboard events. And key press, well, as the name suggests, listens to some sort of a key press. And luckily for us, we can just listen for the enter key or the return key. Now, how do we do that? Well, let's give it a try first. Let's just copy and paste this. And this time on the input, I'm going to say, instead of the click event, I'm going to say key press. So we're listening for the key press event. And we want to do the exact same thing that we've been doing. So that works. So how do we know when the enter key is pressed? Well, we have something called character codes. And that is, we can listen to which key was typed, and each one is associated with a code, with a number. So this website, again, which I'll link to, I can just press for a key here and it'll tell me exactly what code it has. So if I press enter, I get key code 13. So we're listening for key code 13. But again, how do we access that? If I open up the console here, I'll show you that the way we do it is that we listen to something called event.which. And I'm going to console log this. Now in here, and I'm going to comment this out for now so you can see. Every time an event listener is added, we have the key press, and this function also receives a parameter automatically that is the event. So we can call it E, we can call it event. In my case, I'll call it event. And now, when the user presses a key, it gives this function an event of the description of that event that happened. Actually, let's just console log the event and see what it is. I'm going to refresh and say key press. And you see that I have the keyboard event. And here, I get a whole bunch of information about the event that I just did. I even get the time when I press the key. But the thing that's really important here is we see that there's key code. And there's also which, both of them 107. If I press enter, we see that the key code is 13, which is 13. Let's give it a go. I'm going to say now that if input value is greater than 0 and event.keycode equals 13, then add the item to the list. Let's save and refresh, give that a go. I'm going to say shopping lists will need pens. I press enter. Look at that. And let's do yo-yo. Adds it to the list. Awesome. Everything looks good, but there's one issue that I'm having here. And that is, we have a lot of repeated code. This seems really unnecessary. And as I said before, one of the principles with being a developer is dry, which stands for do not repeat yourself. This is not very extensible, is it? It looks like we're just copy and pasting code, and imagine if we had a bunch of events, this will just be a massive file. So let's extract some of this logic out and show you how we can do something called refactoring, which is making code look a little bit better. One thing we can do is that it looks like in our if statement, we're doing the same thing, which is checking that the input value length is greater than 0. So we can add a function here called input length. And as the name suggests, this checks for input.value.length. But remember, as a function, we need to return something. Otherwise, well, we're going to run this function and it's going to say undefined. And undefined cannot well, undefined greater than 0, that doesn't make sense. So return the length. So now, again, we've extracted that out, so we can just say input length, run that function. Whatever it returns, is it greater than 0? And we'll do the same over here as well. Now that is a minor change, but now we have something that we can use everywhere. Anytime we create a new event listener. What else can we clean up? It looks like this whole block of code is being repeated here. So again, we can call function create list element. Here, we can just remove this code, add it here, and now we can just say create list element. And again, remove this and say create list element. Let's just save and see how everything works right now. I'm going to refresh, make sure the console doesn't give me any errors, and I'm going to say shells. And if I press enter, everything still works. And in case everything's empty, I can't add anything. All right, the code's looking nice. It reads pretty well. The last thing maybe I want to do is, instead of having the function here, I can extract that out as well. I can say function add list after click. And we can just say copy this function out and add it into here. And we don't need this function anymore. And now we can just say add list after click. And we can also have function add list after key press. And here's the tricky part. Now we have to copy this. But before I delete this function, you see that we need to receive an event with this. So it has to receive a parameter because we need that information from the event. So again, we pass it event, remove this function, and we have event.keycode. Let's see if everything works as expected. I'm going to save, refresh, see if there's any errors in the console, and press water, adds water, juice, adds juice, and if I don't press anything or don't enter anything, it still works. Let's look at this code one more time and see what's happening. We started off with selecting the elements that we're interested in, and notice here that we're not constantly, every time we need them, saying document get element by ID. We're caching this, so at the beginning, when the script runs, we're saying, hey, remember this, I'm going to use it, and store it in button. And same with the input, same with the unordered list. We then have a bunch of function declarations, but these are never run because they're just saying, hey, we have this function, but nobody has run them yet. And the program goes to the bottom and says, hey, add an event listener for click. If anybody ever clicks on the button, run this function. And if anybody ever has the key press on the input, call this function. And now every time I click, this gets triggered and it goes over here, says, hey, is the input length greater than 0? If it is, create a list element. And here it is. And if I ever have a key press, it checks to see if the input is greater than 0. Then I check to see if I press the enter key, and then I create list element. And this looks pretty clean, right? Anybody can come, and if they know a little bit of JavaScript, you can read what is happening just from the code. And that is something you really want to strive for, where you don't want to repeat yourself. You want to cache these queries so that we're not using up too much power for the browser. And we have everything broken down into functions that are very, very simple. Okay, that's it for now. Add any shopping list items you need, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. So far, we've taken a look at how JavaScript interacts with HTML and CSS, and we've seen that we've been able to change text, change styles, and interact with our web page. In this video, we're going to try something fun. We're going to have an exercise where we're going to create a background generator so that for our future projects, we can have a nice, awesome gradient for our backgrounds. We're going to use just a few lines of JavaScript to create this. So let's get started. All right, we have a beautiful blank canvas here. Now open up the console so that as we write code, we make sure we don't make any errors. And we're going to start off with a simple HTML file. We'll call it gradient background. And within the body, we'll have a few things. We'll have an H1 that will say background generator. And we'll also have an H2 that will say current CSS background. And we'll have an H3 that will be blank for now because we're going to be putting the CSS style so that people can copy and paste the background gradient from right in here. And obviously we need JavaScript, so we'll add a script tag and we'll do source equals to script.js. Let's refresh. Now I want to show you two cool things that comes with HTML and CSS. The first is the input type color. And the second is CSS's linear gradient. So CSS3 has these cool gradient backgrounds that we can do. So we'll use this syntax to create our gradient. And for the color picker, we'll use the HTML type color for the input to get a color picker. So we can do that fairly quick. Let's go right below the H2 and we'll create an input. And the type will be color. Name will be color1. And we can actually also give it a default value. So we'll do value and we'll just put in a random hex color. We'll do 00FF00. And we want to have two color pickers because the way gradients work, it goes from one color to the other. So we'll put another color picker. We'll save, change the name to color2. This time this color will have more red. And refresh. And there you go. We have our color pickers. Now the one thing I want to show you, I created a style sheet that I'll provide for you that will have some default style so it looks really, really good. And we can include that in our HTML file. We'll say link style.css. And if I refresh, well, we got an awesome background with our cool font and everything's centered. But let me just show you quickly what made the background have this gradient. All I did was have the background linear gradient, and you go to, and then you give it a direction. We want to go to the right, and we give it the starting color and the ending color. So that's the default color that we have. The rest is all just font and text aligning. So nothing too crazy, nothing that you can't do yourself. But the one thing that we need is this needs to be interactive. If I pick a color here, well, I want it to change. Same for this one. And ideally, if I find a background that I really, really like for my app, I can print it out over here so I can just copy and paste the linear gradient and use that. So let's work on that. What do we know so far? We know that JavaScript can read from the DOM and it can affect it. So we want to read what the colors are of both inputs. And we want to put out a piece of text at the bottom here with those values in the CSS format. So it looks like we'll need to select two inputs and then also select the H3 so we can enter some text here. Let's go to the script.js file. And the first thing we want to do is we want to select the H3. So we'll do var CSS equals document dot query selector. And because there's only one H3, we can just select H3. Okay, we also want to select the colors. And we should give it a class just so we can distinguish them. So I'm going to say class equals color1. And the other one will have class color2. So now we can do variable color1 equals document query selector, and we'll do color1. Again, it's a query selector, so we do class selector just like we do in CSS. And for color2, we do the same thing. This looks good for now. We ideally grab all these and our background should change. Let's check everything and make sure that we are correct in what we've done so far. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. We have our H3. That's where we're going to want to have our CSS text. For our background, we have our inputs, the first one and the second one. Okay, it looks like we're doing everything right. Now, what do we want to happen? We want to listen to an event where we notice the user's actions here. We've learned about click and mouse center and key press, but this isn't really any of those, is it? Well, there's a really, really good event for inputs, and it's called input. So anytime the input value changes, which it does every time we change the color, we can detect that. So let's think about how we would do this. We want to have color1 to have an event listener that will have input, and it will have a function that for now we can just console.log color1.value. Then we also want the second color to have the same thing, but for color2. Let's refresh and check. We can remove the console logs because we don't need it anymore. Refresh and let's see. Look at that. Do you see that in the console? This is getting updated. That's pretty cool. All right, so the first one's working. The second one, that's working too. Awesome. So we're grabbing the colors, the color.value. What do we want to do next with this value? Well, we want to change the background color. And how can we do that? Well, the background, if we right-click and do inspect, let me make this bigger, we see that the background is in the body tag. So ideally, we change this. So let's go back to the console, minimize this, and let's try and change the background now with the information that we have. Anytime color 1 changes, we want to grab the background style. Well, again, we can say body equals document dot get element by, and let's add an ID here. We'll say ID gradient, and we can say get element by ID, and we'll say gradient. Again, we want to make sure that we're actually selecting it, so let's try body and refresh. All right, we're getting the body tag. And if we remember, we can change the style of the body by doing style.background. So that's the CSS property, and we can just say red. Let's see if that works. All right, we're changing the color to red, but that doesn't look as good as a gradient. But at least now we know how to change this. So we can say when the first input changes, body.background or style.background equals linear gradient to right. And this is just a syntax you'll have to get used to. And we'll say the first color will be color1 dot value, and we'll need a comma for that. And the second value will be, let's add a space here, color2 dot value. So that's the second color picker. And we'll say plus, close the bracket, and the CSS, and we should be good to go. I'm going to put this on a new line just so you can see it. Perfect. And again, JavaScript doesn't see the semicolons here, so it just keeps reading line by line. Okay, so let's save and see if we did that right. I'm going to refresh. And actually, you don't need a semicolon here. So let's see if that works. I'm going to refresh, select the first one, and look at that. We got ourselves the gradient working. But obviously, we need to do the second one as well, because right now it's just console logging. Again, let's do the same thing into the second color picker. I save and refresh. We pick the first one, and we pick the next one. Look at that. That's really pretty. But that should have triggered something. We just copy and pasted the same lines of code. And if we remember, that's a big problem because dry. Do not repeat yourself. So how can we extract this function so that it's a lot cleaner? Well, very easy. We can create a function and we'll say set gradient. And set gradient will, as the name suggests, set our beautiful gradient. So now this function can just be called set gradient. And same for the second color, we can say set gradient. Look how much cleaner that looks. Well, let's see if everything still works. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to select, oh, and it looks like we broke something. See what we did here? This event of input gets triggered automatically and runs the function. We don't need to call the function because this input event is triggered automatically, and the second parameter automatically gets ran with the event. So now if I save this, select one, everything works. Again, just to reiterate, if we had called the functions like these, the first pass through, when the HTML document's loaded, it reads the script file and it goes through the lines, and when we add the event listener, we also set the gradient. But we want this to be called every time. the input is selected. So again, our function is now like this. And we have ourselves a beautiful background generator. We're actually going to use this when we design our final project because, well, I think the backgrounds look pretty cool with this thing. Very cool. And you see how easy that was. Fairly fast, just a few lines of code. I want to show you one last thing. And that is, we've been using add event listener, which is the recommended way of doing things because we're keeping the JavaScript in the JavaScript file. But we could have also done within the input an onClick attribute or on input attribute. So within here, I could have said, because we have this available to us, set gradient, I could have said set gradient. And also on the second one, we would do set gradient. So let's see if this works. If I comment these out so I never add the event listener and I refresh, see that it still changes. What is the difference between doing this and doing it this way? Well, the difference is that here we're adding JavaScript to HTML. Again, separation of concerns. And also, you can see here that we can only add set gradient. So this input can only have one on input attribute. Versus here where we can keep adding different functions, different events. So this is a lot more extensible. But I wanted to show you that you can do that, and you can do an onClick function. It's just an HTML specification. When we get to the React section, you'll see that it has its own way of doing these type of events. So again, I'm going to restore that, refresh, back to our beautiful website. There's one other thing that we need to do, and that is we need to have the CSS at the bottom written here. That's very easy to do. We can just say CSS.textContent, which is new, you haven't seen it before, but we can just say body.style.background, and we'll add the semicolons. If I save and refresh, look at that. As we pick the gradient, we have this updating. Now, a few questions you may have. One, what is this text content thing? Up until now, I've shown you inner HTML. I also showed you create text node. And now we have text content. There's so many things to remember. What does this do? Well, it adds a text content. As you can see, there's many ways to add things to the DOM. And the reason I did this is because I wanted to show you the frustration that a lot of people had in early 2000s when working with the DOM. And in the next video, I'm going to talk about some of those issues and what we did to resolve them. And eventually, when we get into React, we'll see that we actually won't be using any of these because React has extracted all of these out for us so that it's a lot simpler than figuring out how to enter text content, adding event listeners, and all this stuff that can get, frankly, pretty frustrating at times. That's it for now. Let's see what else you can add onto this background. I'll leave the code for you in the next section so you can play around with it and make it even better than it is right now. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. When I teach students for the first time DOM manipulation and events, it's always overwhelming. It takes a few tries to really get it. And one thing you may have noticed in the previous videos is that there were a lot of methods that you learned, and the DOM has a lot of them. But you constantly have to check and see if it was compatible with the browsers to make sure it works. So we used websites like caniuse.com to constantly check that we can use those properties. It was a tedious process. A few years ago, the support for these selectors and DOM manipulation techniques were even worse. For example, query selector now is all good, but a few years ago, only a few browsers had them. So what did people do if it was even worse than it is now? Well, there was a library that was created that solved this huge problem. And that was jQuery. You might have heard of it. It's one of the most popular libraries for JavaScript. In 2006, jQuery was introduced to the web development world. It was a library, which means it's just JavaScript, a JavaScript file written by a few people that added a little bit more to the language. So you can do more things. You had more properties, more functions. Its main goal was to make DOM manipulation easier and compatible with all browsers. So they took care of the hard work and browser compatibility issues. Isn't that nice of them? Let's check this W3C example of jQuery. You can see over here that they're loading a script tag with a CDN that is pointed at jQuery minified JavaScript. And jQuery is just this snippet of code. It always has the $document.ready, which means when the document, the DOM object is ready, run this function. And inside of it, you could write all this jQuery. So in this case, you can see that we want to select P. This was a jQuery specific syntax. And on click, run this function. So it was the exact same thing as when we did p.add event listener. And then we would do click and then do some sort of a function. So you can see it made things a little bit cleaner to do. And you can do things like this.hide. So if I click over here, it hides, it hides, it hides. That's pretty nice. But jQuery had one issue. It made the code very imperative. And what does that mean? It's a word that you're going to hear a lot when you become a developer. It means that you had to tell the program exactly what to do one by one. This may not seem like a bad idea, but when your websites get big and complicated, it creates a huge mess. One action is dependent on one action, which is dependent on another action, which is dependent on another action. Now, you lose track of what is happening. More errors and more bugs enter your code base, and it becomes really, really complicated. Let me show you an example. We have a simple jQuery code here where we say, again, document ready, function, and then we're selecting article left section. When the click happens, then we check this has a class and we remove class. And I mean, this doesn't look that bad, but it got to points where you had code like this called Pyramid of Doom, where if this happens, you do this, and if this happens, you do this, and if this happens, you do this. And you can imagine if there was another thing that was listening to another event that might have unexpected consequences because this is running and the user is at the same time interacting with the website. And you can see here how much of a mess it is. I mean, this is just an example, but you can see that it's very imperative. If this happens, then do this. And within it, if that happens, then do this, and so on and so forth. It creates a big mess when you have big websites. jQuery was great at the time. It made JavaScript really popular because it was finally easy to make interactive websites, and it did a lot of great things for the industry. However, As time progressed, people found new and better ways to do things. Web browsers adapted new things like query selector. And we even have a website now that compares what you can do with simple JavaScript and HTML and what you can do with jQuery. And most of the things, well, you can do in both, and it's not that different. As times progressed, people found new and better ways to do things. You still have jQuery being used today, but there are fewer and fewer people starting projects that are using jQuery right now. As a matter of fact, the number of job postings with jQuery as a requirement has really gone down, and there's rather a negative view of developers who only know jQuery. This is not to bash the library, it was an important part of JavaScript growth. That is why in this course, we are learning React. React is a library that solves the huge problem of jQuery. Instead of being imperative, it's declarative. We will get into more of the benefits and what that means when we get to the section, but having a historical perspective of where we were and where we are now is important. So remember this. First we had HTML, then CSS, and JavaScript. Then came jQuery to make our JavaScript easier. Then came more libraries that made JavaScript even more fun and easy to work with. From now on, we won't be using DOM manipulation techniques we have learned in this section. Bummer, I know. But I'll show you what we can do better. So stay tuned. It gets way more fun after this. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about an important concept in JavaScript called scope. Now, what is scope? Scope means variable access. What variables do I have access to when a code is running? So by default in JavaScript, you are in the root scope, which is the window object. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If in my console, I do something like function AA console.log test, and we close off that function. Well, now the function AA is part of the window scope. If I go window here and open up window, you'll see that the AA function has been added to the window scope. So when you're working in a browser, this is called the root scope. So the parent scope. Now, what if I do something like this? If I go function BB, and within this function we'll do variable A equals hello. Well, this function, if I run this in the console, if I now do console.log A, will that work? No, because A only lives within function BB. The scope is inside of the function. So the only way we can do console.log A is within the function to add, let's try that again. Within the function to add console.log A. So now if I run the function, I have hello. Now, the interesting thing is that functions have access to any variable in the root scope. So for example, if I do variable B equals can I access this? Well, function BB has access to this because, as you know, window.bb exists and variable B lives on the window object. So they both have the same parent. let me show you what I mean by copying this and putting it into the console. Now, within function bb, if we do console.log b, well, we have access to this. Okay, what if I do something along the lines of variable b? Can I access this? I do b equals hello. If I copy this, and now I do console.log b, well, I have, can I access this? Because I haven't ran the function. But if I run the function bb, now if I do console log variable b, I get hello. Because b is the same variable. Okay, let's do something a little bit more complex. So knowing what we know that this is the root scope. In our case, it's the window. Within here, we could declare a variable, fun. We'll say equals 5. And we'll also declare a function. We'll call it fun function. And within this function, as soon as we create these curly brackets, we've created a child scope in here. So within here, I'll say variable fun equals hello, and we'll console log fun here. And we'll create another function, except this one we'll call funner function. And within this one, we'll say bye, and we'll console log that. And then finally, we'll create a third function, and we'll call this the funnest function. And within here, we'll remove the variable, and we'll say ah. And at the bottom, we'll also do console log fun. All right, so let's go over this. We're declaring a variable fun equals 5. We've created 3 functions, and each of these functions create their own scope. And each of these functions console log fun. But what fun means in each one of them is different based on their scope. So the first one, we'll title it 1, just so we know. The second, we'll say 2. Third, and then finally here we can just say window. So let's run this function and see what happens. See if you can guess what's about to happen here. Okay, so we have window 5, which means this line over here. The fun variable is, well, 5. Nothing has been run. We read through the script and we see that variable fun equals 5. And then we see these functions, but none of them are run. And now if I do fun function to actually run these, and we'll do funner function, and finally the funnest function. If I copy and paste this and rerun this, we see we have window 5, line 24 that got run, which is variable 5. Now within the first function, we have the variable fun equals to hello because, well, we've created a new scope, and within this function lives variable fun that has hello. So that gets overridden. And then we have the second function that has bye. Again, same thing as above, because we have a new scope, a new variable, fun equals bye. And then the third one, we see that we have fun equals ah. And again, that gets changed, and that equals to fun. Here's the fun part though. If I now do console.log fun, it's now equal to ah. Because in the third function, we've modified fun which is this variable, to equal to a. One thing I want to show you is that in the first two functions, I won't be able to access the fun variable in the root scope because I've essentially overridden them. Within the fun function and funner function, fun equals something that is their own meaning. So within this function, fun equals hello. Within the funner function, fun equals bye. And no matter what, we won't have access to the root scope. And this is called a naming conflict, where we name things the same way as something that lives, let's say, in the parent scope, and we will lose access to it. So to finalize this point, let's just delete this and go over what's happening here. So let's delete this as well, and we'll say just the console log here. When somebody runs funnest function, we run this and JavaScript reads console log fun. Okay, fun. Do we know her? And we look at the scope here. We look at this function. Hey, do you know what fun is? And the function says, well, sorry friend, I don't really know fun, but ask my parent. So now we go into outside of the function, in this case, the root scope. Now we say, hey, do you know fun? And they're like, yeah, we have a variable fun. It equals 5. So now console log can log 5. But if fun doesn't exist, we ask the parent and the parent says, sorry, I have no idea what fun is. Then we get an error. So the last check is always the root scope. In our case, the window object. If we can't find it, we get this error in the console we always see. Sorry, your friend variable doesn't exist. I think you made her up. And that's it for scope. I have a fun exercise for you right after this video. Give it a try, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Up to this point, we learned the if statement, the if-else statement, and the else-if statement. And if you remember our section outline, well, we haven't mentioned these two for JavaScript conditionals. So we're going to tackle those today. As you can see, we have 2 more to get through. But don't be scared. These are not going to introduce anything new. They're just different ways of doing control flow. But they won't do anything that a simple if-else statement can't do. However, there are cases where it will be much easier to do these two than if we do something with the if-else statement. So let's check them out. The first one we're going to talk about is the ternary operator. It looks something like this. Condition, question mark, expression 1, or expression 2. And that is the syntax. It says, is this true or false? If it's true, then provide this value. If it's false, provide this value. Let me show you an example of this. We'll have a function called isUserValid that accepts a Boolean, and we'll just return the Boolean value. Now within here, we can say variable answer equals isUserValid, and we'll just say true for now, question mark. So if that's true, I'll say you may enter. Otherwise, I'll say access denied. Let me make this a little bit smaller so you can see. So again, all we're saying is if this is true, then do this expression. If this is false, do this expression. So let's just copy this into the console and see what happens. If I run answer, oops, I spelled that wrong, answer, I get you may enter because user is valid. It's true. Now, if I change this to, say, false, well, in that case, I'll get access denied. Let's do a little bit more of a complicated answer. We can say variable automated answer. And we can say, and I'll do this on a new line just so you can see, your account number is user valid, and we'll just say something like false for now. So because we have these brackets, we're going to have an expression inside of here that we can evaluate. So we can say, is user valid? If the user is valid, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. If not, we'll say not available. If we copy and paste this here into our console, and we can see it better, we see if user is valid, we want to say 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's not, then not available. So if I run this and now I look at automated answer, I get your account number is not available. Well, because is user valid is false. But if I do true, well, in that case, your account number is 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you might notice that this is actually not that different from if you did function condition. We'll just call it condition, and we'll say if is user valid, return you may enter. And you did else, return access denied. This function over here, condition, if I say variable answer 2 equals condition, let's see what happens. I copy these two, run them, and now if I look at answer, I get you may enter. If I get answer 2, I get you may enter. Now, it's the exact same thing other than, well, a bit of misspelling on my part. But you see that one way is a lot nicer. It's just nice, simple one line. A ternary operator is really, really good for these if-else, where there's a check for a condition and there's two possible expressions that come out of it. All right, let's learn the next one, which is the switch statement. This is the fun one. So a switch statement looks something like this, and we can build a simple game right now to demonstrate how it works. I can say function move command, and we'll say it accepts parameter direction. Within this function, I'll say variable what happens, and we'll say switch. Notice that it's a keyword, so it's now highlighted in red, and I'll say direction. The switch statement is going to accept direction. It's going to check direction. And within here, we'll say case forward, which means check direction. If direction equals forward, then what happens equals to you encounter a monster. Break. I'll explain what break does right after I finish up the rest of the case statements. So case statements, as you can see, are really good because I can just copy and paste. And now I can say for here, we'll say back. And if direction is back, we'll say you arrived home. If the direction is right, in that case, we'll say you found a river. And if the direction is left, we'll say you run into a troll. And then finally, we'll say default what happens equals to please enter a valid direction. And we'll end it with a return what happens. All right, that was a whole lot of code. Let's run this command first, and then we'll explain exactly what is happening. Copy the code, copy it into the console, and now we have the move command. And if you remember the last video, move command now exists in the root scope, which is window. So within here, let's just say forward. Now, if I run this, I get, you encountered a monster. If I go back, you arrived home. If I go right, you found a river. If I go left, you run into a bull. And if I write gibberish, I get, please enter a valid direction. That's what switch statements are really good for. When you have a lot of conditions, instead of using an if, else if, else if, else if, else if, else statement, you can use a switch statement. And you can see it reads nicely. Essentially what it's saying is create variable, what happens, then switch, I want you to check whatever the condition is, whatever the variable is. In this case, it's the direction. And in case the direction equals forward, do this. In case direction is back, do this. If it's right, do this. If it's left, do this. And it says default is if none of these conditions work, and remember the program goes line by line. So it checks forward, then it checks back, and it checks right, and it checks left. And if nothing of those match, then it says you can just default to please enter a valid direction. And then we return what happens so that the function returns something for us. Now, finally, what is the break? Well, the break simply says if case is forward, then assign you encountered a monster to what happens variable, and then break. Break is just saying break out of the switch statement. So instead of the program then checking to see if case is back, case is right, case is left, or default, if we say break, the program stops here and then goes straight out of the switch statement to return what happens. So if I actually do break before what happens, you encountered a monster, and I copy this, and let's rerun the function. We'll say move command is forward. Notice what happens now. I get undefined because we broke. The program entered saying, oh yeah, he typed in forward. But before we're able to assign something to the variable, I say break. I exit out of the switch statement and I return what happens, which it's only been declared, but it's unassigned. So I just return undefined. All right, there you have it. Your two other conditionals, and you've covered all of them in JavaScript now. Each one is good for its own individual case, but they're all very useful. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. If there's one thing we have learned this entire time in this course, is that there is nothing static about being a web developer. Improvements are constantly made all the time in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And even the browsers get constantly updated. Libraries are also constantly being created. If you remember, libraries are just pieces of code. They could be CSS, they could be HTML, they could be JavaScript. Pieces of code written by somebody else so that we can use it, so we don't have to start from scratch. Now, it's human nature to want to constantly improve. And in this video, we're going to learn the new features that everybody will be using. But first, let's recap something from our previous videos. If you remember, JavaScript was created by the Netscape browser, and everybody else, all the other browsers, started using JavaScript. So Netscape submitted JavaScript to something called the ECMA International, so that JavaScript could be standardized and they could say, hey, everybody use this version of JavaScript on all browsers. That's what ECMAScript is. ECMAScript is, well, it's JavaScript, but it's just the standard way of calling it so that when the browsers implement what JavaScript should do and how they read JavaScript, well, everybody agrees on the standard. Now, every time you see something like this, like ES6, and you'll see that quite a lot, ES6 just stands for ECMAScript version 6. So yes, there was ECMAScript version 1 all the way through 6, and we're currently at version 7, but it's still new, so we're only learning version 5 and version 6 for now. But version 5 and version 6 introduce some new features that are really, really powerful and make coding in JavaScript really, really nice. And most code bases that you'll see will be using these features. So it's a very, very exciting topic for me. It's one of my favorite parts of JavaScript now. And I'm excited to show you some of these new features that will make your life a whole lot easier. Now, one thing you might be thinking though is, Andre, I don't want to learn something if browsers don't support them and I can't actually use them. But don't worry, my friend. These are all features that are supported. You know why? Well, mainly because of something called Babel. You see, a few years ago, a programmer created Babel so that developers can start using new JavaScript features as they come. Remember, ECMAScript releases versions all the time. Now, without having to wait for browsers to implement these features, Babel allowed us to use them right away. Now, how do they do that? Let's have a look. If I go into try it out here, you'll see that Babel shows me something. I can write, and we'll learn the syntax soon enough, don't worry. I can write something like this, which is the new way of writing JavaScript with ECMAScript 6. And it compiles into this. Now, what does that mean? It means that it reads a file line by line and then changes it to a version of JavaScript that all browsers know, and it works on all browsers. When we actually deploy our application or website, which means putting it online after we're done with it, we can use Babel to say, hey, read our JavaScript file and transform it into this so it works on all browsers. So without even thinking about it, you can write all your code in the newest and best way of writing it. You can see how clean this is. And Babel will take care of changing everything for you so that browsers can read it. Isn't that awesome? Enough of that. Let's learn some new syntaxes. And don't be afraid, ES5 and ES6 made JavaScript a whole lot easier and more fun to write. From now on, we'll take what we learned in this video to write all our code because it's what the industry is using right now. And this is what you will get asked during interviews. So let's get started. The first feature I'm going to show you is let and const. These are actually very, very simple. These are new ways of declaring variables. So if you see over here in our section outline, you see that JavaScript variables has now two new ways of declaring a variable. And as a matter of fact, variable that we've been using up to this point, we don't really need to use it ever again. We now have something called let. To show you how both of these work, let's do a small example. I'm going to say const player, and const stands for constant. We'll say Bobby, and we'll say let experience equals to 100, and we'll say let wizard level equal to false. Now, if I do something like if experience is greater than 90, then equals to true. Okay, so these look like variables. Nothing's different. Let's run this through the console and see what happens. Okay, if I now check wizard level, I get false. That's strange, right? Because in the previous video where we talked about scope, if I had wizard level as a variable, I would have gotten true here. So if this was variable and this was variable, wizard level, instead of being false, will be true. Now, that's confusing, right? That's because it's not inside of a function. This is a little bit tricky, but with variable, we only were able to create a scope inside of a function, but never if it had curly brackets, but inside of if. With let, when I say let and let, well, now I've created a wizard level variable inside of if. So the only way that I can access this is inside the if. If I do console.log wizard level here and console.log wizard level outside, and then let's put inside and outside. If I copy this, paste it in, inside, I get true. Outside, I get false. Because now with let, anytime it's wrapped around a curly bracket, well, it creates a new scope. Versus with a variable, if I change this to a variable, and I copy this again and refresh, if I copy this, I get inside equals to true and outside equals to true because wizard level has already been changed. No new scope is created inside the curly brackets because this isn't a function. Now, I know that's really confusing, but the one big takeaway from this is just don't use variable anymore. Variable is actually quite confusing. Now, think of let as the new variable. So from now on, we're going to be using let for variables. But what is const? Well, const is even cooler. Watch this. If I want to change the experience level, I can say experience equals 80. And now if I look at experience, well, experience equals 80. But if I want to change the player, Bobby, to a new name, equals Sally, I get an error. Assignment to constant variable. What that means is a constant you're not able to reassign to the variable. So it cannot be updated. Now, why would that be useful? It's really useful because a lot of bugs happen when you're working in a team of people. If you have something like player and somebody changes the name of the player while you're working on a program and you still think it's Bobby and you keep getting errors because somebody else has touched it, well, that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? By using const, you make sure that this player variable will always have the same value. So this is actually very useful. And my recommendation is that if you have anything that isn't going to change, it should be a constant. So a function could be a constant because, well, if the function or if the assignment of A is not going to change, then we feel a lot safer using const than, let's say, let, because we make sure that nobody assigns something else to A. So the rule from now on is use const if you're using a variable that doesn't change, most of the time you'll use this. And if you're using a variable that you reassign something to, like wizard level, where it changes from true to false, false to true, well then use let. One thing with const that you have to keep in mind is that if you do a const object equals player Bobby experience 100 and wizard level to false. Well, if I copy this object and try to reassign this object to, let's say, a number, I get an error because it's a constant. But if I try and change a property, now my wizard level is to true. So one thing with constant is you can change the properties of the object still, you just can't reassign the variable. All right, on to more fun things. Let's do destructuring. And these ones that I'm going to show you are going to make your life a whole lot easier. Again, if we actually have our object here, let's say that we wanted to grab these objects. So we'll have to do const player equals object.player. We'll do const experience equals object dot experience, and then let wizard level equals object dot wizard level. And that was a whole lot of typing to access these properties. Well, with destructuring, you can do this. You can say const player and experience from the object. So with this syntax, it does the exact same thing as the first two lines over here. You just select the properties you want from an object, and now you have const player and experience available to you. So you can use player anywhere you want in your code base. And then for let, we can do wizard level equals object. Much, much cleaner. You just have to get used to it, but it's a lot nicer to look at. All right, another cool thing you can do with objects. Const name equals Jon Snow. We can just start a new object here, and we can say now name is hello, and we can do Ray Smith hi. All right, so this is a silly object, but I wanted to show you some new ways of declaring object properties. Now in ES6, you can have, instead of the old way of having just player or experience or wizard level, we can have something dynamic that we can assign, like Jon Snow, or we can do Ray plus Smith, or we can do 1 plus 2, and have these dynamic property values. Let me show you how they work. If I access object now, I have 3 equals hi and Jon Snow equals hello. So again, new ways of declaring properties, very useful if you need to calculate something for the property value. But even cooler is being able to do something like this. Imagine you had a const A equals to Simon, const B equals to true, and const C is an empty object. And if we wanted to add these to an object, we would have had to do A is A, B is B, and C is C. And sometimes you wanted the property to match the value. Again, with the new JavaScript, if property and value are the same, in that case, we can just say A, B, C. So we can remove the declaration that we had with property and value if they're the same and just keep it like this. Again, this is something that when we get to the React section, it's going to become very, very useful. All right, something even more fun. And this time it's template strings. So template strings. Now, remember when we have, let's say, a greeting, how annoying it was that we had to do hello name plus you seem to be doing plus greeting. And then let's say you had an exclamation mark. And you also had to worry about backslash if you had an apostrophe. That was really tedious and annoying. Now, you can do something really fun. Instead of doing it this way, you can have greeting best equals something called template strings. And these are backticks. So the backticks, this is right above your tab key if you're on a Mac. Instead of using double quotes or single quotes, this means template strings. And now you can use double quotes or single quotes anywhere you want, and it'll be a string. But even cooler, if you have name equals Sally and age equals 34, pet is horse. Now we can do hello name, you seem to be, notice the syntax and the coloring, age minus 10. What a lovely pet you have. So notice what we did here. And I'm going to copy this just so we have it. I'm going to comment this out. Now, if I look into the console, I'll refresh. You see that now, instead of doing all that double quotes and plus and worrying about spacing, within these backticks, I can say a piece of string and then add dynamically by using the $, then the curly brackets, a value that we want. We can, again, do any sort of expression, so age minus 10. What a lovely pet you have. Let's see what happens. If I do greeting best, look at that. Hello, Sally. You seem to be 24. What a lovely horse you have. Very cool. So this is very, very useful. We'll be definitely using this later on in the course. Another thing I want to show you is default arguments. I can do something like greet. We'll say name equals empty string, age equals 30, and we'll say pet is cat. Let's just copy what we had before with the greeting. I'm going to comment this out. And we'll return this. So nothing's changed. We just have a function that returns a greeting. The only thing that's new is this. Let me show you what it does. If I comment this out, I copy this, put it into the console, and now I run greet. Hello, you seem to be 20. What a lovely cat you have. Did you catch that? Even though our browser, and let me just refresh so you know for sure that our browser has no idea of what age or pet is. But if I run this function, because of the way I made the parameters, I gave them default arguments, which says if I don't provide a value for name, which I haven't given any arguments, well, then make name, empty string, make age 30, and make pet cat. If I do now, greet John 50, and we'll do monkey. Now I get, hello John, you seem to be 40. What a lovely monkey you have. This gets ignored because I've passed it parameters, but otherwise I can pass a default parameter so that when somebody calls this function and they don't provide these arguments, my function won't fail because, well, I have default arguments. Very cool. All right, what else do we have? Let's refresh here. If you remember, we had one more type to do, JavaScript types, and that is a symbol. It's actually not used very often, but I wanted to show you just because, well, it's a type and we want to complete the 7 types of JavaScript. And a symbol is special because if I have symbol 1, I create a symbol by doing this syntax. And I could have a second symbol that is symbol. And within here, we can put anything. We can put foo and variable symbol 3 equals symbol, and we'll say foo as well. What's so unique about symbols? Oh, and we should be using let here. If I copy this and I access sim1, I get symbol. I access sim2, I get foo. And sim3, I get foo. But the unique thing is that if I do sim2 equals sim3, I get false, even though, well, they look like they're the exact same thing. And symbols are used because they create these completely unique type so that you can make sure there's never going to be any conflict. And the symbol value is used as an identifier mostly for object properties. It's pretty much the only purpose of that because sometimes you don't want object properties, if you have thousands of them, to collide and be the same ones because then you'll get bugs. We won't see it too much in the course. You won't see it out in the wild too much, but I wanted to show you it regardless because, well, we want to know all the JavaScript types. All right, one last one. I know we've covered a lot, but this is the best one. And that is arrow functions. Up to this point, if we wanted to do something like add, we had to do a B and return A plus B. And you might have gotten sick and tired of constantly writing function over and over and over. Well, now you have arrow functions. So with an arrow function, you can do look at that. So anytime you see this syntax, and I had to pass A and B here as well. Anytime you see this syntax, it's the same thing as saying function. But now it's just a shorthand form so that you don't have to constantly write function. And the beauty of it is that you could have done return A and B, and that completely works. So the only difference is that we have a function expression that accepts a parameter, and we have this fat arrow. But with an arrow function, if you have a single return, well, you can just put it on one line, and it assumes that you want to return this. If I save this and copy it in here, I don't need this syntax. Let's copy that one more time. Add 4 and 2. That's the first function. And then the new way with the arrow function, add 2 for 2. Again, I get the same thing. It returns automatically because everything, well, it's on one line. It looks very, very nice, a lot easier to write than the above. And there you have it. I know that was a lot of information. make sure you do the exercises after this video to get yourself familiar with the syntax. It's just new ways of doing things. These are going to help you to write better, cleaner code. And just to show you what we've covered, well, you've managed to finish everything in the section outline. From variables to conditionals to finally the arrow function. We've covered everything that we've wanted to for JavaScript. And moving forward, we're going to be using these new syntaxes to write our code. I hope you're excited as I am to start using these. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Now, what you'll learn in the next few videos is quite advanced. It does take some time to really grasp the concepts and understand them, and the best way to do that is to do these yourselves. So use these videos as a reference to come back to when you have questions. I'm going to cover the main topics that you'll see out in the wild. You can come back and reference these videos whenever you have questions. And in this video, we're going to tackle advanced functions. Now, I have a sample function for you here, but knowing what we learned about the new JavaScript syntax, we're going to convert this first to how we should write JavaScript. Function word is gone now. We can just say const first equals arrow function. And this arrow function has a greet, which can be a constant, and a function, which again can be const second. And finally, this can be a const as well. We also learned about scope. An important property of function is that the variables created inside of them, including their parameters, are local to the function. So that means that every time we run the first function, this block of code gets executed and the greet variable gets created every time. Now, this is actually good for us because we make sure that if our program, every time we run first, remembered to greet, well, it'll have conflicts because it's a constant and we constantly reassign the same thing to a variable that already exists. So this way, within a function, we make sure that every time we run it, it's a clean slate. You can name the variables however you like because there's nothing else that will collide with it. Like I said, this behavior helps prevent accidental interferences between functions. And as developers, we want to minimize the number of bugs or errors in our code. If all variables were shared by the whole program, it'd take a lot of effort to make sure no name is ever used for two different purposes. Imagine if greet was in another function and we had no idea and we can't use it. Well, luckily, by having our own separate scope, we're able to make sure that we can use greet without having to check the entire code base. Now, by treating function local variables as existing only within the function, the language makes it possible to read and understand functions as small universes, where whatever happens in that universe only matters to itself. But I also wanted to demonstrate an interesting concept with JavaScript, and that is closures. You can think of it as this. A function runs, the function executed. Now, it's never going to execute again, kind of like the first function. We just executed it here, and the result we put into new function. It's going to remember that there are references to those variables alive in a memory first. However, we see a problem here. You see that when we load up this program on our website, the JavaScript engine will see this. I'll say, okay, we have a variable first that's a function. Great. And then in the next line, we see, oh, we want to assign the variable new function, and we want to get the result of first. So the program runs first, sees that we want to create a constant greet hi. And then we also see that we have another function called second, and we're returning that function. But there's a problem here, right? Second needs to remember what greet is. Although first runs and returns second, so you can think of this as once we do this, we will only have the second function. Now, and I know this looks confusing, but just look at the highlighted here. That's what calling first means. But you see over here that the greet variable, second doesn't, well, it's not within the scope of second, right? What closures does, and this is a rule in JavaScript, is that the child scope always has access to the parent scope. So it's almost as if it remembers. They always remember that there's a reference to those variables alive. So inside the web browser says, this second function needs greet, so I'm going to remember it. Let me demonstrate that for you. So if I do first here, and I'm going to copy this into the console, and now we have new function. If I run new function, I get hi. Even though first is never going to be run again, the only thing that we have left is the second function, the web browser remembers greet. Again, this is a confusing concept when you hear it for the first time, but like I said, just remember, closures is just saying a function ran, the function executed, it's never going to execute again, but it's going to remember that there are references to those variables. So the child scope always has access to the parent scope. Now you may be wondering, if I did here const name equals Bobby, will the first function have access to Bobby? No, it wouldn't. So think of it this way. Children always have access to their parent scope, but parent scope, they don't have access to their children. All right, let's get into a few more things. Next, we're going to talk about currying. And currying is the process of converting a function that takes multiple arguments into a function that takes them one at a time. Let's see what I mean. We have a function here, we'll call it multiply. And multiply accepts two parameters. And again, we're using our new function syntax. We'll say A multiplies B. Now, currying means we're changing this function to only accept one parameter at a time. So that means we do curried multiply equals A times B. Whoa. What did we just do? And again, this looks very confusing, but think of these arrows as functions. So right now, if I do curried multiply, and I'll just say 3, well, let's see this in action, what happens. I get a function that accepts B multiplied by A. So by running this, is saying that A is 3, and now we'll know that when we multiply, A is 3. But because this has a function and another function, so a function inside of a function, this just returns this part. So it returns a function, as you can see here. So now, in order to make this work, let me put this back. in order to make it work, we have to say curried multiply. We'll say 3, and then another bracket, 4. And I get 12. If we look at this function compared to here, we see exactly what we did. We created a variable, curried multiplier, that accepts a parameter. So it's a function that accepts a. In this case, it's 3. And once you call that function, once you run it, it returns another function that accepts b, and that function multiplies a and b. So what I'm doing here is saying curried multiplier, a is 3, b is 4, and now multiply a times b. And as you can see, as I said about currying, it's the process of converting a function that takes multiple arguments, like I said, into a function that takes them one at a time. Now, why do we even need to do this? Because now it's more extensible. I can do something like const multiply by 5 equals, and now I have this. So anytime I want to multiply by 5, I could just say, let me copy this. Now, anytime I want to multiply a number by 5, 10, and now I have this function that was created that always multiplies things by 5, which is very cool. All right, we're going to get into one more thing, and then I promise I'll make your head stop hurting. It's called compose. And compose is the act of putting two functions together to form a third function where the output of one function is the input of the other. Even me saying that, I'm like, what did I just say? So let's write this down. A compose looks like this. Let's say f and g, parameters f and g, return a function that takes parameter a, that returns a function that has this. Holy moly. And if you look at this and you have no idea what's going on, this is something that takes years for some to get. It is really, really advanced stuff. But if you're able to understand the inner workings of this, you can pretty much do anything. Let's give it a go. What is happening here? Well, it looks like, looking at f and g, it looks like f is a function because, well, we have the brackets. It even highlights it in blue for you. And g is also a function. If I had a sum function that let's say takes a number and just adds 1. What we can do with compose is I can say compose, again, we have the function here, sum, so both f and g are sum. And now, because it takes another bracket, I can say 5. All right, so let's run this and then we can go step by step to show you what it does. I get 7. So why is that? Well, let's take it one by one. If both f and g are sum and a is 5, we look at what the function returns. And because, again, we have two brackets, we're executing the first part of the function, which returns us another function, which is this. And within it, we give the a 5. So when this function runs, it says a is 5. Okay. And then let's run the inner function, g. In this case, it's sum. So if you remember, sum is just saying, give me 5, and then 5 plus 1. So now this changes to 6. And then finally, the f function runs, which is, again, sum. And this says sum is giving me 6, So 6 plus 1 is 7. And this whole thing returns 7. Whew. All right, that was a whole ton of stuff. But I want you to remember these 3 keywords, because when you get to advanced JavaScript, functions are really, really important. You'll hear words like closures and currying and compose a lot. And you'll find tools and libraries that use these heavily. Now, you don't need to know the definition of them. You just need to be able to read a piece of code and understand what's going on. And this is why I like showing you this. Although it's really advanced and very hard to grasp, by understanding the step-by-step process of how a function works, this is really useful, because now when you encounter this in the wild, you'll understand how everything works. Now, to finish off this function section, I want to tell you the most important thing that you can do as a web developer when creating code. And that is the idea of avoiding